It is the Sambazon morning update here at the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships, presented by Tractor Beverage Company. Ben Skinner on the warm-up this morning. Things have cleared up and Malibu is producing some really classic conditions here at First Point Surfrider Beach. Rachel Tilley, she's going to be in match number 1 this morning, along with Mason Schremer and Chloe Kalman. It is clear. The fog's gone. I'm Kuiper Guerrero along with Sam Bleakley. And Sam, this morning we pulled up. I was so excited to see what Malibu has on offer.
Yep, Malibu, the place where the surf sounds loudly, and this will be the place where we'll be crowning world champions today. A lot of anticipation, those 2 fog-delayed days, but wow, we're going to see some great action today.
It's been an emotional roller coaster, but we're so happy to get things going. And let's go right now to the beach. The Sambazon call with AJ McCord and Will Hayden Smith.
And nobody has been on that roller coaster more than this man. Will Hayden Smith, you've been keeping an eye on the waves for us all weekend long, and now we can see them. They are going off. Walk us through the call and what we can expect today.
Yeah, it's been a ride the last few days. Yesterday was a really tough one for all of us. Having really good waves hidden under fog was tough, but we're super stoked that there's some really nice waves left over this morning, and conditions are just perfect. It's really clean. I saw some amazing waves in the warm-up, so we're on. We're going to crown our 23 World Longboard Champions today, and we're going to start with women's match 1. It's coming up to high tide in about an hour, so we've started with 40 minutes for these 3-person heats, and we've got 4 of those, and then when we move into the 2-person heats, we're going to go to 35 minutes, and as we have with our world title matchups, we don't know if we're having 2 heats or 3, so we don't know our exact finish time yet, but it's going to be a great day.
Okay, so 1 match for most of this, and then best 2 out of 3 to decide to crown the champ.
Yes, yeah, and I know the competitors are super fired up. They're at Malibu. This is one of the most famous and iconic longboard waves in the world. It is slow. We know some heats are going to be slow through this tide, but we've seen some amazing rides this morning.
Cannot wait, so let's get this thing going, Kuiper. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, AJ. Yeah, clock has started. It's ticking down. It's, as Will said, 40-minute heat. Here's our heat. 3 surfers on the water. The Brazilian Goofyfoot, Chloe Kalman, up against Rachel Tilley, our 2015 World Longboard Champion, and a new rising star on the longboard tour, Mason Schremer. Sam, we have open priority right now. The strengths of each of these surfers, if you would.
Chloe Kalman, I think, getting some coaching from Carla Roland Zamora, the goofy footer. I think Carla's bringing a lot of deep Malibu insight into her campaign here to go for her first world title. She's been a multiple runner-up on the World Longboard Tour. So I think that her skills are going to be her nose riding, her read of Malibu, her familiarity with the place, and her use maybe of the switch stance. I think Rachel Tilley, of course, from San Clemente, she has been competing at Malibu throughout her career. She's the 2015 Women's World Longboard Champion, riding the beautiful Josh Martin surfboards. She's got her family on the beach. She's going to be very familiar with these small conditions, having done a lot of competitions in this kind of surf. She'll know about those slow heats where you get those lulls and how important it is to be in position for a set. Mason Schremer, exciting, because Mason has been a standout this season, a very complete surfer. Beautiful use of footwork, in and out of rail turns, great body language, great posture, getting some fantastic coaching from former World Longboard Champion from Noosa, Australia, Josh Constable, riding Thomas Beckson surfboard. So I think a super evenly poised first matchup, as all of the matchups will be today.
Interesting. This is the interesting start to each of the matches when we have open priority, Sam. So priority has not been established as of yet. It looks like Rachel Tilley already further up the point on that inside is already kind of showing a little bit of dominance in her position. Nobody challenging her for that inside position.
And this is such a fantastic, moment in a matchup. And of course, this is a new format for the longboarders. We know about the Final 5 format, so all of the surf fans tuning in around the world have got the experience of seeing those top 5 matching up. But this is the top 8 surfers. So kicking off, we have these 3 surfer heats. The winner will advance to meet another 3 surfer heat with the next 2 highest seeds, and then we go on the surfer on surfer heats from seed 3 all the way up to the title match. But what we've got to also appreciate with these 3 women is the anticipation in the last 2 days. So Kipes, if we set this narrative, we had these 2 days where fog, Mother Nature got the better of us. And yes, it cleared up yesterday afternoon, but it wasn't enough daylight time to run through the entire format. And the beauty of this format is it has to favor those high seeds sitting in that title match, waiting to meet a potential surfer who may well be exhausted from surfing on multiple occasions to work their way through the title matches.
Not to mention just keeping your focus in. Now, remember, we did have a false start on this match number 1 in which Chloe Kalman opened up with a 6-point ride. That's the slate is clean of that, and so that score no longer counts. Speaking of scores, let's get into the judging format, and with that we go to our head judge and also 2016 World Longboard Champion Tori Gilkerson. Let's get a peek on what the judging criteria is for today.
The Malibu Longboard Championship. This is the culmination of the longboard season, where we'll be crowning a men's and women's world champion at one of the best longboard waves in the world, Malibu First Point. This is what the judges are going to be looking for at Malibu. The surfers have to perform controlled maneuvers in the critical part of the wave, utilizing the entire wave and board in the spirit of traditional longboarding. The following are key elements for the judges to consider: nose riding and rail surfing, critical part of the wave, variety, speed and power, commitment, control, and footwork. One of the most difficult and technical maneuvers in longboarding is hanging 10. It's really hard to do. It looks beautiful, and it's going to get highly rewarded. Malibu is one of the most special points in the world. You couldn't have a more ideal wave for traditional longboarding and the surfers to express their personal styles.
Well, there you go. And our judges, 5 international judges up in the judges' tower with a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being a perfect ride. And, you know, really to summarize, when we look at the criteria, we can do it in 3 words: style, flow, and grace.
Yeah, absolutely. And other elements that the judges will really reward is rail-to-rail surfing with major nose rides and major turns in the steeper sections, and control and continuous flow between those maneuvers, and also speed throughout the entire ride. So like you said, Kaipo, style, flow, and grace, huge factor, but also an important element when comparing major rides. So, you know, when there's 2 big scores dropped and the judges are using the video replay to really compare major scores, style, flow, and grace might make the difference. And of course, nose rides in the most critical section, they're the hardest thing to do. An important thing to really appreciate is when you can't see the tail of the board during the critical nose ride, that's a great sign, because it means the surfer is right in the pocket, Kaipo, and that's the hardest place to hold the nose rides.
Here we go, Sam. We got a set approaching here. First point. It's a machine-like wave, and it's going to be Mason Schremer on the first ride. Couple of steps. Makes her way to a nice 5. Gets to 10 there for just a moment. Trimming and getting that speed and trim line. Back up to the nose for another 5. Poised there. A little more time. And nice little redirect for Schremer. Just wants to get a score to start off with, complete the ride. Not a ton of variety on this ride, but a nice start here at the 32-minute mark. So that's going to be our first number in for Mason Schremer, and that'll set the scale for this heat. Alice Lemoine, we're going to see her a little bit later today. She's applauding that opening ride from Mason Schremer. And good signs for today with that ride.
Yeah, Kaipo, we are off. And of course, we had that, like you said, that false start 2 days ago where these women all kicked off, and within 8 minutes of the heat, that fog came in. But Mason Schremer with that first wave, fades in, nice high line, really good footwork up to a nice locked 5, pulls up for a beautiful tight 5, great footwork out of that nose ride, great trim speed in the middle of the board, back up for a second 5, keeping that control again for a much more critical nose ride. That was her strongest nose ride, everything in trim until that moment where she broke the trim into a nice cutback, comes off the middle of the wave, gets a second cutback, using the footwork and flow in and out of those nose rides, and just finishing in style here as this wave just loses a little bit of size as she gets one opportunity for another roll of the foot over the tip until she just gracefully steps off, Kaipo, and she has got her campaign underway in style. I liked what I saw there. That was strong from Mason. Rachel was sitting deeper as well, but she didn't want that wave, so good effort from Mason to swing quick and catch that.
Mason, our number 8 seed. You can see the year with Mason Schremer, 9th place in Huntington Beach at event number 1. Then quarterfinal finish at both Bells and El Salvador. That El Salvador quarterfinal finish is what secured Mason a top 8 position and earned her way into this championship and a potential world title. Mason, Sam, last year here at Malibu was a semi-finalist, so she knows how to surf. She's already had some success here.
Yeah, she lost out to the eventual world title winner, the event winner, Soleil Erico, last year here in 2022. So like you say, Kaipo, she's familiar with Malibu. She knows how to compete here. She's a fantastic ambassador for longboarding and surfing. Her sister's becoming a fantastic young golfer. That's really exciting for the family. But what we see from Mason is somebody, she's very humble, she's very grounded. She's also studying at university, but when she surfs, she lets her surfing do the talking. She's never too hustly in the ocean. She kind of gets good sets, but doesn't put too much pressure on the lineup. But when she's up and riding, you can't help but turn and watch, because this woman performs with so much flow between everything. And that's what I really love about her surfing.
Judges deemed it a 6.17, so that is a decent start for Schremer. And now, quick to get a backup score. Reminder to viewers, the top 2 waves are what makes a surfer's scoreline. So here's the backup for Schremer. Again, cross-stepping up to the nose, trim line 5. No problem there. One more time. Continues that trim line, high line, adjusts her line here, stalls the board to get back to the nose one more time, touches the 5, and a nicely poised Mason Schremer on her backup score right now. She's going to put herself in a real lead situation at this 29-minute mark.
Wow, Kaipo, what a great start for Mason. Like you said, what a strong backup, and it was kind of pretty close in quality to that opening wave. I love the second nose ride I saw in the pocket. She has her hands out there, nice and relaxed. Very interesting. She just got herself just a little bit more inside, where these Chloe and Rachel being patient, waiting for a strong set. Mason found that first one and then was just a few yards inside to turn and take what is going to be a great backup wave. She gets that line straight in there with 6 steps into the 5. I love the way she held the footwork there and then got in the pocket, and you can just see that second setup right there in the pocket again, walking back and putting that board on rail earlier than that first wave that dropped to the 617. So the judges will have an opportunity to compare this to that opening ride. Wave gets a little bit foamy there, and I really like the drive out of that cutback and just delicately coming off the bottom of the wave. Small wave surfing here, but surfing with beautiful flow and finesse and control. And this is going to be pretty close to that opening 617, I believe, Kaipo.
I think it was a great job for Mason. Under the radar, snuck that second wave right up from underneath Rachel Tilley and Chloe Kalman, and she's going to put pressure on her competitors right now when the second number drops. And taking advantage, really, Mason, and not waiting around. And I think that's going to be a key to success today. Of course, 27 minutes on the clock, still lots of time, but I like Mason's strategy.
Yeah, what a great start. So she's riding the Thomas Beckson boards. We've got Rachel Tilley riding the Josh Martin board. She's got a spruce wood stringer in that board. She's got those curved stringers where Josh would have cut that foam out and glued it back in. So that spruce wood will give that board a lot of flex. It's a US foam blank, so one of the big kind of blank providers in the world at the moment. And then we've got Chloe Kalman riding the new advanced surfboard shaped by father and son duo, as we really see the positioning there of Mason just sitting out on the side, Kaipo, knowing she's got 2 decent scores.
Yeah, there it is. That's Thomas Beckson right there. That is the craftsman who is the shaper for Mason Schremer. He's down here in support. The shaper out of Noosa Heads, Australia. He's also opened up a branch of his brand of boards here in the U.S. just this summer. He brought a bunch of boards over, and now those Thomas boards are available in the USA.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see how this weekend of these surfers being the first heat each day, having to be ready on Saturday, ready on Sunday, and now ready to hit the ground running on Monday. It's going to be interesting to see who that favors, and at the moment Mason has just had such a smooth start. She's looked unflustered, she's looked in control, and the waves that she's ridden them near perfectly. Faultless display of longboarding.
Look at the numbers coming through. Don't call it a backup, call it a lead score for Mason Schremer. She is on her way to better her initial ride. And so far, we got 2 more judges to clock in, but I'm going to do the quick math. She's going to improve upon that original ride. A 6.83 checks in for Mason Schremer. Strong position now with a 13.2 wave total. No waves being ridden so far from Chloe Kalman or Rachel Tilley.
And for me, that 6.83 came out higher than the 6.17 because she had 2 nose rides that were more critical early in the wave. The wave had a bit more speed, and she also had 2 very dynamic turns, even a 3rd rail turn. So, like you said, there wasn't as much variety on that opening 6.17, but what we saw on the 6.83 was more variety, using all of the wave and more of the board, and variety is so important today. It's going to be small Malibu, so you've got to take risks by bringing variety into the game.
Yeah, Schremer, you could see the hydrodynamics of her trim line on that wave number 2, where there was a lot more flow. When we talk about flow, speaking of flow, let's just flow right into the beach. AJ McCord, what do you have for us?
Kaipo, I'm down here on the beach just in front of the athlete area, and the vibes are just anticipatory. They are so ready, these athletes are, to get this Longboard Championships underway. As you know, we've been down at the beach very early the last few mornings, hoping that we could get things underway, and now that they finally are, these athletes just look poised. They look like they've prepared for this moment. Take a look behind me. You can see Taylor Jensen up there looking at the waves, checking things out. Multiple-time longboard champ, so some experts in the house, and they are dialing in their strategy, seeing this first match in the water to figure out what they want to do when they hit the waves to try and get themselves a world title.
Yeah, Taylor Jensen, he wants a 4th world title. He can earn it today. Here we go. Rachel Tilley. This is her opening ride, the surfer from San Clemente, California, 2015 World Longboard Champ. Nice nose right there. Now mid-section of the board, getting some pumps in, and unfortunate that wave did close out, Sam.
Yeah, super unlucky there. So she committed to a nice early 10. Everything looked set up and poised. There was a lot of acceleration as she came back into the trim spot off the nose. Because you have to remember, Kaipo, that the nose ride is a stalling maneuver. So if you use the nose ride effectively, you'll stay in the pocket. But sometimes at Malibu, those waves will accelerate, and you just got to choose that perfect time to get back to the middle where you've got that quicker trim speed.
Yeah, and you can see that she got into the middle of her board and tried to pump rail to rail to get in front of that section, but the section peeled off way too quick. Big Ben Skinner out of the UK. We're going to see him later when we switch over to the men's competition. He's preparing, Sam.
Yeah, and he was the latest surfer to arrive, a big commitment he has at home with his family, young Lucas Skinner, Lila Skinner, 2 of the most talented up-and-coming shortboarders out of Europe at the moment. Of course, his son, Lucas, won the World Grom Search Finals at Bells Beach earlier this year. And Ben Skinner is a surfboard manufacturer. He has a big business at home in Newquay in Cornwall, and he has those additional responsibilities. So he came in just in time, but he's been looking great in the free surfs, but looking great on this takeoff. She gets 6 steps into a 5. I like this 10. Beautiful hold of the 10. Stays on the 5 and now recognizes the need to accelerate, and just very unlucky that ran away from her, because she did everything right on that opening line, but it was just one of those Malibu waves that just didn't allow her to stay with that bowl and speed up through to the next section.
Yeah, a lot of times it's just the ever so slight difference in the aspect of the swell here at first point. If it hits it right, it's a machine-like wave. It's a perfect wave that peels in a uniform fashion, but just a little bit of a difference in the aspect of the swell equals that closeout section right there, and it makes a wave a little bit more sectiony. So far, Mason Schremer has shown the best wave selection this morning.
Yeah, she has, and you know, when we're looking at these tight angles, sometimes you have to really appreciate the difference in takeoff opportunities, as we can see from this wide now. So some of those better sets might have more scoring potential wider. Some of those smaller ones you want to take off deeper. But this is where that relationship with someone who's got strong local knowledge is absolutely key. Someone like Rachel, she's got her own experience competing here. Chloe is working with Carla, who's a local Malibu legend, and she's going to be giving Chloe a lot of depth and insight to Malibu. And then Mason, for me, is just coming in just pure and clean, open-minded, instinctive, very present. And so far, that's played into her favor. She's just rocked up, got waves, and a 6.17 and a 6.83. What a fantastic start.
Yeah, sometimes the best plan, it seems counterintuitive, is to have no plan and just be reactive to whatever the ocean offers you. Mason Schremer right now, 20 minutes on the clock. She's in the lead. Chloe Kalman with priority. We'll see what Chloe's going to have on her opening ride right after this message.
The original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships presented by Tractor Beverage Company are brought to you by Pacifico, Live Life Anchors Up, by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages, and by Original Sprout, the official personal care product of WSL North America.
Welcome back. Match number one out in the water for the women. And we have Mason Schremer. She's out there in the black jersey. She is in the lead with a 13.2 wave total. Rachel Tilley, our 2015 world champ, on the white jersey. She's got a 2.67 in her scoreline. And the Brazilian surfer in the purple jersey, Chloe Kalman, is holding on to priority. She has first choice of any wave coming through. You can see Chloe getting those arms going right now, Sam, because it is a bit more chilly today. I think the weather's dropped about 10 degrees from the previous days.
Yeah, it's a big change, and a lot of surfers would have been riding with the short-armed, long-legged, or the short-legged, long-armed. Most surfers today you'll see in the full coverage, all over 2 mil, or maybe a 3.2 mil. And Chloe's really needs some luck now, because 17 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. She has just been surfing so incredibly well in the free surfs all week. She's been beautifully documented by photographer Dominic Stone, getting some fantastic shots. But look at this wide one for Rachel. This could be a good opportunity, Kaipo.
Rachel Tilley identifies it. She broke away from the pack, moved more down the point. Wide sweep pulls in, gets right to the nose from the start here. One more nose ride, and a nice, beautiful, tight 10 there for Tilley. Some style coming through this section. And a great redirect there, stalls the board, walks back up to the nose, a 5 to 10 inside section, does not get away from Tilley. This is much better effort and a power turn right on the sand for Rachel Tilley.
Wow, that was great from Rachel. And Chloe, looked like she had a really nice set wave behind as well, Copes.
Yeah, we're catching up to the tail end of Chloe Kalman, but here we go with Mason Schremer, our heat leader. And Schremer kicks out quickly on that Thomas surfboard. She'll make her way back out. All three surfers on the paddle back out. First one back to the peak is going to get priority. And Mason Schremer, smart surfing there. Kicked out early, and you can see that she wants to get out to the peak quickly and establish that priority. It's a bit of a paddle battle.
Yeah, and all three of these women, they are extremely quick paddlers, and neither one of them would ever turn down the opportunity for a paddle battle. I've seen it over the years. You know, these are three of the quickest paddlers out there.
Yeah, you can see the acceleration, and I saw like a bit of a boost for Chloe Kalman. Looks like she was getting pulling in Mason Schremer just a little bit, but Schremer out in front, and Schremer is likely going to establish first priority. She's way up the point, and there she is looking back, making sure, and keeping just an eye of where her fellow competitors are.
So this is going to be really important, Kaipo, now for Chloe and Rachel, because Chloe needs to be carrying a score, and Rachel, she wants to be replacing that 2.67. So is her wave going to rival one of Mason's high waves? And Chloe had the pickings of the set, so you would expect that her pocket work would be really strong. Rachel, on her slightly wider wave, great fade in, 6 steps up to a 5.10, gets a second nose ride and a second 10. So already 2 really strong nose rides. I love the soul arch there. In the pocket, walks back and a nice rail work there into a cutback downturn, and then using the bottom of the wave to rise back up into footwork, into a third hang 10, and then getting another slicing cutback and landing on the sand. So very strong score for Rachel, and referencing Mason's wave, you think it could be in that ballpark. But let's look at this from Chloe into a critical backside 10. Really nice opening 10, gets a second long 10, holding it through a steep section. Degree of difficulty very high in both of those nose rides. Not an opportunity though to change direction and put that board on rail. So she took a lot of risk on those nose rides, but didn't get the opportunity for variety. Mason, probably from her body language, she might have been thinking it wasn't going to go into a top 2, but this is a great start with a long streaking soul arch 5, walks back out of that opening 5, beautiful rail work there, but already I felt like she knew that wasn't going in the top 2, and it was more important for her to get the edge on the paddle battle, which she has done. So she's sitting in a strong position. I think Rachel's score's going to be pretty strong. Chloe really now has got a 14-minute match on her hands. She really needs to have a lot of luck. And whether she's going to sit wide to wait for a wider one, or whether she's going to get close and deep with Mason, it remains to be seen. Yeah,
Mason with heat control right now. Mason with the lead. Mason with priority. So Mason does really have control over the overall tempo of this heat at the 13-minute mark. And to your point, Chloe Kalman, who I would have said would be the favorite coming into this heat, coming into this match number 1, is really, you know, kind of behind it at the moment, which is surprising to me, because in the free surfs leading up to this, Chloe's been a standout.
And she's had a great season. She got 5th in Huntington, losing to 3-time Women's World Longboard Champion Honolulu Bloomfield. She got a 3rd in Bells, losing to Alice Lemoine, who moved into the final to lose to Soleil Erico. And then Chloe got a 5th in El Salvador, losing to the event winner, Sophia Colhane. So it's been a great season for Chloe, but not only this season, you know, the local from Macumba Beach, Rio de Janeiro, with a big, beautiful Brazilian family of surfers behind her. Her father, Miguel, a great longboarder. She's 3 times been second on the World Longboard Tour. She's been a multiple duct tape winner. She's been a multiple Pan American Games champion. She won her first Brazilian title aged just 14. So the 28-year-old just coming into a beautiful period in her surfing career where she surfs with so much style and samba flow that she remains one of the most popular kind of longboarders, with the biggest social media following pretty much of the whole women's longboard community. Yeah,
and when we look at the top 8 in this championship for the women, Chloe Kalman at 28 years old is actually the oldest out of the women in the field. So what that illustrates to me, Sam, is that we have a very young field of women competitors in this longboard championships.
Yeah, with Sophia Colhane, she's just 17. She would be the youngest 17-year-old women's world longboard champion if she takes the win here today. Soleil Eriko and Rachel Tilley also won world titles at 17, but they were a slightly older 17. We do have a very young field in the women. Kelly's is just 18. The men's different. We have a more of a broad mix. We have like some old salt, some wisdom in there, you know, and I like that. You know, I think that embodies the alchemy of the longboard community, that it's very common in longboard scenes to have a big bridge between the young Groms and the old salts. And that's what longboarding is unique for. It's that kind of shared space where we celebrate the wisdom, we want to reinforce and reinvent the heritage, but we thrive when our kids come through with talent and nose riding skills and beautiful rail work. And this new generation of female longboarders, what they've been demonstrating this year in Bells Beach, in El Salvador, in Huntington, is a flowing approach to longboarding that really uses all of the board, and it's that continuous movement that I really enjoy from them.
Yeah, and you mentioned the men and some of the veterans. We're going to see Kai Salas, he's our number 2 seed. He's 42 years old. Taylor Jensen, 39 years old. Big Ben Skinner from the UK, 38 years old. So to illustrate your point, we do have some veterans when we switch gears into the men's matchups. But right now, match number 1 in the morning, Mason Schremer, the youngster, just 23 years old. Mason in lead. Second score for Rachel Tilley, however, has really helped her out. Highest single wave score. Tilley checks in with a 7.27. She needs a 5.73 to take the lead, and she's got 10 minutes, 20 seconds to find that score. Remember, only the winner of these 3 surfer heats move on into match number 2.
That's a great score for Rachel. One judge giving that an 8. The lowest of a 6.8, that average coming in at, like you said, Kaipo, the 7.27. She got that wide out of priority. But what I feel about that, why it went, you know, so much higher than Mason's, you know, mid-range and high 6, is because those 2 rail turns that she had in there were extremely dynamic, but she did have great speed and control on the nose ride. So if we get to really study this, Kaipo, she sets herself up with a fade, keeps that high line, uses those steps into a quick 10, and here she gets a second critical nose ride in the pocket. There's the 10, walks out. But what I really love are these turns here. There's the sole arch, and then walks out, and then puts that board beautifully on rail with control, but a big commitment as well, going into a third hang 10, and then she got this second rail turn here where she really put a lot into that. You could see that she really got that board on rail, and there was hardly any water left. So she maximized every moment on that ride.
Yeah, and you know what? Rachel Tilley, you know, just 25 years old, but I consider her a veteran competitor because she's been, you know, on the scene since a teenager, making a splash in the longboard world.
Yeah, won that world title in 2015 at Rio 1 on the left-handers in Hainan, China. Just age 17, the youngest world champion, and that was a fantastic start for her career. And then she spent some time in Australia studying a bachelor's degree in sports management at Bond University. And I was talking about this with you, Kaipo, a couple of days ago. What's so great about Rachel is she's got great experience now working within the surf industry. So she's still going for world titles, but she's also got this broader context, and it's people like her that can such a healthy asset to the surf industry, the surf community and surf business, because they see both sides of it. They've got that competitive experience as well as that knowledge and training.
North Carolina, stand up. Tony Silvani coming in at our number 8 seed. He's going to be in match number 1 for the men. J.R. Esquivel and Edward Del Perro will be joining him. There's Esquivel, the pride of the Philippines, and his whole crew have been here in numbers supporting JR in upcoming to this event.
Yeah, and you can see the difference in outfits today, Kaipo. It's a cooler day, you know, sweaters are being worn, jumpers, pants, coats, hoodies, beanies. It's a different atmosphere, but it's down to these surfers to thrive because they've had to keep their you know, their whole kind of psychological act on ice for the whole weekend, and this is the moment where they got to shine. A lot of pressure on them, and also with these slower conditions, a lot of strategy about positioning, and we've seen Rachel on that wider one then. She was not in priority, but she got the biggest score of the match so far.
Let's go down to the beach. AJ McCord, what do you got?
Kaipo, we just saw the men run out for the first match. J.R. Esquivel, one of the ones who really stormed onto the scene this year for the Longboard Tour, starting in Huntington Beach. His support crowd was amazing, and here in Malibu, it's showing up just the same. Now, a little early here on this Monday morning, but you can already see his squad is rolling deep and ready to root him on. Also in that first men's match is Tony Silvani. Tony actually suffering a bit of an injury yesterday during a free surf on his left foot, the fourth toe. He ripped his nail off while he was out on a free surf. And so I talked with him this morning. He said it's not affecting the way that he is surfing. He's not going to tape it or anything. He wants to be loose. He wants to be free. And so he's ready to go. Him also getting ready for this first match on the men's side.
Yeah, thank you, AJ. Yeah, we see a vision of Tony here. Actually lost the toenail and had to, you know, he stubbed his toe, had to do a self-operation, removing that toenail. He said, like AJ said, he's going to play through the pain, and he says it's not bothering him at all. He had to surf after he stubbed his toe, and he said it's fine.
So 6 minutes, Kaipo. So much pressure now on Chloe. Nobody's comboed here, so she needs that excellent score. She's going to have an opportunity here, Kaipo, to go for it.
Kalman on the backhand, cross steps to the nose, tight 10 there. Beautiful trim line once more, graceful as ever, and just stays on that 5 through that section. Little redirection there, stalling the board, cross steps one more time, up to the nose, another 5 to 10, switches the stance on the inside. Some great footwork, some great flow for Chloe Kalman. Taps the nose one more time, kicks out right on the beach.
Wow, Kipes, I like that a lot. I love the switch stance and the footwork through the switch stance. Both of those nose rides as well, very critical. She really needed that opportunity. She wasn't in priority, so great movement from Chloe to get that, but she's gonna need another wave.
Yes, at the moment she needs an excellent score. Kalman, she needs an 8.83. Here we go, heat leader Mason Schremer with priority, uses that priority here, stalls the takeoff, a little bit of a fade to get into that trim line. 5 to 10, back to 5. Gets through this section and has to beat the whitewater. That Thomas Bexton surfboard just gliding through, a lot of projection there. Nice redirect, showing some variety. And right to the shore for Mason Schremer, looking to improve upon a 6.17 to increase her lead over the rest of the pack.
Wow, that was good. Nice clean kick out at the end. Great rail work, those cutbacks. Love the fade in. You could see the impact of having that wide point back, the kind of slightly hippier outline, the swing and the turning radius demonstrated. That was really strong. Chloe's nose riding, incredible. Uses the drop knee setup into the nose ride. Really nice 10 there. You can see all 10 tootsies rolled over the tip, back in for another 5 there. You could just see how much of the foot is over the nose, right in the pocket there, really under the curtain. And then this cross step switch stance after this third nose ride was absolutely incredible and done with so much control, milking this right through to the inside. So the nose riding on that wave alone was absolutely incredible. In contrast here, we didn't see as critical 10s, but we saw a quick 10 from Mason. But I really like the rail work demonstrated here from Mason. In the trim spot there, accelerating, walking back for the cutback, and I like the way she comes back off the bottom of the wave after that down carve and then stays nice and controlled. And what's really nice here is she has the opportunity to walk and kick out cleanly there. So Mason looking to drop a score. It could possibly do that, but it's down to the last few minutes. So much pressure on Rachel and Chloe at the moment to chase the scores that they'll need, Kaipo.
Yeah, and judges definitely taking a look at some replays right now. There is a replay up in the judges' tower, so they can take a look at all the rides multiple times before assigning a number to it. And we got a set coming through here, lines on the horizon. Rachel Tilley does have priority. She's in the white jersey, and it's going to be decision time for Rachel Tilley. Again, at the moment, Rachel needs a 5.73 to take the lead.
And it might be that the surfers don't find out what score they need in time, so they just got to go for everything on this last set.
Yeah, there's times that you have to just, well, each of these surfers, Sam, they have an idea in their head of the score that they got. Right about, it is in competition surfing, all these surfers have surfed so many heats. They know what a 6 feels like as opposed to a 4, as opposed to an 8. scores in for Chloe Coleman, a 6.23. So Chloe has improved upon her scoreline. She needs a 6.78 to take the lead. There's the spread from the judges.
And she'll like that. You know, that's based on the degree of difficulty of those nose rides. And I think they also factored in that switch stance, cross step, walk out of the nose ride. So if she can get something that allows her some rail work as well, we know Chloe can get the score that she needs.
Interesting play here. Mason Schrimmer has to yield to Rachel Tilley. Rachel with priority and Rachel on the nose. Beautiful 10 there for Tilley. Has to get through this section. Sets that board on a rail and unable to find the open face, and that is going to hamper the score for Rachel Tilley. Again, she needs a 5.73. Doing everything she can right now in the whitewater. Did she do enough, Sam?
Well, she took a lot of risk going for that 10. You know, the hang tank is a stalling maneuver, and you've got to do it at the moment where you know that you're not going to stall too much to continue to have the scoring potential on the rest of the ride. So I like the fact that she knew she had to go big on that nose ride. But whether that wave just wasn't going to cooperate or whether it was too much of a risk, we'll have to wait to see the score.
And Rachel's going to need a bigger number because last score for Mason Schremer, a 6.9. So now Tilley actually on that last wave needs a 6.46. Waiting for the score, and it is not going to be enough. A 3.27 drops from Rachel Tilley. She's still searching for a 6.46. There she is on the paddle back out, and she's got under a minute.
Wow, guys, this is so much. You know, these women have invested so much time and energy into this season. This is such a huge moment for Chloe, wanting that score, knowing that with priority she can get it. Mason in the lead there already. If nothing changes, she's booked herself in that second title match with Honolulu Bloomfield and Alice Lemoine. So, I mean, I can't express how much brilliant surfing all three of these women have delivered for us this season.
What a great start for the day. This match number one has had a lot of drama, has had some great surfing in it. We're down to 20 seconds. Shrug of the shoulders there for Rachel Tilley. And that is the body language is telling you the story.
Yeah, like I said, Kuiper, the investment that they've all put in, not only to being here at Malibu, but the whole season and all of the travel, all of the surfing, all of them going for world titles.
All right, well, horn has sounded. It is official. Mason Schremer, 13.73. That's enough to earn her a spot in match number 2 for the women. Rachel Tilley, Chloe Coleman eliminated from competition. Thomas Bexton, Mason's shaper, he's happy about this morning's result. And Mason's going to come in and prepare for that match number 2. Let's take a look at our brackets, and here's the advancement, the setup for match number 2, Sam.
Wow, that's going to be a fantastic battle between 3 incredible regular footers. That's, you know, Mason on a roll though. Is that going to be an advantage for her, having connected now with this tempo of these waves here at Malibu?
Yeah, well, get ready, because match number 1 for the men is going to be happening right after this break. We'll bring in Chris Cote to join you, Sam. We'll be right back. More from Malibu.
it's a miracle, and it's a goal that, you know, I've always dreamed since I was a little kid. You know, and I remember this moment looking up to my dad. I was like, Dad, I want to be a professional surfer. I want to be a world champion. I was like 6, 7 years old, I don't know. And then he was like, man, it's a long run, but we're gonna make it happen.
Fitting that we have coming attractions as we are in the shadow of Hollywood. That's coming up on WorldSurfLeague.com, and we are back here on Surfrider Beach. The original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championship rolls on, and there is a potential world champion right there. Mason Schremer coming in triumphant after the first heat of the day. Chris Cote here with Sam Bleakley, and it's been a wild ride to get to where we are, but all things are pointing to one of the most famous waves on the planet. Malibu is doing its thing, razor sharp lines here at First Point, and a great match hits the water right now. I'd say this is probably the scrappiest of all the matches we have of the day, because all 3 of these surfers want it more than anything. Edward Del Perro, Virgilio Junior Esquivel, and Tony Silvani. Sam, this is an epic way to start the men's bracket.
Yeah, JR, our lone goofy footer in the men's draw. Edward and Tony have both got a great track record here at Malibu, and they will be hungry for a world title. So like you said, this is going to be a battle of the Titans.
Well, we've got one winner of the day standing by, but we're going to keep our eyes on the ocean. Nothing coming in right now, so that gives us a chance to go down to AJ McCord on the glass with Mason Schremer.
Mason Schremer, a woman on a mission out here in Malibu this morning. Mason, you came out aggressively in this first match. 2 waves caught before anybody else had caught one. How did that affect the way that you wanted to attack this heat?
Yeah, getting 2 off the start really made me kind of relax a little bit, just because getting 2 decent scores under your belt always is a good thing. And it kind of just you've got 2 good scores and you can kind of let go a little bit and send it a little bit more. So that was kind of the idea, I guess.
And send it you did, because then later in the heat, you got your best score of the heat. So with this first match underneath your belt, just how much confidence does it give you moving forward?
Yeah, it gives me a lot of confidence just knowing that the waves are out there and you can get the scores. Just gotta be smart and just keep going. So
you've got about 30 minutes now before you have your next match. What do you do to get ready?
Probably just have some water, maybe listen to some music, put some more wax on, and yeah, that's it. Just get ready.
There you go. We'll see you back out there. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mason Schremer comes through match number 1. And during the interview, we started to see some magical happenings out here at Malibu U. This is Edward Del Perro. I would say Edward, right now on the wave of the morning so far. He's ridden this thing from well outside of First Point, did everything to score as many points as that wave had potentially on it. You know, I would call him one of the feistiest competitors. Even though he's low-key, you can just feel his intent when he hits the lineup.
And what Edward does so well, Chris, is his wave selection is absolutely incredible. He very regularly is on the biggest set of a heat, and he normally has a strong start. So he's just got this natural intrinsic read of oceans around the world, but also this ability to really tune into local spots. This was Tony's first wave, 6 into the nose, got that 10, got that second 10. He is sporting a toe injury. He cut his toe yesterday, so whether that affected his read of that second nose ride remains to be seen. But look at this risk on that opening car from Edward Del Perro. It's a fast wave, but he rides it low in the stance there and gets to the bottom of the wave and just stays in trim on the midsection of his board and puts that into a sweeping drop knee roundhouse cutback and gets himself in for a stretched 5, a second tight nose ride there into a tighter 5, little quick 10 soul arches, and he covered a lot of ground there. So that was one of the biggest waves we've seen this morning, and his read of it was just right, because you could really see from the get-go that was a hard wave to stay in the pocket, and he took a lot of risk on his first opening turn. So the judges will recognize the degree of difficulty and the variety, and now he's just going to feel really relaxed because he's going to be carrying a strong score, and he can be super selective for the rest.
Absolutely. Chris Cote, Sam Bleakley. If you Google why is Malibu a perfect wave for longboarding, that last wave from Edward will no doubt show up. You saw the clean line all the way from outside, a nice little hot pocket to hold the tail in, or to give them that push to get out and do a big turn on the open face. Condensed on the face. We're looking at waist, chest high on the sets. But in your estimation, you've been longboarding for a long time now. When you see that last wave, how excited do you get as a surfer to potentially mind surf that wave and put yourself out in the water?
I get beyond excited, off the Richter scale, seismic. And Malibu is such a great place to test and explore different surfboard designs. Of course, the single fin famously works so well here because it allows that opportunity to stay longer on the nose. The use of the footwork is absolutely key to keep up with the pace of the wave, to kind of put your body weight in the fastest trimming spot on the ride, and then the surfers will walk in and out of nose rides and rail turns, and commitment to the rail turn is what we're really going to notice today for perhaps some of the scores that go into the excellent range. A lot of these surfers are great nose riders. They'll hang 10, they'll hang 5, but those surfers that can also use the rail to walk in and out of those nose rides and go higher degree of difficulty on those high risk rail turns, they will be the surfers that will go up into the 8s, and hopefully we're going to get a perfect 10-point ride today.
Yeah, and I'm reticent to say it, but I feel like we're going to see a lot of waves ridden in this particular match. You got Tony Silvani, North Carolina's finest on the log. This is a guy that every time he surfs, he's frothing like a grommet. He wants to catch every wave that comes his way. And then you have Edward, which the way he surfs these heats, I feel like he's kind of that almost prototypical Key West style grinder, of course, with flow, with style, grace on his longboard. And then you've got JR. You know, he is, to me, the ultimate wild card. We've seen him pull rabbits out of his hat on many occasions to get him to where he is today on this global stage. You know, we haven't seen him ride a wave yet. We've seen him have a couple paddles, but, you know, for the Philippines to be represented by JR, this is a big moment, you know, in the sport for that country. You go back, you think of names like Manny Pacquiao, Hayden Diaz, Olympic gold medalist, Asia's first chess grandmaster, Eugene Torres. So put Rogelio Jr. Esquivel on that list of athletes that's helping keep and put Philippines on the map.
And the winner of this will surf against Declan White and Ben Skinner. You know, that's a big one to roll into. Of course, Taylor Jensen, Kai Salas, Connie Ellis-Stewarts, they've been the standouts of the season. They will be sitting there keeping cool, waiting for those surfer-on-surfer matchups.
Yeah, and so we just saw Mason Schremer, right? This is the explanation of how this all works. Mason Schremer, who was in match 1 for the women, she got the win there. That means she is now going to be filling that spot in match 2. So for the surfers here in these early matches, of course, they've got a mountain to climb ahead of them. I don't think fatigue is necessarily going to come into play physically. It's more going to be a mental fatigue. How do you try to live up to what you have to do? We've never seen it before. You know, we saw it on the championship tour with Stephanie Gilmore go from last to first. Is it possible here at the Longboarding World Championships?
I think it certainly is possible, and we learned a lot from that first heat with Mason. It's patience versus being busy, and Mason opted for the busy approach. She got 2 waves quite quickly. There were 2 strong scores. Rachel actually was sitting deepest for that first wave that came through and decided not to take it. So she'd obviously opted for the patient game, thinking there will be a higher quality set that will allow me a bigger score. But once the pressure was taken off from Mason, then she replaced those earlier scores. As we can see, the Philippines fan base on the sand supporting JR, who's sporting, Chris, a new board from Michael Takayama. So throughout this season, we've seen him on the Kai Salas Longboard Company Tsunami model, a really great 9.4. We've seen him looking fantastic on some Ian Zamora boards. Of course, Carla, Ian's partner, has been coaching Chloe. And we've seen him also looking really good on Thomas Bexon boards, but opting for the fresh custom Michael Takayama, and he's been looking great in the free surfs.
You know, and picking picking the right board for the right situation, of course, is a huge part of what makes surfing so much fun. Obviously, these are some of the world's best longboarders, so I would say the majority of their time is spent on a log, regardless of the waves. But in terms of the boards they're riding, so for a short boarder, you know, if you have a couple different boards in your quiver, you might think, well, this would be a great day to ride my fish, my mid-length. Do professional longboarders, does their equipment vary? Are you going to be riding a wider board in smaller waves, something longer? Do they switch up their equipment when the waves are at this size as opposed to if it was head high or a foot overhead?
All of these surfers will have a quiver with them here, and they would have been aware of the forecast, so they would have had a good idea from not only the free surfs leading up to today, but also the forecast that they saw that it was going to be smaller Malibu. So in light of smaller Malibu, they're looking for perhaps their flatter, wider boards that allow that quick trim speed, but at the same time, all of these surfers are performing longboarders who want to tick the boxes. They want to have variety using all of the board and all of the wave. So you've got Edward riding his Alan Minvel boards, Minvel in Anglet in the Basque Country. Edward runs a surf school with his brother Antoine in Côte de Basque in Biarritz. So he's using a board built in southwest France. He's got a new model out with Torque. And then we've got other boards under the other surfers. And, you know, right now, it looks like Edwards kicked off with the best start.
Yeah, 6.67 to start for Eduardo Del Perro, 26:30 to go. The beach is starting to fill up. It's a Monday morning, but it's already cracking down here at Malibu. We've got AJ McCord on the sand.
Chris, I am here with the star of the show. This is Ocean. He's 6.5 years old, all the way in from the Philippines to root on JR in the surf. How much fun do you have watching him surf?
So much fun, actually, and I'm happy to see him in America surfing right now, and it's gonna be a great day.
It's already a great day. He's out there catching waves. How much fun is it for you to just be here with so many people rooting him on?
It's very good.
You're crushing it. So happy to see you down here. JR has one of the best support squads that we've seen on the longboard tour, Chris. Remember in Huntington Beach, that thing was packed. All of them rooting for JR, the crowd filling in here as well. Everybody taking a lot of pride in the way this young man's surfing.
I'm in. I mean, if I can be adopted into any camp, I'm going into JR's camp. They've been down here for the past 3 days, set up on the beach, barbecuing, cooking, playing music together. It really is a very special group of individuals, not just from the Philippines. They're coming from all over the world to support JR, and he's going to need that right now. No waves ridden yet. We saw him have 2 glances at a couple waves, but yet to activate. He's kind of just sitting there contemplating what's about to happen. And Sam, have you ever seen anything like this? A surfer from a rising surf nation burst onto the scene with the biggest fan base of the entire field.
Yeah, well, the Philippines diaspora is huge. You know, Filipinos and Filipinas are working all around the planet, particularly in Southern California, particularly in Los Angeles. So they are very proud of the success of JR. But he also comes from a rooted, strong surf community in La Union, in San Juan, in the western side of Luzon in the Philippines. Even his girlfriend is here, Reina from Manila. And the good thing about the area that he lives is that you know, the emerging middle class from Manila are able to kind of really float the surf tourism, the beach culture market in La Union where he lives. And there's also a lot of really nice right-handers there. So what we want to see from JR, of course, is an opportunity to show his surfing. Tony Silvani kicking off with that 2.67. That wave ran away from him, but Tony riding the Bird model built by Bill Stewart, of course, you know, being involved in the longboard community for many, many decades. Bill, a fantastic surfboard shaper. And Tony was incredible in El Salvador.
Same board he was riding in El Salvador, right?
Yeah, the Bird model, which is a really, really, really interesting new model that he's looking super strong at. It has a very deep V in the tail, and it has that wide tail, but it allows a lot of rail-to-rail surfing, and they're kind of like the kind of moon tail shape right there on the tail with the graphic of the bird that Bill Stewart uses. But what was exciting, as you remember, Chris, in El Salvador, was Tony was the last person to qualify. He had to get into the top 8. It depended on the results of Johnny Van Hohenstein, Johnny the Ripper, and Steven Sawyer down into those semi-finals on that final day. Their results allowed Tony to get that 8th seed, and boy was he stoked when he made it.
Yeah, you know, in my opinion, as a surf fan and somebody obviously who's right here connected to it, I think it's moments like that that make the finals day format really just that special. You don't get that on a standard tour, so to see those things happen is just magical. And here we go. Stand up, Philippines. JR is up and at it. Just a quick 5 cross-stepping. I mean, so light on his feet. There he goes. Really getting 10 over. Good little inside section to work with here for Rogelio Jr. JR Esquivel. That wave was a bit of a gift that kept on giving all the way through to the inside section, but out the back, we see Tony Silvani now. Nose ride, big carve. Board's looking nice under Tony's feet.
Yeah, there's a great exchange this. You know, looks like Tony's got the bigger wave, but I like the nose riding that we saw from JR, but Tony's still going strong.
Coming around this section right there, that kind of mid-section of this first point has been wreaking a little bit of havoc. Get around it, you're gonna have an inside reward. Tony all the way through. I mean, right to the sand. He could have been pulling muscles from a shell right there. He was basically on the rocks.
He put everything into that wave. Tony likes to have a very quick start, so that 2.67, he's gonna be now certainly getting a score way higher than that. The judges now have the opportunity to reference Edward Del Pero's opening 6.67. Tony's drop knee turns on that wave, they looked extremely strong. We saw some good nose riding. JR's wave looked a little bit smaller, did have some critical nose riding, but it didn't allow the projection and the speed and the arc off the rail. He sets himself with a nice drop knee there into 6 cross steps up to a quick 10, stays on the 5, keeps those heels on that inside rail, and then readjusts his line with a good down carve, back up for a high line, for a tight 5 into a 10, and walks out of that 10, and then gets high on the wave for another touch of the nose ride into a 5, back to the tail, again through to the inside for another tight critical 5, and then this wave just getting a bit smaller, but he gets one more touch of the nose ride. In contrast to Tony's wave that just looked a bit bigger. Fades in, straight in for a nice soul arch 10 in the pocket. Quick down carve, drop knee turn, 6 steps back up to the tip, into a 10, walks out of the 10, again uses the drop knee, and then just accelerates off the bottom of the wave and gets a quick touch of the 5, back to the middle of the board that allows that quicker trim speed, and a really nice drop knee turn, just as JR was paddling out, back into a nose ride 5 through the inside, and walks out of that nose ride into the kick out. So you're starting to feel like it's comparable with Edwards' wave. JR's wave you think is going to be lower than Tony's, but it comes in at a 5.17, and that would be for the nose riding. JR did do a lot of fantastic nose riding, Chris, on that last wave.
Yeah, it's interesting. In watching it live, it was a bit of a languid pace, like he was waiting for something to happen. But then when you saw the replay, you saw they had a little bit more intent than kind of a first suspected there. So a 5.17 for JR, that puts him right into this heat. Eduardo Del Pero with that 6.67. Silvani 2.67 for his opening wave that kind of closed out on him. So we're going to be waiting for a score for his second wave ridden. That'll most likely put him in the lead as he just needs a 4.01. Now we're inside of 20 minutes to go.
And you think compared to that Edwards 6.67 and JR's 5.17, it feels like Tony's going to get the strongest score of the heat so far, but the judges are really gonna look at so many elements: style, flow and grace, control, degree of difficulty, continuous flow, speed in and out of those maneuvers. But I think I really like what I saw from Tony.
We've got 18 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Priority is with the surfer in purple, Eduardo Del Pero. How will match 1 end up? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. We will be right back with more. We're live from Malibu. Stick around.
song is here, hear the yell, back to school, ring the bell, brand new shoes, walking blues, climb the fence, books and pens, I can tell that we are gonna be friends. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. Yes, I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
You know the ocean loves you. Please love it back. Thank you to the Surfrider Foundation for just helping to make sure that everybody knows with no ocean, there is no humanity. And that is not an overstatement. We need to do our best to take care of this precious resource. Surfrider.org is where you can sign the pledge today to become a friend of the ocean, like Eddie Vedder, like Sam Blakely.
Of course.
Just do us all a favor. Sign up, be a friend of the ocean.
Absolutely. And so evenly poised with these scores. A 6.67 for Edward's first wave, a 5.17 for JR's, and just getting the edge ever so slightly, a 6.73. But of course, Tony's got that backup wave of a 2.67. So this really keeps it very open. JR got the smallest of that exchange, but demonstrated his ability on in the front third of the board, walking in and out of those nose rides. I felt like Edward Del Pero's wave had a lot of excitement and flair and speed. He was very far up first point, and he covered a lot of ground. Tony's looked to be the biggest, best shaped wave. It had huge scoring potential, but the judges really analyzing both rides, and they come out so similar. Edward's very similar to Tony's.
His speed control, of course, paramount, no matter what board you're riding or what wave you're surfing. And for me, Tony really was able to harness the speed and use it at the right times. You saw one particular kind of cross step up to the nose where he really had a speed burst, and it almost like the board caught up with him as he was running up. And I think that's one of the reasons why. I mean, it's a slight margin, but the best wave of this heat, of this match so far, that's 6.73. And of course, it kind of all encompasses the judging criteria. They just want to see good, clean, smooth surfing. And if you're doing it at a fast freight train pace, that just adds to the risk that we're seeing out here today and the reward. Here we go, Edward Del Pero. This was the 6.67.
Yeah, and this was fast-paced. You know, he committed a lot to that first opening turn, and just here, that little moment there where he really had to do the right thing to stay with the wave. I love the drop knee roundhouse cut back there, and he comes off the bottom into those nice 4 steps for a hold of the 5, back in for another nose ride, streaking, speeding with Del Pero style, a little arch of the body there, and kicking out. So we had that strong start there, but this one came out slightly higher. A fade in, a full 10 soul arch from Silvani on his Bill Stewart Bird model. Back up for a second, quick 10 there, and walking out really cleanly. And it was the 3rd drop knee turn after this nose ride that was right in front of JR that for me was my favorite. Cut back, walks into it, and then sweeps it round and throws some spray. Couple of little cross steps back up for another quick touch of the 5 as he walks out and gets rewarded with the highest score of the heat so far, Chris.
Yeah, and you know, I'll more often than not agree with the judges. We have 5 expert panelists, international field, men and women, and you know, I think most surf fans, let's say just every surf fan, is partially a judge. But when you look at those 2 waves, it's a real great illustration of just the subtle things that not only makes judging such a difficult job, but also makes you really appreciate, you know, the skill level of our elite judging panel to decipher those 2 waves, which were, you know, same but different, really. I give them a lot of credit because, you know, that 0.10 difference could be the difference between a world championship.
Absolutely, you know, these surfers are just battling for that opportunity to get into match 2 against regular fliers Declan Whiten and Ben Skinner. All of these surfers have got a lot of experience competing against each other. But of course, it's been JR who's the new surfer on the scene. 27, you know, so he's got a lot of history behind him, a fantastic shortboarder, and has come into the longboard competitive scene with so much energy and flair. And there was a WSL regional qualifying event at his local spot at Mona Lisa Point in La Union in San Juan, and that win for him, he beat Japanese surfer Taka Inui in the final. And I was reading a nice little interview with him with a Philippines-made magazine called Hello Surf Town about how special it was for him to have that win in his hometown in front of all of his family and his friends, and how ambitious he was to qualify for the World Longboard Tour. And following a second win in Bali at the next regional qualifying event, he did earn himself a spot and had that fantastic performance there in Huntington, getting third, losing out to Connie Stewart, who went on to win. Bells, a little bit more disappointing. He got a 9th. He lost to Edward Del Pero in Bells. But then that 5th place finish in El Salvador solidified his opportunity to be here as number 7 seed, Chris.
Hello Surf Town is a great name for a surf magazine, by the way. Here's a look at your tide outlook for the day. Right now it is 8:40 a.m. local time here in Malibu, so we're just on the other side of that high tide. It's going to be going low till 1:24 this afternoon. High tide's going to start to push back up pretty quickly, so in the afternoon, potentially around finals time, we could have that little tide push. In your estimation, Sam, when you think of Malibu, what would you say the ideal tide would be? What if your local friends told you?
Well, you'll have different opinions, but a lot of the surfers like it just when the water is covering the point there, so it's not too high, but it's still pushing in. You know, some surfers like those kind of, you know, speedier sections you get on low tide. Personally, when it's busy and you're having the opportunity to free surf, around the high tides you get a lot of wider ones that can really break the crowd down, and we had the nice experience of snagging a few wider ones a few days ago when there was quite a lot of people out. We've had a very warm week of weather, so that's been a treat for all the full surfers to know that there's still an opportunity to have a few days in board shorts and a wetsuit top, but the temperatures dropped radically overnight, and all of these surfers now feeling the need to really stay warm between these matches, because if one of these surfers is going to go all the way to that title match with the number 1 seed, who is Connie Stewart, they've got to stay warm and keep their energy levels up, but they don't want to peak too early.
Yeah, and you know, there's a real iconic feeling when you see this visual. There's the Malibu Pier. There we see Elise Lemoyne getting ready for her next matchup. She'll be going up against Honolulu Bloomfield and Mason Schremer. And of course, Malibu being one of the most famous waves on the planet. Go way back and checked out the Encyclopedia of Surfing. Malibu U, featuring Ricky Nelson, and some of these, the words of the theme song are just so great. There's a school where the students all major in fun, studying the sun. It's called Malibu U. And judging by the last couple days, the Saturday and Sunday, the afternoons after the fog clear were just brilliant and beautiful, and you could really feel the true kind of Malibu lore in the air. You know, people up and down the beach, all types, you know, surfers, tourists, and everything. And it's just, you know, you could look at it today and it would be the same thing you'd see in 1974, 1950. I mean, it really is a classic American beach.
Yeah, not only is it the original perfect wave, but it's a social space. It's that all-inclusive atmosphere that you have in Malibu. It's that combination between being a first-timer and experiencing the lure and the culture and the quality of the wave, but also having that local territory, you know, the big names, the surfers who are able to dominate out here. And I think that social space is one of the big features of why Malibu has had such a powerful impact on the surf community globally. It is a meeting place. It is a place where people hang and talk and chew the fat and surf at the cutting edge.
Yeah, classic parking lot. I mean, I would say the most classic parking lot in all of surfing. You pull up, you see that wall. I mean, there's not a lot of walls in the world that you see and you can immediately identify where you're at.
I was thinking it could be a phone app. You could have it so you could look at all other breaks around the world and have the wall to frame it, because it's such a wonderful moment when you walk in and you get that view of First Point Malibu.
And there's science involved, apparently. I don't know if he's creating a techno track or if that's a swell forecast. I believe that would be buoy readings and whatnot. And I love that, you know, all the science and technology that you have, you can be very close to knowing exactly what's about to happen. But of course, Mother Nature always does her own thing.
Well, you could use those graphs to create your own techno track. It did look pretty musical with the shapes of that, didn't it, Chris?
You know, and I think this, speaking of music, this has to be the most name-checked surf break in the history of music. I was just listening to the whole song, Malibu, the other day. I forgot about that one. And then, of course, Beach Boys and all that good stuff. But Mason Schremer, she just said she's going to go and warm up a little bit, maybe dance around, play some tunes, hydrate to get ready. And she had a really nicely surfed opening heat. Got 2 scores right off the bat. Taking nothing away from her competition in match 1, but match 2 is absolutely stacked with some of the world's best. So big heat, big match coming up for Mason. And here we see Tony Silvani. That's that middle portion of first point that just has nip in at the toes of Tony Silvani. Out the back now, JR quicken up the nose, and there it happened again. So potentially a little bit out of position for that second wave, but for Tony, got around that inside section, made the most of that one.
Yeah, and you could see a great read there from Tony, but JR, he committed to a very critical 10 early on. When you watch the Marshall brothers surfing here, you'll notice that their first read of the start of the ride really sets the tempo. They know when they need to accelerate. What you saw from JR was a stalling maneuver. He went straight into a long 10, and that stall completely eliminated the opportunity to get through that section. But 6 steps into a 5, into a 10 from Tony Silvani. This is where he gets another second nose ride, stretches his foot back, gets low, just keeps his eye on the pocket there, and just walks back to the tail. A couple more cross steps to increase his trim speed closer to the nose, back into a nose ride. So he's not going to replace his 6-7-3, but if he can improve on that 2-6-7, that will help. Straight into a 10 from JR. Really nice opening nose ride, but just put so much into that opening nose ride that prevented the opportunity perhaps to take a low line and accelerate through that section, and then maybe do the nose riding further down the wall.
I mean, I think this is a faster wave than a lot of people kind of realize. You saw it on JR's last wave. That thing just spun off down the line. If you're not right in the perfect part of that pocket, it's going to blow right by you, which I think actually adds to the drop-in factor on a crowded day. People go, this guy's not making it, I'm going.
Yeah.
See that all day long.
Absolutely. Edward there, he's going to be sitting pretty relaxed though, because he's got that 6-6-7, so he's just waiting with priority. But you know, this again, I talked about this, Chris, in the first match. The energy that these surfers have put into the tour this year, you know, the pride to finish in the top 8, but the push for world titles. Neither of these surfers have won world titles. Actually, Tony Silvani has won an ISA World Longboard title back in Panama in 2011, but he's been going for the WSL title for a long time. He's been the North American regional champ on a number of occasions. But these surfers have invested so much energy, and it's only Taylor Jensen on the men's draw who is a former world champion. On the women's draw, you had 3 different women who have been world champions: Rachel Tilley, Soleil Erico, and Honolulu Bloomfield. Honolulu going for her 4th world title. Taylor Jensen also going for his 4th world title. None of these men have got that world title, so the pressure on them in these last 3 minutes is absolutely enormous, Chris.
Yeah, and when you get a 4th title, I mean, you're encroaching on GOAT territory right there, so we will see what happens next. Philippines team.
Nerves for the Philippines team.
They got to feel a little bit better. 5-1-7 for JR's best wave. He's trying to throw away a 2 and add to that scoreline. He's got 2 minutes, 40 seconds to go. He's in second priority. Tony Silvani now in the lead. His last wave of 4.5. And if you're beachcombing over the next couple days and you find a toenail, I apologize because that's going to be kind of a gross moment for you, but that toenail could have belonged to Tony Silvani. Left foot, 4th toe, gone. And while, you know, on paper you look at that and you go, big deal. It is a big deal when you're trying to win a longboarding world championship. I mean, if you've ever stubbed your toe even, or, you know, done something bad, you know how bad that hurts. You know how much you focus on that. So I give a lot of credit to Tony Silvani. I mean, Again, it doesn't sound like a huge deal, but trust us, it is.
And his partner Lena, who has been traveling with him this season, she's just recovering from a foot injury where she had the fin slice through her toes. So Tony, though, he's going to be benefiting from that adrenaline. When you do have a foot injury, when you pop up, the adrenaline takes over. And I think we've seen on his last two scores, the 6.73 and the 4.50, that it's not affecting his surfing as the surfers are sitting there tightly packed. JR had that opportunity on that last wave. If he had read it, he might have got a carrying score, but Edouard is just being super patient. Is there going to be a set in time, Chris?
I don't know. And that's why I love this.
It's
We
classic
never know.
Malibu.
A minute 12 to go. Match one at the moment going to Tony Silvani. And, you know, I wouldn't really consider any of these three surfers underdogs, but if you look at kind of the ratings, of course, the numbers tell the story that if one of these surfers can charge their way into that final match, that would be a huge underdog story. And, you know, like I said, we're in Hollywood. Things like that happen.
Yeah, and Edouard at 2.17, he got second on the World Longboard Tour. He was tied with Taylor Jensen. They had to have a surf off. Edouard has also been a 2019 Surf Relic champ when they had events at Malibu and Trestles. So he knows about these situations where you can be patient and sometimes you can be unlucky, but other times you can get something in those dying seconds. He looks busy, he looks hungry, he's having a look. Is there going to be something in time? It's pretty close to the wire, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, that's a unique element to a longboarding event, right? The ability to just stand up and see the sets. Will this give him anything? I mean, the good news is he's on a big board. He's going to paddle into it. He's looking for a 4.57. I mean, he's going to have to hope for a magical runner through to this inside section. Does get up on the nose, and this wave is just dying underneath his feet as he's trying to make it around this inside section, doing everything he can. And started strong with a 6.67. That's a tough way to finish. The wave just did not form up enough for him. And there you see a relieved, excited Tony Silvani. Congratulations to JR and Edouard, both surfers. An incredible season on the championship tour. But that's going to be the end of their run today.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to really celebrate the surfing they've done. JR has been fresh on the scene. You know, he's got a lot of great years in him. Unlucky there for Edouard, but congratulations, Tony. Now building momentum. His mum Barb on the beach to watch and cheer as well.
Well, and Edouard and Rogelio both have something to celebrate. They have qualified for next year's Longboard Championship Tour. Congrats to Tony Silvani moving through into match two. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back. We got world champions in the lineup. Don't go anywhere. It's the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships. Welcome back to the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships presented by Tractor Beverage Company. We are watching Honolulu Bloomfield. She got a second place finish, runner-up at the 2023 U.S. Open. Obviously, different type of waves than we're seeing today. She did it going mostly left, but just another stellar performance in a long line of incredible performances for Honolulu Bloomfield. One of the greatest longboarders to ever do it. Easy to say that. The numbers back that opinion up. And she's now in the lineup with Elise Lemoyne and Mason Schremer. Here's Mason up and riding now. Smaller wave, but it does have some push to it. She gets up to the nose there. Nice little runner through this inside section. 37:15 on the clock as Mason Schremer makes her way all the way to the inside. This wave perked up for her nicely. I am Chris Cote, and I am joined by Matt Chnosky, a.k.a. The Waxhead. Matt, as we end this wave from Mason Schremer, starting right where she left off in match one. That's what I love about finals day. These heats, these matches just go rapid fire. The freight train's rolling.
So stoked to be here and witness history. This format suiting longboarding really well, but Mason Schremer starting fresh, starting quick, really wanting to get rid of the nerves that she carried through the first three events throughout the year. She said she had earlier today on the beach, she just wants to start early and get some waves under her belt, and that she has, kicking off really well the first wave of the heat so far. Honolulu just at 1:33.
So 40-minute heats. Of course, same basic rules apply. Top two waves will get you through. And speaking of top two waves, Tony Silvani, a strong, steady performance in match one. He's on the glass with AJ McCord.
Strong and steady despite suffering a foot injury yesterday. So, Tony, I know you've been dealing with losing your toenail yesterday, but how did it affect your surfing today?
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, I was walking up to the contest area, and I knocked my toenail off, and yesterday I was like, you know, just go out free surf. Let's just have some fun. Let's enjoy Malibu. This place is definitely somewhere that I've surfed many, many times before. So I was really happy to get out there in my first heat, and I knew that it was going to be slow because it was at high tide, and I knew that there was a couple inside runners. Kind of messed up in the beginning on priority. When it was open priority, I took off on a really small wave. So luckily I chose the right wave on that second set.
Certainly seemed like you leaned into the experience you have out here in Malibu. Earlier this week, you were talking about just how excited you were to have made the cut for this shot at the World Longboarding Championship. And here you are moving on to the second match. How much confidence does that give you?
Yeah, it gives me a lot of confidence. Both the 8 seeds for the women's and the men's both made it through, and I had nothing to lose. There's not much stress on my shoulders because I'm already on the top 8, and you know, I want to just shine here and do well. I've had some great results here in my past, and you know, Malibu is an iconic break. Had some local knowledge on that first heat from a local surfer here nearby that gave me some insight, so thanks so much to that gentleman. And yeah, I'm just so happy my sponsors here, Stewart Surfboards, and my mom, and my friend Amy, and my girlfriend, and my buddy Bryce. There's been so many people that have been coming here to support me, along with all of Eric Linus and his entire family. So thanks so much for all that you guys do for me, and just ready for my next heat. I'm gonna try and warm up.
Yeah, keep the secrets close. You got another one coming up. We'll see you then.
Thank you so much.
Congrats to Tony Silvani. Now, the official dark horse to potentially go all the way through. And speaking of going all the way through, it is always a beautiful thing when Honolulu Bloomfield stands up on a wave on her surfboard. That right there is going to be a great way to start for Honolulu. I'm Chris Cote. This is the Waxhead. Matt Chnosky showed up this morning, and you could hear swell. You could hear waves breaking when the sun rose. We saw that first look, waist-high, perfect Malibu runner. Everybody got excited. I know you did too. Expectations started to rise. Have they lived up to what you thought it was going to be so far?
Well, we could see the waves first and foremost. It's something we could hear the waves yesterday. We just couldn't see what was coming,
right.
Just with that fog. But yes, it has lived up to it. It's silky smooth. We have this strong offshore wind. Well, it's kind of died down a little bit now, but in those first two heats, it was actually blowing offshore, which is creating a really nice canvas and some critical sections, small, but really intricate zippering waves coming down First Point Malibu.
And here's what you're saying. Oil glass for this wave for Alice Lemoyne. Not a long extended face, you know, not that razor edge like we've seen on a couple of the waves, but there could be a little something for Alice on the inside here. Didn't really have that, you know, Malibu look to it where you see that just razor sharp edge. It's going to get her a few points. It's going to get her a start. But Mason Schremer with that 5.17 to start, and now as we wait for Honolulu Blomfield's first, you know, score of note, that's going to make things probably a little bit more interesting for Alice, who you can tell has the urgency to get back out there with 32 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock.
You know, that format with Mason Schremer surfing that first round heat, she's warmed up because it is cold, alluding to that offshore wind. I don't have a beanie down here. With a lack of hair, it's cold. And the surfers are feeling that as well. It's an element they haven't had to deal with. Coming from El Salvador, Bells Beach obviously freezing cold, El Salvador warming up, and here's Mason. See, she's got the full suit on now, and this was the 5.17 for her opening wave. Razor edge, that moment that you mentioned, that's what the offshore wind's doing. Mason on a tiny wave, this wave just under waist high. You can see that thing just peeling its way down the point. Nothing of critical nature though, but a 5.17, she'll really take that score and settle any nerves that she had coming into this heat. And just carving that full use of the rail, also the nose, the middle of the board. Judges appreciating the variety in Mason surfing, but also complete controlled surfing.
You know, as a small wave enthusiast myself, I'm actually loving what we're seeing right now because you really get to spotlight the technical abilities of these surfers. It's not going to be who catches the biggest, best wave of the match. It's going to be about who rides these waves the best because they're all pretty identical. And as you see Honolulu, I mean, she shows us her skill with every second of every ride she's on.
Loved that camera angle looking into it, and this is the front-on version. This is similar to what the judges see. They're a little higher. So Alice in the pocket on that wave, and this nice carve there, setting this one back up. So this one going a little shouldery, cutting back into the pocket, trying to get deep. The judges want to see the tail buried in the whitewash. She gets up the nose there, drives through the section. Once again, a smaller wave, similar to Hono's and Mason's opening waves, and surfing very controlled, calm, cool, and collected for Alice. So pulling out of that wave, that was her opening wave. And we'll wait to see the scores logged in. So Hono, a 4.83 on her opening wave of consequence, a 1.33 for that first one, and Mason just up and off for that second wave, and here she goes on her third.
A little gem here. You see that nice little pocket for her to start with. The wave did pretty much kind of die underneath her. You see right there, a little bit of scoring potential, but I don't think that's going to be a huge hindrance to the outcome of this heat for Mason. But for her, she's going to now have a front row seat to potentially Honolulu Bloomfield at the back. Mason spins on an insider. Good call there. Gives her the chance to get up on the nose. She goes down again. Now Hono on a little bit bigger of a wave. She's kind of right outside the pocket, but making it work. Here's where things are going to start to speed up. She gets back to the nose. So effortless, light on her feet. Beautiful turn there. Just, you know, again, that right there is not going to kind of remain in the pantheon of her favorite waves in history, but what she does on a wave like this is very special. I mean, that wave right there, pretty hard to ride, pretty small, a little slow, and she made it work.
And there's her father, Kalohe, and boyfriend, Clay, on the beach watching, clapping that, knowing she's feeling it. I'm really liking this refreshed Hono. You can see the green. She's got the hair, their hair clip in there with the rash vest and that beautiful brand new Myers surfboard. This is the first time she surfed in competition. She unveiled it 2 days ago. Her shaper came down for the boardroom show, brought the board from California and hit. This was Mason's wave. So you see she's out in the face, stalling, getting to the nose and purling 3 waves in a row, just trying to get a quick start. And Honolulu on the bigger wave. Patience paying off, holding this 5. Nothing of critical note yet, but she sees the wave peeling down the point. Back up on the nose, riding high. On Honolulu, really understanding the belly of that board and how to steer it, slow it down, and get in the pocket. And I love this. Stays with it, trimming in the middle of the board, that forward trim, and stepping back into this turn, which sets her up for this nose ride. Judges will appreciate the quick, fast, fluent footwork in that wave. Smaller in size, but very intricately surfed. And I think that'll really help her confidence. That'll be her third wave, and I think she'll take the lead.
You can feel it. She's fired up, you know, in her own way. Honolulu waiting for that second score to come through, and we've got a match on our hands. I mean, Elise Lemoyne starts now with something that's going to be in the mid-range 493. Here are your Pacifico fan picks. 80%, the majority of log enthusiasts out there putting their votes in, are leaning towards Honolulu Bloomfield. 11% for Alice, 9% for Mason Schremer, and of course these numbers change throughout the day. This is a really fun way for all of you surf fans to get involved. Lock in your votes. It's fun to be right sometimes, you know, when you lock in those votes.
I agree. I do that regularly. I'm shocked at that dominant number by Honolulu, though. Mason honing her skills in Noosa heads in the last 5 years. Elise Lemoyne showed us at Malibu last year and the year before what she's capable of, the critical nose riding, long nose rides, and she doesn't buckle under pressure. But 80% for Honolulu. I have to say, I don't think she was feeling even 80% sure, knowing this is a really difficult event and just having to roll the dice and just put your best foot forward. You really have to back yourself, but it's tricky when you're looking at a lineup with 7 world title contenders. It really plays into the hands of other surfers when you've got priority as well. This is not the same game that you have in the MSA that you had recently. You had 15-minute heats, 6 surfers out there, and it's a different dynamic. So, but yeah, 6.83 for that last wave for Honolulu. The judges appreciating the detailed footwork, and I really enjoyed that cutback. She waited, delayed in the middle of the board, stepped forward, accelerated through the section, and the judges appreciating the combination of maneuvers.
And unlike most other judging formats in different elements of surfing, style counts heavy here at the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships. The flow, of course, the subtleties, you know, it's really obvious when you're watching a Challenger Series event or, you know, a shortboard CT, when you see somebody go down the line and blast their fins out, do a big air. That's like just a punch in the face. You know that's a big number. Longboarding feels like the subtleties are really where the scores start to escalate. I mean, you look back at that wave from Honolulu Bloomfield, one of the highest single wave scores of the day, the 683. I mean, improving her score line literally with every step she's taking on her board. So with 25:35 on the clock, surfers having a look here. One additional element of, you know, surprise for these surfers in the water, it's a pretty much monotone gray from the surface of the ocean all the way to the top of the sky. So identifying these waves that are coming through is just a little bit more difficult. With 25:15 Honolulu on top for now, we would be remiss not to talk to one of the most popular longboarders on the planet, JR, standing by with AJ.
He is that, Chris. As you can see, the squad rolling deep here for JR this morning. I know this is not the way that you wanted your run here at Malibu to end. What made things so tricky in your match?
Yeah, the waves a little bit small today. There's some sets, but just not lucky. Didn't catch anything. So yeah, it happens on the heat.
But still, you made it all the way to Malibu. I remember when we talked at the in Huntington Beach, the very first stop on the longboard tour this season. What does it mean to you to have put together a season where you gave yourself a shot at the title?
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. I just stayed focused, watched some videos from Bells, El Salvador and Malibu, and yeah, keep training, keep pushing forward, and just do everything what I can.
You have a great squad rooting for you here on the beach. I know there's so many people back home in the Philippines also rooting you on. Do you want to say anything to the friends and family back home?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone who supported me since the day one, especially in Huntington. And for these guys who is always here, thank you so much. And yon, sa mga tao sa Pilipinas na nanood at sumuporta, maraming salamat sa inyo. And yon, next year ulit.
Next year, we'll see you then. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Back to you, Cote.
You know, I got to give a lot of credit to the fan base, showing a lot of class. You know, they're hanging out, they're supporting. He's out of the contest, but they're still here. They're still celebrating what he accomplished. So I think fan bases around the world can take note right there. They're not going anywhere. You know, they're here. They're enjoying what they saw. they got his back till the end. So that's a really cool thing to see. And of course, a huge future for JR. I'm already getting excited for next year's Longboard Championship Tour because of people like him.
And it's also, we see in the Challenger Series, the emergence of the Filipino surfers, and they're knocking on the door in the regional qualifiers as well. But I think JR, if he takes anything from this year, it will be that he belongs on tour. He feels like he belongs now. Obviously, he has that support, the surfers feeling that camaraderie with all the crowd that are coming to enjoy his Tony, embracing and chatting, probably planning his next trip to the Philippines and hopefully trying to tap into some of the waves that JR surfs and that rich surf culture that they've developed over in the Philippines. But I hope that JR can take some confidence out of those performances and move into next year with that mature confidence that a full year on the World Longboard Tour should have given. And 4 locations, a very diverse range of waves too, from Huntington to Bells, El Salvador, which he does know very well, and Malibu. It's his first time he's competed here at Malibu, so he'll have that one under the belt, and he'll take more confidence into next year.
Yeah, and as an ambassador for Filipino surfing, I think it's great because not only does that helps him, of course, the more popular, more famous you are, the more support you're going to get from sponsors and all that, but also, I feel like we got to start looking towards the Philippines because from what he said, from how good he surfs, I mean, there is a lot of potential there. I mean, it would be pretty incredible. There's been a lot of high-level QS events at Cloud9 and places like that, but how cool would it be to have a real elite-level longboarding event at some of those amazing-sounding point breaks in JR's hometown?
Exactly right. They've got the qualifying events. They have the Invitational. They've had the Single and Unattached Festival there in the past, which was a fantastic invitational.
Great name for a contest too.
Yeah, it's a very, very great name. Depending on what part of your life spectrum that you were going through at the time, but obviously unattached being the lack of leg ropes, but also metaphoric in terms of the sense of you're longboarding. You're leaving it all at the water's edge, and you go in, and that's what the surfers are trying to do here. Tap into that energy that the ocean provides. Obviously, it's flat right now, and creating that waterman atmosphere that you can really sit there, you wait. A wave pool doesn't give that to you. It's all about skill, practicing, technique, and really getting your repetition up and making sure you're so precise with the judging criteria and you're aware of your equipment. The ocean adds that element of mystique and mystery, and that's what we've got out there today. He was waiting for a wave, JR. It just didn't quite come. When it did, it shut down. You don't get that in a wave pool, so we're still having the ocean is still waking up this morning, but there's plenty of scoring waves, and that's the best part of competition surfing is we can't control the ocean. We have to work with it. That's the person that can manage the variables the best and combine that with their equipment and their mental strategy that they'll come out on top.
Yeah, and luck plays a factor in all sports, but in surfing, luck of the draw. You can put yourself in certain positions to get priority, to maintain priority. Honolulu right there did have the top priority spot. I think she might have been a little bit pressured by Mason and Alice. They both had a good look at that wave. And at least from this angle, it looked like it could have done something. This is kind of one of those moments where you got to kind of remember that subtle portion of time that she relinquished her priority over to Alice. We'll see if that in the end is a mistake. I don't want to foreshadow. I don't think it was for now, but we'll see. We got 19:10 to go here in match 2. Honolulu Bloomfield in the top spot for now, at least with priority. So as our surfers wait for their next wave to come through, I'm wondering, where is AJ McCord?
I am hanging out right next to the athlete area. We have all of the surfers' boards right here. Remember, for this competition, each of them has to be 9 feet tall at the very least. 9 feet long, excuse me, tall this way right now, the way they're standing, 15 pounds. So this is where the surfers are getting ready, getting the wax on, getting everything set. Athlete area where they're hanging out. We've got a great view of the break right here in Malibu. So this is where I'm going to be, hanging out, seeing what the athletes are seeing, giving you the vibe from down here on the beach.
I know AJ loves surfboards. AJ, are you seeing competitors maybe keep their board under wraps, or are they all kind of out there on display?
They're pretty much all out here on display, actually, for this event. As you can see, they're very large boards to sort of be getting in and out of board bags, etc. So what I've seen is just that the athletes are keeping them here in this rack next to the athlete zone, ready to go, so that if something happens, they need a new one, whatever, it's all ready to go for them.
AJ, I'm just noticing that green and yellow and blue board next to you. So if we get a close-up of that, that's a Josh Martin. That's Rachel Tilley's board in the last heat. They're wooden stringers, so that's the strength and integrity of the board, and they're custom and they're inserted into that board for a different flex pattern. And I really enjoy this aspect of longboard surfing because you can see the different colors, the stringers, different fin design. We don't really see that on the World Longboard Tour. Can you tell us about that, the different longboard colors? And I'm not going to try and put you on the spot there, AJ, but there's a lot of variety down there in terms of the creativity, right?
There is a lot of variety down here, Matt. You're the one who should be actually down here giving us the board breakdowns because nobody has it more dialed than you do. But every surfer has taken a lot of effort to make sure that they have exactly the board, the dimensions, the shape that they want in order to give themselves their best shot to compete for a World Longboard title here today in Malibu. I've been catching up with the surfers all week long, and that's one of the biggest things is that there's been an emphasis on making sure their equipment is dialed. For example, Sophia Colhane, she had her boards destroyed on the way to El Salvador, had to get them repaired in El Salvador in order to compete on them. Obviously, that worked out pretty well for her with a fantastic finish in El Salvador for Sophia. But she actually has an entirely new board here in Malibu today that she's getting ready to compete on. So equipment's something that is always what we talk about because as many surfers will tell you, there's no such thing as bad waves, just bad equipment for the waves that you're riding.
Thank you, AJ. Yes, always one of our favorite parts of these competitions, long, short, whatever you're riding. It never gets old looking at surfboards.
I love that aspect, and hopefully we'll get down there in the boardroom later on. We can do a hit and have a look at these boards. I did notice, I haven't seen Connie Ellis-Stewart or Kai Salas' boards down there throughout the event. Sam Kalisa says Kai Salas Longboard Co boards being stored away somewhere. I haven't seen them, so we'll try and locate those and see what they're riding as well. But surfboards being a major factor this year. It's the first year we've had 4 events on the Longboard World Tour, and Khalees really alluding to how that tour is really not only mentally but physically labouring around the boards, but the toll it's taken on the boards in the shore breaks and the different conditions.
Well, more surfboard talk right around the corner for sure. We got 15:30 left to go here in match 2 of the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships. We will be right back.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
right back into it here at the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships presented by Tractor Beverage Co. And here we are with Alice Lemoyne. Started off with a 4.83 and straight into the pocket. Extended nose ride, 5 over, but catches that inside rail, loses her board with 12:45 to go. So an error right there for Alice Lemoyne. We'll see how much she pays for that one, as now we see Mason Schremer, who got the win in the opening match. She's got a runner to work with here. Comes through to this inside section, just trying to get around that collapsing whitewater as it spins off down the line. Did have a good, nice long nose ride for both of those surfers, but the waves didn't quite end up as they wanted. Now we see Honolulu Bloomfield. Hano with an incredible ability to just find the waves to give her the chance to show us exactly why she is in the running to be a 4-time world champion. Back to the nose again. Quick, beautiful, effective hang 10 there for Honolulu Bloomfield. Nice carve to finish. I mean, writing the story with every wave she's ridden. Back to the nose again, all the way to the sand. So for Hano, to me, she's telegraphing a title. I mean, you can see it, right? She's got so much confidence, serving with a lot of integrity, getting the best waves so far. She's got a long road to walk from here on out, but so far, so good for Honolulu Bloomfield.
That was a really diverse mix of waves there. We had Mason Schremer, who started really early and tried to compile some pressure on everyone else, but unfortunately nosediving on 3 waves in a row, so maybe her confidence starting to dip a little bit with only a 2.93 on that last wave. And Alice Lemoyne, unfortunately, nosediving, catching the edge of that board. Beautiful opening nose ride, though. I love the way she was steering on the nose. The board was receptive. I'm liking the evolution of Alice's surfing. She got knocked out early against Zoe Guapion over in El Salvador. Would have been a shock loss for her. Actually coming into the year with a lot of confidence, kicking off at Huntington and at Bells with some strong performances. But shock loss, that can do a lot of things. You're coming off an event, going into the final series, and you've got your worst result. I'm just seeing some nerves for both Alice and Mason right now in Honolulu at 6.6, so she's made it very tough for Mason and Alice now with only 10 minutes 30 left.
So Hano in the green jersey. She's in 3rd priority now, so she has a little bit of wiggle room to kind of maybe test a few of these insiders, and this is a test that could potentially pay off as well. This right here is just, it's just beautiful surfing, and that's what we're used to from Honolulu Bloomfield. It never gets old. You could watch this all day long and be happy with it each and every time. I mean, you just look at, so part of the criteria is using the entirety of these boards. You see Hano right there, I mean, just elegantly walking from the tail to the nose and back. And also it's using the wave, right? I mean, you have to be in the perfect position. I don't think she has to think about it. She just does it. It just happens. She was born with it.
It's intuitive surfing and harnessing the wave's energy. She's loved this bottom turn straight up into the nose here. She's high on the wave. Delicate footwork, and this turn sets her up for this next hang 10. Bang, bang, and back up onto the nose again. So that was all set up because of the timing of the turn, using the board and placing it in the critical section of the wave. This is excellent small wave surfing from Honolulu. Gets a little caught up here, but fantastic use of the full length of the board, style, flow, and grace on a waist-high wave. It was well surfed. Will it go higher than those other two? I'm not sure, but still beautiful surfing.
You know, when you see, Jimi Hendrix, Stevie Ray Vaughan, these amazing guitar players, Isaiah Mitchell from the band Earthless, you watch these guys play guitar. They're not looking at the guitar, right? They're looking out into space. They're looking into the crowd. I noticed something with Hano's surfing. I'm looking at her feet, right? I'm looking at her footwork. It's so precise, so technical. She's looking down the line. Her feet are, it's like, it's 2 different things. They're doing their own thing perfectly, and she's got her eyes down the line. She doesn't even have to look at the fretboard to play those beautiful notes.
Honolulu's got a unique style on the longboard tour where she flows between the maneuvers at her own pace, and she's very free form on the wave. There's not a lot of, I couldn't say there's not a lot of, I think the word would be, you don't know what she's going to do. It's unpredicted. And the way that she just reacts to the sections just shows that she's a natural-born water woman. She belongs in the ocean. She's dancing on that board, where a lot of our other surfers myself included, it's almost choreographed. We have a specific style, and you're surfing what's in front of you, but that's your style, and you've got that back knee tucked, you might have your hands in a perfect way, and you're locked into trim, and you're sort of reacting the way that you want to react. But Honolulu it's free form. Every section's a new idea. You don't know what's going to happen with her. She'll step back, do a big carve or do a hang 10, but one thing she's tuned in this year is the way her hands are correlating to her turns. Everything's in flow, and that's why her scores are reflecting that in this heat.
7.5 to go. I like how many waves have been ridden so far. So, again, full credit to our commissioner and events teams making the call to extend these heats to 40 minutes. Usually 30 to 35 minutes has kind of been the standard for finals day so far, but knowing the cadence of the ocean has been kind of up and down. Just adding that extra 5 minutes does wonders for wave count, and we're enjoying that right now. That last wave from Honolulu Bloomfield was awesome. Came through to 5.33. Not quite there. She got a 6.6 and a 6.83, so 2 big scores for Hana to start. But here's where we've been here in match 2, starting with Mason Schremer.
Quick, fast feet from Mason on these first point peelers. So this is the first wave of the heat, starting off really early, and just multiple nose rides here, and taking that confidence from that first match win, carving it back, and this one would have felt good, finishing on the sand. And that heat before, very slow, so not trying to make the same mistake as the surfers previously. And this was the 6.83 from Honolulu, so a critical nose ride there, and nice use of the rail, and just tucking the board back in the pocket. Nice use of footwork there for Honolulu, and relaxed style. She trims through this section, and this is this combination the judges will appreciate it right on the shore break. And beautiful, delicate footwork, and finishes with control. This was the 6.6, so just a little hesitant here. This wave raced away a little bit towards the end, but some really nice timing here on the nose. That board sitting in the pocket. See the water really finding its way around the tail of that board as it's moving through the pocket. And nice, delicate surfing there from the Hawaiian.
Live action here from Mason Schremer, trying to mount a comeback. Needs an 8.26. That would be a big number. It'd have to be a pretty magical wave. And speaking of magical waves, right? Malibu, one of the biggest stars of this event, no doubt. And, while around the world and history, so many great iconic waves have been lost due to construction and all that kind of stuff, or just basic environmental things. But, Malibu has been this way since day one. There's probably pterodactyls flying over this beach, seeing the same type of wave that they see today. So this wave remained unchanged throughout history, and I think that's just a huge testament to all the surfers that have come here, pioneered this break, and then protected it for generations. So thank you to all of the surfers that have come here and become stewards of this wave, because it's truly a special place, and we're filled with a lot of gratitude knowing that it's still here. The bottom contours are still relatively the same as they've always been. We're gonna be enjoying this wave for thousands of years to come.
When you consider the development of Los Angeles and all the major point breaks around the world, some have been lost and some have actually improved as well with time, places like the Superbank. But we've got a lot of construction on the beach here, a lot of the houses, but thankfully they're not major constructions that have messed with the erosion and created more issues. This place used to be a day trip in the 30s and 40s. Pre-World War II, this place was the Hollywood outpost where people would come and enjoy the fun and frivolous beach activities that Malibu would provide. Post-World War II, and during World War II, it was actually closed for military purposes. It was a military outpost. It was hard to get to. Some surfers paddling from Santa Monica to get here, which is a 12-mile paddle.
Some days it's worth it, especially if you're surfing by yourself. Mason Schremer now, still trying to mount that comeback, looking for an 8.26, 3.40 to go. Nice little runner through this inside, gets 5 over. Hano now, who had second priority, catches this second wave of the set. She's out. Big turn there for Mason Schremer, but unable to complete. And now we see Alice Lemoyne. Wave appears, keeps disappearing and reappearing.
And they can't see as well. We're struggling to see the definition of the wave. Believe me, it's clear underneath there, and it's very, very shallow, but they're trying to, it's glassy, right? When you're looking down, it's difficult to see the distance between the nose and the surface, so you try not to pearl, but Alice doing a really good job there to hang on the nose through that section. They're going to try and break, Mason and Alice are going to try and break that 8 points scoreline into 2. I think that'll supersede the 4.83 for a first wave for Alice, so job well done, and Mason as well. So it's going to be hard in the conditions today to get an excellent range score. So with 2 minutes 30, I think we're going to see a flurry of waves.
And it's pretty cool that you see the urgency and the intensity from Alice paddling back out there. They've got to turn that off once they get on the wave. Longboarding inherently has this ASMR quality, a casual, type of feeling that you get rewarded for in this competition. And that shows right here with Mason. You can tell there's nerves running through her body, but she's doing so well.
And see the eyes. Very critical to look at that when she's nose riding. She's looking just forward of the nose. She's not looking down at her feet. And you see Alice here on this super glassy wave. So see her eyes just scanning forward, down. Gets a hang 10. Beautiful timing there for Alice. And then she gets up to the nose again. Not so much in the pocket on this wave, pushing a little bit of water. There, it steepens up a little bit. So a nice critical moment of nose riding. Nice style there for Alice. Carving this one. So no rail game engaged yet, but the wave didn't call for it. Surfed what was in front of her. And here gets a little stabby turn. Loses composure a little bit, but just what she needed at this point of the heat with 1:30 left.
Win, lose, or draw, Alice, Mason, and Honolulu are always a joy to watch surf.
This is interesting. 1:20 left. Bit of a flurry, and Honolulu will go and use her priority and take it off Mason. We'll see, and she does.
Yeah, so that's the luxury of having priority. You can actually block or drop in on the surfer that's already up and riding there. We'll see if that decision pays off for Hano. She does have a nice little inside racetrack to work with. Alice Lemoyne needs an 8.6. She's got a beautiful looking wave to work with here. She gets to the nose. Love this visual of both surfers gliding down the line, full trim, as we see Alice now having to straighten out. So I don't think that's going to be the magic moment that Alice was looking for. Honolulu playing defense right there. Showing that she's got a competitive mindset to match the grace in which she performs on these waves. And you have to have both of those elements to be successful here on the championship tour.
And more waves coming, 20 seconds left. Mason, will she go the first or the second one? She's looking for an 8.26.
She's not going to risk waiting. Here we go, Mason Schremer. Is this the wave to carry her through into match 3? It's out on the open face now. I mean, you would have hoped already by now that she would have been on the nose for some time, because trying to maximize the points there. I mean, I'm not saying it's over, because I am not a judge. That job is far beyond my capabilities as we see Mason through the inside. I mean, it would have had to have been pretty obvious that that was the wave of the day. Was that the best wave we've seen so far in this event?
Well, she surfed that wave perfectly for how she could. She gave it everything. It was really precise footwork, and the fin's still in there. She's stoked. You can see that Thomas surfboard, that Moose model, that's her signature model. She's walking up the beach. She rode that last year. There's a few modifications to that board to make it turn a little easier. But I like the timing of that wave. Will it go excellent? I'm not sure, but amazing timing. We'll have to see the replay. And Alice, you can see the look of frustration of her face. She's not sure. She hasn't heard what that last score was logged in at, the one that at the 2:30 mark. So still 2 waves to be locked in for both surfers and Honolulu as well.
And again, I think it would have had to have been really obviously the best wave of the match for both Alice and Mason, because you think back to Honolulu Bloomfield 6.83 and 6.6. I mean, those were perfect waist-high waves. They gave her nice, nice pockets down the line throughout. You see the hugs and, salutations. And this is the replay. This was that defensive maneuver from Honolulu Bloomfield.
Honolulu on that first wave. Beautiful hang 10, taking that one in a rush off Mason. So love that style. Really relaxed arms there from Honolulu. And she's just going to surf this one all the way through, knowing time is running out. Beautiful turn there. And we see on the outside Alice too, as we pan back in and watch the end of Honolua's wave. The wave dying off a little bit, but she had to take it. And gets another 10 on the inside. So that was a really well-surfed wave from Honolulu, and I think the timing of that hang 10 and that style in the midsection of the wave would be an element of difference. And Mason, beautiful fade turn, riding through the midsection of the wave, nice footwork, and you can just see the timing through here. Quick feet after that turn, so the judges will appreciate the variety of maneuvers. And there, 6 steps up to the nose, holding that 5, readjusting the 5, knows she needs to plant it for a period of time, gets really critical for a moment. She needed to be hanging 10 there. That was the moment, if it was going to go critical and excellent, that I think she needed to be on the nose. But a beautifully surfed wave, but just where it got really critical, step back from the nose, but finishing strong. So giving it everything she could. It's going to be close.
Valiant effort from Mason Schremer. So we'll be looking at 8.26 Honolulu. Look at those big numbers. Now, if we were watching American football, the NFL, you would call that a pick 6. Defensive touchdown. Held off the competitor, got her highest score, 7.67. So 6.83, 7.67. That is a very well-surfed heat for Honolulu Bloomfield, as we're kind of used to by now.
Yeah, but when she was up, though, that wave behind, I thought it may have been a little rush mistake. Mason put the pressure on. But in the process of Mason taking that first wave, she lost that priority from behind because Alice taking off on the biggest wave of the set, but it shut down. Amazing nose riding, but a 5.10 on that last wave. So, yeah, she was needing an 8.63 and Mason a 9.33 after that 7.67 was locked in. So, not sure if it's going to get there, but amazing surfing from Mason throughout the event, throughout the year so far, really putting any of those nerves to bed, starting early in that first match, and it comes in short at a 6.20. So Honolulu taking the win and moving on to match 3.
Yeah, and you know what? We see this in sports across the board. You know, just putting up that, putting up those numbers, putting yourself in this position, that just proves to yourself that you belong. Mason Schremer, Alice Lemoyne both belong in the elite level. They have now qualified and solidified their spots for 2024. They can be very proud of what they've done this year, but watch out. The rest of the bracket is in for a rude awakening as Honolulu Bloomfield moves on to match 3. More to come from the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships. We'll be right back.
We're back with Declan Whiten. Looking back at stop number 2 on the longboard tour. This is Bells Beach, the chilly waters of Torquay, where Declan Whiten surfed his way to the semifinals with a brilliant effort, combination of maneuvers and nose rides. Whiten was able to be successful. In this heat, he was up against Edward Del Perro. Del Perro also with a mean rail game. And some great surfing clearing that section there for Del Perro. White Whiten was victorious into the semifinals. Third place finished, and that effort helped him show out right here. We're at the Original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships, presented by Tractor Beverage Company, and Declan White in live action here at Malibu First Point. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, along with Matt Shanoski, and you gotta have some manly pride here. Matt, Declan White in first score on the board.
Australian pride for Declan, really flying that flag. And it's unusual at this level of world longboarding that we only have one Australian representing. But Ben Skinner, these two have been going back and forth all year. And last year as well, they've just got this power approach, their drop knees, their critical nose riding, and they're both very dominant with their heats. They really like to show their passion and pride. But Tony Silvani holding it down for the East Coast. This is what we call a scrapper heat. And here goes Tony, nice and deep on the nose, back in the critical section.
Tony Silvani won match number 1 this morning to earn his way into match number 2. The surfer from North Carolina has been paced in his approach, a veteran competitor on a Stewart surfboard, getting to the 10 there. Great footwork, great flow, nice drop knee cut back. And Silvani with a wonderful effort. This wave gets a little extra inside section for Tony, finishes off right on the sand.
Wow, a great start for Tony Silvani. And we've seen the confidence that Mason took from match 5 into match 4. And this is what Tony started off with a bang as well. So trying to get quick repetition. And I think this is going to work in the favor because it's cold out there and Tony's warmed up.
Yeah, so match number 2 out in the water. We have Declan White, our number 4 seed. Our number 5 seed, Ben Skinner. And as we discussed, Tony Silvani, he's already won a heat. That's how he made his way into this match number 2. A reminder, 3 surfer heats. Just the winner moves on to the next match. Speaking of winners, let's hear from the winner of the last match, Honolulu Bloomfields with AJ McCord.
That's right, Kaipo. Honolulu, you're telling me just how excited you are to be here at Malibu. Another shot at a World Longboard Championship. It would be your 4th world title if you can get it done today. What kind of experience are you leaning on as a veteran of the longboard tour to get it done?
I don't know if I'd say veteran, but yeah, I'm honestly just happy to have made it to the top 8, and I'm stoked to make it through. My goal was to just make a heat, really, so I'm really trying for the world title, but I'm just taking it heat by heat, and I'm happy to make it through.
In that heat, what did you see that you were able to take advantage of, especially that last wave, your best score?
I'm kind of like a hyperactive surfer in general, so I saw that there wasn't much out there and just kind of wanted to get busy early, and I was watching it for a while before, seeing like the good ones, and I tried to pick off a couple, and they ended up working out for me, so I'm really stoked.
I would say they did. How do you get ready for your next match?
Probably hang out with my dog.
Goober's not going to take any waves with you today, right?
I don't think so. Maybe later.
Maybe later. He's been a great free surfing buddy. We'll see you in the next match.
Thank you.
Honolulu Bloomfield. Yeah, match number 3 is going to pit Honolulu Bloomfield up against Sophia Culhane. It's going to be a North Shore versus South Shore of Oahu duel in that match 3 for the women. Match 2 for the men, we got the numbers in. Last score for Tony Silvani, Matt, a 6.67.
Well, I can tell you Ben Skinner hasn't opened up his account, but part of his strategy would have been on getting the best waves. Knowing he's larger and heavier than those 2 other surfers, but he's also capable of some of the most intense nose riding at this place on his self-shaped model as well. He knows what he needs to do, and that board is the backup. His preferred equipment was damaged on the aeroplane over here, so he's had to resort to riding that board, which is, he did say beforehand that he felt confident on that because he didn't have any other decision to make. He had to ride it. Here goes Tony on his favorite bird model.
And Silvani just hovering on the nose there, but unable to pull it out. You could see the water and the rail kind of digging on the nose that he was trying to clear that section.
Yeah, trying to punch through. Also realizing the nose rides today won't be scoring on the face. You need to be critical and back in the section, and that he was. Theoretically, nose riding is like getting barreled, Kaipo, where you're coming from behind the section, and instead of in a barrel where you're coming from behind standing up, looking back to the listening to his scores perhaps, watching a coach. What do you think about that one?
I think Tony was looking at his injured toe. He stubbed his toe,
That's right.
Just yesterday, after a free surf, had to self-remove his toenail.
Oh.
And so I feel, although you got the adrenaline going, and he said it wasn't affecting him at all, but that fourth toe on the left foot, you saw him looking back at that toe, something was bothering Tony as he paddled back out. Last score, 1.5, so he's going to need to do better than that. He's currently in the lead because he has 2 waves in his scoreline.
Yeah, that board he's riding too, it really allows for a variety of maneuvers when the waves aren't perfect. We saw him at Huntington Beach have a terrific performance reaching the semi-finals, and I really enjoyed his critical nature of beach break surfing. That board's allowing, I guess, confidence. In a competition scenario, you have 30 minutes, 35, 40 minutes to get a tally of waves. And sometimes they're not always the waves that you want to surf, but you have to manufacture scores. And those boards really allowing Tony to do that confidently. I've got boards, Kaipo, that are, that you can get an excellent score, but they're actually very difficult to grovel for a score. So to have a surfboard in a competition aspect that allows that versatility, I think would give Tony a lot of confidence.
Yeah, Silvani riding Stewart surfboards. Here we go. We asked our fans at WorldSurfLeague.com, who do you think is going to win match number 2? Here's our Pacifico fan picks. 52%. North Carolina, raise up.
Wow.
Go with Tony Silvani. You can participate as well. Go to WorldSurfLeague.com, click on the heats, pick your winner, and you can add to our database as we go to those Pacifico fan picks. Does that surprise you, the number?
It does. It absolutely does. Declan's been on fire all year, and Ben Skinner, no stranger to Malibu. He actually lost to Joel Tudor here when he took out the world title in 2021 with a terrific performance all the way throughout the event, and never looked like losing many of those heats. An underdog to many, and he goes into a lot of these events as the underdog, but time and time again, the veteran Ben Skinner showing that he proves his spot on that world tour, and he's qualified for next year, whatever happens in this heat.
Yeah, Ben Skinner, 38 years old. You mentioned his runner-up in 2021. Self-shaped boards, Skin Dog surfboards, came down to the beach prepared with a large bag of gummy bears this morning.
Well,
maybe that's his secret.
He also came with a large quiver of surfboards, but unbelievably, both boards demolished. So he's on that backup board, and interesting enough, it's got a huge scoop in the tail cup. It's got a double concave tail, and we're not talking underneath, we're talking on the deck as well. So very technical surfboard there for Ben. And that concave that he's riding actually goes all the way down past the midpoint. So I'm interested to see how this board performs at first point.
2021, when he had his runner-up finish here, Ben Skinner, he's a surfer of the people. Those big boards were shared in a small, just a normal size rental van, not a Sprinter van, just one of your normal rental vans. That's where Ben was living in 2021 when he surfed his way to a runner-up finish here in Malibu.
It's expensive. Accommodation is really expensive. Same with gas, especially in Los Angeles. But you got to do what you got to do. And the World Longboard Tour now has 4 stops. So unless you're winning, it's hard to make ends meet. And Ben being, well, I mean, why not just live in a van? It means you've got to chase waves up and down the coast, right?
Yeah,
security.
Well,
you got your good security.
You got the boards guarded all the time. Yeah, I remember Ben stretching out in the morning, right off of PCH here. Thanks again for joining us. This is where we're going to crown a world champion, both for the men and the women. We'll be doing that in the water today. As we go into the next match, match 3, that's when we go to head-to-head competition. There'll just be 2 surfers in the water, and winner moves on into the next match. We'll also be reducing the heat times to 35 minutes when we get to the match number 3. Speaking of minutes, 28 minutes still on the clock, and no waves ridden yet from Ben Skinner.
So one person will make it through to that next match, but this is going to be a fitness duel. So Tony already surfed 1 heat. We know how fit Tony is. Ben Skinner, he's an absolute beast. And Declan, the lifeguard from Manly, he'll have the endurance to go all the way.
Flashing back to 2021, Malibu. Ben Skinner surfed his way all the way to the final with great nose rides just like this, Matt.
Yeah, and it's his turn to get him back in the pocket as well. He utilizes that power to set him up for the critical nose rides. There you can see the tail working really hard. With more weight that Ben has, he has to surf critical in the pocket, so the wave is weighing down the tail and actually doing all the hard work for him. So no cheating for Ben Skinner. Very technical in his approach and uses his power to his advantage, that second place finish.
Yeah, he wants to do better than that. He wants to win. You win today, you also go down in history, will be on a list as a world champion. Well, you will join people like Steven Sawyer, Taylor Jensen, Piccolo Clemente, Dwayne DeSoto, a couple of flashbacks, Phil Rasman. You have a favorite world champ in the history of longboarding? I got one, but I'll let you go first.
Nat Young.
Nat Young, good choice. I choose Rusty Keawana. He's won a world championship, regular foot and goofy foot. Speaking of regular foots, toes on the nose, face against the wall. Ben Skinner finds his trim line, waited for this one, gets a 10 there. Wow. Soul arching through there, just hovering. That was an incredible nose ride. He waited some time to get this wave, but he is working it over. Let's see what else he has right on the little inside here. Another little section, and a Baja Blast for the finish with that little cross step. Steps off on the beach.
Wow, that was phenomenal surfing, and exactly what I said before. It's hard for the big guy to cheat out here because the nose will just pearl. If he's out on the face in the not so critical section, it's going to be making life very hard for himself. So we haven't seen this board ridden in competition from Ben yet. So it was his first wave on an eco construction skin dog surfboard. So there he's on the nose, nice and high, and he waits for the critical section, goes a quick 10, and bang, gets up to the hang. Oh, beautiful perch 10. That tail working overtime, that deep single concave in the nose, lifting that board up for Ben. A nice series of tip rides there for Ben. He gets up again, so keeping really busy. No major turns that we're used to seeing from him, but the wave didn't ask for it, so that'll be a great opening wave there for Ben Skinner. He steps off on the shore.
Should be the best score so far in this heat, and it sure is for Ben Skinner. Comes in with a 7.5.
Yeah, the judge is really looking for the critical nature of nose rides, performing maneuvers in the whole length of board, the tail, the nose, and the tails. They're not looking for little pivot turns, Kuiper. They're looking for rail gouges. So if a set comes through, and we saw Ben get the highest score back in El Salvador with a massive down carve, be sure to watch both Declan, Tony, and Ben, knowing there's still a lot of points in the turning out here at Malibu if the right wave comes.
Quick up and out for Ben Skinner. He's trying to secure a backup score for that 7.5. That one did not offer that opportunity for Skinner. Declan Whiten is sitting out the back in the green jersey. He's got priority, 3.5 in the scoreline for Whiten, as we have eyes on our three competitors here. And what do you think about the positioning that you see from our surfers right now on the point?
It's difficult to gauge, obviously, because the fog out there, it's kind of hard to tell how far out on the point they are. But I just hope they're not sitting out near that black buoy to the right-hand side of the screen, because that means that they're too far. So yeah, there you can see Honolulu watching with her boyfriend Clay, ready for the next match. So they're halfway up the point. They're realizing the end section is where the majority of the points are, that critical section. We're up the point, it's a little weak, and it's separating in two with that higher tide.
So there is a sweet spot that has to be identified on this point. So no matter how perfect this wave is, you really still need to position yourself in this right section.
It has changed over the years. Talking to Alan Silo, one of the most revered locals here, we talked about the creek coming out and changing the inside track, and it allows these smaller waves to race off, and that's what we're seeing the surfers capitalize on today.
Here's a smaller wave for Skinner that working over. Some great footwork there. Gets to a 5. Goes over the nose. Board looking like it's gliding nicely in this morning glass. Skinner kicks out. He's going to have a backup for the 7.5 and take the lead in this heat.
Smart option from what we've seen this morning. You really need to build a heat total early. This was very slow at the beginning of this heat with 3 men and these guys all waiting for the good ones. Ben had to back up that 7.5. He's looking good in this heat. And Kaipo, I wanted to ask, coming from Hawaii, but also the South Shore and being familiar with weaker waves on a shorter board, you have that element of speed that you can generate power down a wave by doing those little taps. You know, not so much pumping, but using rail-to-rail speed. We see it in longboarding too. So as far as being light-footed on a shortboard, technique we've seen with Ethan Ewing, you don't have to be the biggest guy to still throw power. How did you find that when you were surfing small, grovelly waves on a shortboard to get speed? Were you pumping or were you using the rail and the combination?
I grew up in a great era, and I had some great people to look up to, and one of them was Larry Bertlemann. And Larry Bertlemann was a great skateboarder, a great surfer. Bertlemann at the time, when I was a grommet, would tell all of us grommets to tic-tac on your skateboard uphill to learn to generate that front foot speed. On a short board, of course, it's different. You don't have an automatic kind of trim line on a short board because you don't have as much hull going there. So on a short board, it really is a push and pull between your front foot speed, back foot turning. I find on a longboard, it's a different type of surfing where you're establishing that trim line, and it's less of a shift between back foot and front foot. It's a more evenly based trim on longboard.
Right, that's where I'm glad you said that about the tic-tacking, because that's where it differs to longboarding, because we have that momentum inbuilt, and that's why we use the footwork to link between the nose and the tail, and we can accelerate with the footwork. In shortboarding, you just tic-tac, and then when the wave gets a bit of juice, you can use your high line and your low line and generate speed with the multiple fins.
Yep. Throw those fins. It's a whole different game, and that's what's so beautiful about, you know, the evolution right now of the judging criteria in this longboard tour, is that there really is a big separation on the scoring and what is expected from the surfer. Style, flow, grace, of course, nose riding just like that. Ben Skinner, he is on a hot one right now. Small wave, but great performance by the surfer from the UK. Talk about footwork, talk about speed, and for such a big guy, Matt, very, very light on his feet.
And just using that board that's a lot smaller than the board that he wanted to ride, but fitting it in the pocket. Amazing surfing there from Ben Skinner on that small little wave. So under priority, you could see Tony and Declan looking back, thinking, are they making a mistake by not taking these waves?
Yeah, I have a feeling that Ben's going to really pull away from his other two competitors after this number drops. Here's another look at it.
So 2 steps up to the nose and in the pocket. Beautiful hang 10 there. So no cheating from Ben Skinner. That's a critical nose ride. Tiny wave, but making the most of what he can. Up on the nose again. Delicate footwork for the big guy. Really making light work of this wave. And I love this. Just a speed pump in the middle of the board. And it sets him up for the little inside section where he's got that soft, elegant footwork and finishes right there on the sand. So fantastic backup. I think that'll probably go close to that 7.5.
Yeah, I concur. We're waiting for the scores right now. Judges taking a look a couple more times at the replay, dialing in the numbers. Again, we have 5 judges, international judges, up in the judging tower, and all 5 scores are punched into the computer. We eliminate the high score, the high number. We eliminate the low number, average out the remaining 3 scores, and that's how we come up with each of these wave scores.
Depending on how this heat pans out, Kaipo, I can't wait to get down to that board rack there and talk about a few little features that differentiate longboards to shortboards. Ben's paddling out with a board with a concave that is 4 feet long. Very unusual in longboarding to have a concave run that far down the bottom of the board, and that's creating a different type of lift.
Is it a nose concave?
A nose concave,
okay.
Yeah. But it's also got deck concave in the tail. So very unique features there for Ben. And one judge coming out of 6, so maybe the size of the wave perhaps looking really small in real life. We're looking at the, I should say, the gracious camera angle of the close-up.
Well, there we go, though. Back up on the way, a 6.33. Ben Skinner will take that for a 13.83 2-wave total. Skinner out with a strong lead over Silvani and Whiten. Whiten in the green jersey with priority and just sitting still. And, you know, the longer you're sitting out there, the more the nerves come to play. Meanwhile, Skinner freed up on the inside. Yet another wave for Big Ben Skinner on the Skin Dog designs. And that's not going to change his number, but he will remain in the lead. 18 minutes, 15 seconds on the countdown. We'll be taking a break right now. Ben Skinner, he's in the lead. Can he be beaten? We'll find out when we return right after this.
The original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships presented by Tractor Beverage Company are brought to you by Cali Squeeze, brewed with real fruit, by Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen, by Sambazon, enjoy the delicious powers of acai, by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages, and by Original Sprout, the official personal care product of WSL North America.
Yeah, thanks to all of our supporters putting on this World Championships here. Ben Skinner, he's up, he's riding, he's in the lead in match number 2. And the big man from the UK just finds himself at home on the nose over and over again.
Wow, so Ben is putting on a clinic under priority, just keeping really busy. Amazing display of nose riding there. We talked about fans. Ben Skinner will have everybody back home in the UK just tuning in, watching the legendary shaper. Such a humble, hard-working gentleman of the surf industry. And we just love Ben putting on a show for us. A 5.33 for that wave. So he's just throwing away mid-range scores.
Declan Whiten uses priority. Fades into that takeoff, pivot to a nice hang 10. He finds a trim line. A little sticky there, but no problem for Whiten. Hangs on. Looks for a little bit more open face, finds the green face. Taps the nose one more time. Parallel stance through the whitewater. Drop the cutback, a nice little cross step. Great footwork all the way to the inside here, where he will finish off right on the sand.
Spicy wave there for Declan, exactly what he needed at this point in time, knowing that the smaller waves are probably all that this heat is going to provide. He's waited that long for that wave, he needed to make it count. And I really enjoyed that little zippy turn to set him up for the nose ride. So I think that'll come in at a very healthy score, and we'll see how critical he got. So not just yet, but here he gets that 10, pushes the board down. So nearly just those toes almost over, and he definitely gets him over there. See straight-legged, sort of staunching the nose there. See how technical he is, that front foot steering through the section, and here he's trimming through parallel stance and steps back into this turn here. So spicy little redirect, and use of the tail, the nose, the full length of the board. Exactly what he needs to do at this point of the heat, and he liked it with that nice flick out there. And 13 minutes 50, I think he'll be feeling confident.
Interesting stringer on that board, Matt.
It's actually not. It's color on either side of a single stringer, so it looks like it's a T-band with a variation, but it's not. It's a spray. To make it look like an interesting stringer.
So
the board
it's actually a boring stringer, so just a plain old spruce stringer.
Yes, exactly, and it's just made for flex. So Steve O'Donnell, his shaper, phenomenal, a veteran of the surfing industry, and hand shapes all his boards still, and that one being his favorite board that he's had. That board was made in the end of 2018, October 2018, I believe, and it's lasted this whole time. Declan can't get off it.
It's interesting when we talk about stringers, we can talk about the cores of boards, the foam core. The cores come and the foam comes in different densities. Blanks are also glued up with different stringers, the wood. So there's different woods that are glued up in the foam blanks, and each wood has different characteristics. So you can definitely tell the difference between the same blank, but with different stringers, the board will feel different.
Yeah, that's a Dion blank made from Brookvale. Dion's no longer producing blanks under the Bennett Surfboards hierarchy, and the flex of that board that it's giving Declan's what that spice is creating through that turn. So the board's flexing, and the foam density is at a level that contributes with the stringer accordingly. So when you put a 3-stringer board together, you'll get the board acting stiffer. When you go through a turn, you won't feel as much of that give that the board will, more flex will give. But in bigger, chunkier, solid waves, you want a stiffer board generally to handle the momentum and to handle the groundswell that bigger waves will provide. And in smaller waves, it's nice to manipulate the board with that spice that flex can provide.
Whiten's last score, a 5.93. Declan up again. Here we go. Quick to the nose there. And beautiful 10. He was just camped out. Taps a 5, finishes it off. going to replace that 3.5 I feel that he has in his scoreline.
So the judges really making a point on the size of the wave and the critical nature of the maneuvers. Obviously, getting it back in the pocket is what you need to do in a nose ride. Ben Skinner with that 6.33 beforehand, beautiful nose riding, but it was on a smaller wave. And this one for Declan, be a nice backup. See how it goes. So 5 into 10 steering, flexing that board around. Beautiful hang 10 there, straight back in the pocket, and stepping back and just steering again from the middle of the board. So fast, intricate surfing there from Declan Whiten.
Live action cut into Tony Silvani on the Stewart board. The surfer from North Carolina. He has been a veteran competitor, 36 years old, and been through probably 100 different competitions throughout his development as a professional longboarder. Also runs a surf school and a beach service there in North Carolina.
That he has, and Ben Skinner's surfed more Malibu heats than anybody in this event, but Declan last year with his first time competing here, and he would have gained a lot of experience last year, but coming in for the US Open to California at Huntington Beach, a lot of the surfers would be lining up to Malibu. That's coincided some really good swells when that US Open's been on as well.
Yeah, Declan, I first got to attention on Declan Whiten in 2022 when he got a wild card at his home break over there at North Stain in Manly. And that's when I really saw this young Australian that impressed me so much. So it's great to see him as a full-time competitor on the World Longboard Tour.
And he battled out with Ben Skinner there, a really cool dynamic of power turns and nose riding. Declan was riding all this confidence, but we know Ben Skinner too shows so much emotion when he really feels the score, and he's done that throughout his career a lot. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and we like that. We're telling stories here, and it's so nice to have a longboard tour to build that momentum. And you see Tony here just pushing a bit of water. You can see the spray coming off the tip of the nose there. The judges want to see air under that nose. The tail back in the pocket, so still very critical.
Back to Ben Skinner, live action. Our heat leader looking to improve upon a 6.33. Nose gets submerged, but he's able to just teeter on the edge there, but the wave gives up on him. Don't know if that's going to improve his 2-wave total, but he'll remain in the lead.
Really critical. Talking about shaping there with boards, is about to talk about Ben Skinner's tail. That's Tom Bexon, Mason Schremmer's shaper, who was at the Border Festival recently, and he shaped with one hand with his planer, and apparently quite a few people were blown away with that one-hand planing skill. But there was that wave of Ben Skinner then pushing water, but he didn't nosedive, he didn't pearl. His eyes were up, his body language was high, but the tail, you could see the water actually getting sucked into that deck concave on the tail. If there may be a replay of that small little wave, but it's very interesting and a great camera angle showcasing the little idiosyncrasies that can create a good nose riding surfboard.
You talked about the boardroom. The boardroom was a gathering celebrating surfboard builders that just happened this past weekend down in Del Mar Fairgrounds, where you had I love the gathering of the tribe, if you would. And when you gather the tribe, you exchange knowledge, you exchange history. It's really, I mean, as surfers, we're a tribe.
And that's what surf culture is about, sharing stories and telling stories, and that's how it's passed through generations. The Boardroom Festival being a big part of that. And there he is, the legendary shaper Tom Bexon on the screen right now. He's listening, hopefully. Maybe he's watching an Instagram reel.
Well, and that's a reminder. I want to make a public service announcement. Hey, all you surfers, say something nice. You know, send a nice message to your shaper, to your sander, to your laminator, to all your friends. Don't rush them when they're making boards. Don't question them. Just say thank you for what you do, because surfing's unique in that we get boards handmade. Each and every one of those, there's like the human touch.
You know, Tom used to have a t-shirt slogan, hug your shaper.
Hug your shaper, yeah. Bring him a six-pack of some Cali Squeeze maybe when you pick up your new board, and don't just give it to the shaper, give it to the sander, because he's got the dirty job actually. All right, well, Ben Skinner here at the 7-minute 10-second mark. He's in the lead. Declan Whiten needs a 7.9, and here he goes. Fades to that pivot to take off, gets on the nose again. Casual body style there. Oh, big pump through that section. Great footwork there, really working over this small wave So using the entirety of the board, some variety, some nose time, ticking the boxes.
Wow, explosive redirects there for Declan. Really trying to milk that wave for everything it is and kicking out there. So, but talking about glassing, Declan, team right now for Rhino Laminating Brookvale. They glass a lot of the surfboards in the Brookvale area. And Steve O'Donnell's a staple shaping down there. They'll all be tuning in right now in Australia to be late. But we have the replay as well, so later on YouTube there'll be replays of this, and we're watching longboarding history here. We've got the final 8, we've got the matches right now, and this will have one person go into a 2-person match coming up next. This is Declan, 5 and 10, stepping back after this, and this redirect here is explosive, bang, and just pushing himself higher on the wave, and really good camera angles, really showing the intricacies and the subtlety in Declan surfing. And he's really come a long way with the middle of the board surfing.
Just looking so casual in his approach, in the body language that you see from the Australian. Waiting for the number to come through for last ride of Declan Whiten, and it just pops up as a 5.67. He's still in second, trailing Ben Skinner, needs a 7.9.
7.9, it'll have to be a set wave at this point. They're making a really big statement. If they're going to go over the 6s, it has to be a considerable wave that's going to give the surfer some critical nature of maneuvers. We talk about a degree of difficulty. Everyone at this level can hang 10, do turns, but the judges are going to be looking for someone who really puts it on the line and it can draw out a nice combination of maneuvers, not just 1 or 2 nose rods or turns, but it's the full wave. So they need to surf with style, flow, and grace, incorporating the full length of the surfboard.
Well, we're down to under the 5-minute mark, Matt, and Tony Silvani does have priorities. So the American with an opportunity right now to take the lead. He's got priority. He's got enough time on the clock for a set to come through here. Needs a 7.17. But a 7.17, I feel he cannot achieve that on an in-between wave. He needs one of the bigger waves to come through right now.
All 3 surfers have got their hallmarks are their cutbacks. Their nose riding comes on the back of their turns, but I think it's a very evenly matched heat. So we see there Huntington, he got a 3rd, a 5th, and a 9th in El Salvador. He's already improved on that by making it to the final 8, making this match 2, I should say, and then he'll hopefully go into that next round where he'll be up against coming in with Taylor Jensen.
Interesting tail on this Stewart surfboard that Silvani has. It's like a bat tail when I check that out.
Yeah, they call it the bird model, and it's interesting. It's got a lot of thickness throughout the tail. It's got some edge, and that tail will be there to dissipate the water flow and also release and snap through his turns. The Stewart boards are highly tuned. You can see there, that's one of his, that's his mum and one of his students from his surf school.
Awesome.
Come down to watch. So he's got a lot of support down here on the beach.
Well, they're sending him good vibes right now. Silvani up on the nose, hanging 5, trimming that section, gets up to the 10, to the 5. Nice wall in front of him, and a lot of nose time there. Some great footwork. Comes around the whitewater, back to the open face. One more tap on a 5. Finishes with a roller coaster. Wants a little bit more. If he can juice that out of this wave, you can see him petting the cat in the whitewater, trying to get into front of it. And just a foam climb to finish the number he needs, a 717. Mom says, yeah.
It was not a convincing yeah, but you could see the grimace on his face. But anytime you need to pet the kitty to generate some speed, the judges generally will note that you're aiming to score points, which of course is what competitive surfing is about, but you need to make sure you don't look like you're scoring points. And here he is driving through the section. Amazing technical nose riding there from Tony, and he just gets the hips arch there, and here another critical nose ride. So here he's on his way to a really good score, and the wave raced away from him. Another quick nose ride, taps it off, and here, just looking for some more, gets low, and he knows there's something on the end, so he pets the kitty a bit, and he sees if he comes through the end section, and not really worth it. So we'll see how the judges give that a 6-2-3. Majority of those points coming from the opening nose ride, Kaipo.
So not enough for Tony Silvani. We're down to the 2-minute mark. Ben Skinner with heat control. He has the lead as well as he has priority. There's the numbers for Tony Silvani, and you can see that it comes in under the mark from all 5 of the judges.
Super hard worker, Tony Silvani, in his heats. He works really hard throughout all. You just know he's never going to give up. If he's in combination land with 5 minutes to go, you never put it out of the ballpark for Tony, because he's such a scrapper and is so well versed in competitive surfing. Ben Skinner with priority though, the highest wave of the heat is 7.5. He's going to be looking to drop that 6.33 on any ripple that comes through.
Guarding the lineup, Ben Skinner, you can see him there in the orange jersey. Wave coming through, set. It's going to be decision time for Skinner as Declan Whiten pulls a meerkat, stands up on the board to peer over the wave. Skinner's going to use his priority, and here he goes. Trims up to the nose for a 5 through that section, gets a nice tight 10. Again, stepping back, and a couple of turns for Skinner. Slices through the water there, some troubled water, and he pulls it through. Right behind him, Declan Whiten. Remember, Whiten at this time needs a 7.9. Whiten in the green jersey, Skinner in the orange jersey. Both surfers under a minute. Whiten in the white water, that's not going to do it. So Ben Skinner stares at the judges' tower, and he envisions himself onto match number 3.
Wow, the self-belief of Ben Skinner in this heat has been phenomenal, starting early and really building. That was his 8th wave in this heat, and just showing he's watched the conditions. He got here late on the Friday. He had 1 warm-up surf, and he's on the beach waiting to hear that score. Tony Silvani, a 7.17 required on this wave, Kaipo.
So you say there's a chance, Matt. Here we go with Tony Silvani. Can he put it together? He's going to have to eclipse the last score that he's had. And this wave, although he's got some nose time there, is just maybe not enough. We're going to leave that up to the judges, but that did not feel like it, the score. Your thoughts, Matt?
Wow, he's liking his clapping, whether that was one of defeat or just happy that he had opportunity towards the end. Yeah, balancing with that.
He does the Karate Kid on the way in.
So, yeah, he's done extremely well with an injury. We'll have to see where that one comes in. But one thing I want to note, Declan selling Ben on that first wave. But if it was anything like that last heat, Honolulu, Mason, and Alice, the first wave of the sets have been better today, Kaipo, because that was a good wave for Ben Skinner.
Yeah, Skinner actually on his last wave, a 6.63, so he's raised the bar for the other 2 competitors. We're going to just wait for one more score to make it a formality, but it is going to be Ben Skinner out of this heat and taking the win. There he is. Ben Skinner strolls up the beach and prepares himself for match number 3. There's numbers on the lower third of your screen. Skinner with a convincing victory. And he will be facing up against 3-time world champ Taylor Jensen in match number 3. Speaking of match number 3, when we return, match number 3 for the women will be in the water. Sophia Culhane, Honolulu Bloomfield, and we got a special guest for you. Stick around.
Waikiki represent. Give it up for the teenager, Sophia Culhane, with a victory at the last stop.
Honolulu Bloomfield, 3-time world champion. Original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships presented by Tractor Beverage Company. This is match 3 for the women. This is Sophia Culhane, our number 3 seed, out in the water, on the nose, and gliding effortlessly through First Point Malibu Surfrider Beach. This is our first look at Sophia Culhane as she's matched up against Honolulu Bloomfield in this match number 3, and showing some great poise on the nose is Culhane. Well, welcome, and thank you for joining us. We're having a great time here. I promised you a special guest, and we have a special guest. Kelia Moniz is with us. You can call her sister, 2-time world champ, and Sam Bleakley as well, longboard aficionado. First to you, sis. What do you think about it? We've been waiting for today to happen. Now it's going. Now it's going.
I was supposed to fly home today thinking that, you know, we would have the event over the weekend, but Mother Nature had other plans. But we're here. The waves are really beautiful today. I feel like this is the best conditions that I've seen since the weekend. And I'm very excited, obviously, for this heat because my girl's from Hawaii.
Yeah?
Yeah, they would have grown up looking up to you big time.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of crazy. I'm the auntie these days, you know? But I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy to support. Longboarding has come such a long way, and this is a cool format, and I think that a huge learning experience for everyone involved, and I'm just happy to be here in the flesh on the beach in Malibu.
Yeah,
with good waves.
And you know what, Kelia, this is really a story of North Shore versus South Shore of Oahu right now. And tell us about the strengths you feel on each of these surfers, Honolulu as well as Sophia.
Soph obviously being the young buck, but she's really strong. She's very fierce. She has a lot of intention in this event, and then obviously Hono being a 3-time world champion, she's such a good competitor, and you know she's going to be hard to beat. But if there's someone that can do it, it's Soph. I love watching Soph surf. She has a little bit of a different approach compared to a lot of the girls from especially from Queens. They all have a very similar, beautiful elegance about their surfing, but Soph in particular, she's really strong. She's a strong surfer, and I love how she can obviously plant insane hang tens, but she can put her board on rail, and especially these big Michael boards that she rides, she's able to really use the full board, and that's what I appreciate. And here we have Hono.
Yeah, Honolulu Bloomfield. We've been talking about her as a 3-time world champ. She already won her first match this morning, so this is a second surf for Honolulu Bloomfield, and we'll be getting caught up with some of the waves that have been ridden so far. Judges are getting caught up on scores as well. 29 minutes on the clock, and this is what we haven't seen, Sam.
Yeah, it looked really nice. Nice line. 6 steps up into the nose, just crisp and tight. Nice soul arch. Love it when she brings that arm up into the soul arch, hang 5 there. Back up for a second nose ride. She looked fantastic in that second title match this morning, riding her Myers board there. This looks nice and lively. And I mean, my question to you, Kelia, is obviously you had 2 world titles. She's going for a 4th world title. When you've won more than 1 world title, how does that affect the psychology when you're kind of coming into these world title campaigns?
I think Hono and I are very different competitors. I think she just wants more and more and more, and I think that's what makes her so amazing, and she's going to do what it takes to get more, and I'm sure there's many more in her future. But the hunger, like I think I lost that pretty early on, and she just has it, and it's very lively in her surfing, and it's inspiring.
Sophia Culhane here. She opened up the 7.67, so great start for Culhane, and she continues with that, just perched on the nose, 5 through that entire section there, gets to the middle of the board, back up to the tip for another hang 5, cruising through there, touches a 10, touches a 10 again, and some nice footwork to get back on the tail to redirect, stalls the board, gets back up on the nose again. Honolulu Bloomfield right behind her, and talk about a picture book here at Malibu. Beautiful waves, beautiful conditions, Sam.
Oh, absolutely. And we've shifted into 35 minutes now. So it's just surfer on surfer. We had 40 minutes for those opening 2 title matches with the 3 surfers and 2 set waves unridden there, demonstrating that, you know, there can be 4 waves in a set.
This is the battle we've been waiting for, you guys. This is what this event is all about. I feel like it's the man on man. It's good waves, and we were waiting for. It was a little slow this morning, but as we know, with the tide going out, it'll probably be more consistent. And this is the exciting matchups and the excitement that we want for this day. So let's watch Hono's replay.
Bloomfield, Sam. This is we're still waiting for the score on this wave.
Well, they've got a reference point with that 767 from Sophia. Look at this wave increase in size, and great movement the way she gets to the middle of the board, which allows that quicker trim speed and a really nice turn off the tail. Her read of this wave has been absolutely perfect, not committing too early on the 10s out back, recognizing the need to speed and glide and trim through the sections. I love the flow. I love the whole composure. This is absolutely going to go down to the last exchange for sure, because both of these women are going to go well close to the excellent range.
Yeah, and there's a lot of time left. So the fact that Soph kind of opened up with her first 2 waves being really, really good scores. Yeah, this is going to be a fun heat. I'm very excited that I'm here with you guys.
Yeah, and just great lock on the nose right there. And she will be so stoked to kick off with that 767. Really strong start for her. A lot of confidence to boost her campaign here.
Absolutely. This is what she wanted for sure. This is how she wanted to start the heat. And I think there's a paddle battle going on too.
That's right. We're catching up with the paddle battle as Sophia Culhane falls behind. Honolulu Bloomfield comes from behind, passes Sophia Culhane. What is at stake in this paddle battle is priority and really controlling the heat right now. Honolulu Bloomfield was actually behind Sophia for quite a while, paddling back up the point, but Hono just kicked it into overdrive. She's on top of the point right now. She just established priority, and we're waiting for scores for both of these surfers. As we're waiting for these scores, let's hear from our last heat winner with AJ.
Ben, a brand new board for you here in Malibu, and the first wave, you get a 7.5 on it. How good did this board feel under your feet?
Yeah, it felt incredible. It's my new model, the double scoop, and it's a slightly wider one that I've been riding in the rest of the tour. But the best thing about it is it's one of the most eco-friendly boards you can make. It's 100% recycled polyolor blank with a resin research bio platinum resin, which is a content of about 32% bio. So it's pretty special board, feels amazing, really good glide, and worked great.
It seemed like it worked great. Now you have a really quick turnaround before you head back out there. What is the strategy difference between a 3-man heat and then the 2-man heat that you're going into next?
It's really just the same. I mean, you've got to get the good waves out there. I felt like the last heat was really slow. Like, we didn't get a lot of sets, but that's Malibu. It's like heat on, heat off. Sometimes you get magic waves and sometimes you don't. So I'm just going to be patient. Try not to make any priority mistakes like I did in the last heat, which nearly lost me the heat. And, you know, just be a bit smarter. But it's going to be cool surfing with Taylor. He's one of my best mates. And so, yeah, it's cool. Excited.
As we are to watch you. Congratulations.
All right. Woo! Let's go, boys.
Yeah, we'll see Ben. Match number 3 with Taylor Jensen. You know, Ben Skinner, if the board doesn't work, he's got no one to blame but himself because he shapes his own board, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a fantastic board. A 9.4 polyola, recycled epoxy blank, the resin research, highest grade of bioresin. Interesting as well, he's now got to go back out for that match with Taylor Jensen, and he's on a roll, so it's going to be really exciting.
Well, we were waiting for scores, sis, and we're still waiting for scores, but last wave for Sophia Culhane went excellent. An 8.07 for Culhane.
I can't help but cheer for my girl. You know, these are like my baby. She's like my baby, you know. But this is exciting heat. I want to say something about Ben Skinner, though. I was watching his heat, and he had like such control over the whole heat, in my opinion. And he's a big guy. Like, if you don't know, like, he's a very tall, like, strong man. And to see him on those smaller waves, perched that long on the nose, hang like proper hang tens, no water off the nose. his board must be magic because I was like telling one of the girls I was sitting next to him, like, this is a big man. He's not small. His board works good.
Well, you should check that out because it's really interesting. It's called the double scoop model. That's only a 9.4, but it has this double concave on the deck in the last third of the board. It has a concave on the bottom in the top 2/3. So they work together, the single concave underneath, and then on the deck, a double concave, which allows him to narrow the tail width. He's got a wide point back, but all of that water holding at the tail, he used the inspiration of F1, Formula One, and the downforce created in the spoiler of an F1 car. And that is the inspiration to create this new double scoop model. And like you recognized, in small waves, the nose riding on this board is outstanding.
So clean. And I love that. That's, for me, I guess I love watching a hang 10 that's just crisp.
Yeah.
And he surely was very crisp this morning.
And if you were looking towards race car driving in regards to a surfboard, you would want to look at an F1 because if you looked at NASCAR for inspiration, you'd only turn one way.
And huge inspiration as well from the work of Michael Takayama. Like we've just seen Sophia get that excellent score, an 8.07, and the attention that he puts in the tail area and the foiling and the lift and the width, and she is absolutely thriving on those boards, isn't she?
Yeah, I feel like she's a perfect example of like probably what Uncle Michael wants his boards to look like when someone rides them. I think she surfs them beautifully, and again, the hang 10s, those really crispy hang 10s, you can tell that the judges love that.
Yeah.
You know?
And when we talk about Michael and Uncle Michael, we're talking about Michael Takayama from a legendary surf family, the nephew of Donald Takayama, who was Hawaiian Pro Designs, who was an incredible surfer and shaper and real longboard pioneer in the resurgence of longboarding. And and even more, Kaimana Takayama, a great surfer in his own right, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. And Honolulu, when she won her second world title in Taiwan in 2019, she was riding a Michael, but right now she's on her Carson Myers board. But this replay from Sophia, she is absolutely flying here, isn't she? Just so crisp and critical and just full commitment, no hesitation.
Beautiful.
So another vision here of the 8.07. So anything above an 8 we deem as an excellent score, sis, and
this is what she had to do.
Doing your thing.
This is what she had to do to win this heat and to, I feel like for her confidence going into the fourth round and even just like getting that one up on Hono.
Now remember, we still need a score for Honolulu Bloomfield. We're waiting for scores right now. The judges have been deliberating for a long time before assigning the number. So scores are trickling in for Honolulu Bloomfield. She's sitting out there and look at the numbers. They're big. They're giant. They're another excellent wave score. And we're going to see the positions switch in this match. 9.13 sis for Hono.
Wow.
This girl's amazing. She was on the beach. Well, I was on the beach with her on Saturday, and she surfed, and I was like, "Oh, you look so good." She goes, "I'm riding. This is the first time I'm riding. I'm pretty sure it's that board." She's like, "First time I'm riding this board." She has so much confidence in like her ability to just manufacture scores, and that's why she's a 3-time world champion, and that's why she can do this. You know, no pressure. She really has such a beautiful ability to not let pressure get to her, because if it was me and Soph got these two amazing scores, I don't know if I'd be able to do that, you know?
She took such a good line with that opening nose ride so she could walk back and then accelerate through this middle section where it's quite easy to go too committed on the 10 early, but she just read this wave so well, didn't she?
So smooth, and I love how she, you know, she doesn't neglect using the tail, and she has very powerful turns, and I love being able, especially for the girls, I love seeing them do both because they're capable, you know? So seeing the good hang 10s, really like long nose rides, but then also being able to like use that tail, I appreciate that.
And that was such a beautiful feature of your world titles in 212, 213. It was just beautiful all-round longboarding. The flow between everything was so important.
Yeah, and I think, you know, back then, I rode 2+1, so I didn't ride single fin. So the idea was that I was going to use that tail. I was going to use those 3 fins. So.
Yeah. And we were talking back then, we're talking about 2013 and 2012, where Kelia Moniz won back-to-back world titles. We have Honolulu Bloomfield out in the lead right now over Sophia Culhane. 18-minute mark right now. Can Honolulu continue to dominate this heat? We'll come back with the conclusion of this heat right after this. WSLstore.com. It's not too early to think about Christmas presents. So go to WSLstore.com where we have all the merch. We have posters from all the events, and we have athlete jerseys also. So get the jersey. We got the new soft thread jerseys as well. Get the jersey for your favorite athlete at WSLstore.com. That's where you can actually find Seth Moniz jerseys. They're number 7. And speaking of that, I have Seth's sister.
Yes, number 7. Go get your jerseys, Moniz. Let's represent, okay? Next year's looking good for my boy. I have good feelings.
Yeah, we will see. We'll see Seth back on the championship tour once we start that again. All the pipeline that's happening. January 29th is going to be the start of the next championship tour. But we have a way right now to crown another couple of world champs today, both for the men and women in the world of longboarding. Sam, we're going to do that today.
Wow, but right now, what an absolute cruncher. I mean, an 807, excellent range score, and a near excellent 767 for Soph. Fantastic start, just 17. She'd be the youngest world champion if she does win this year, but Honolulu with that 913. So it's pretty evenly poised, but Soph needs that big score. 824. Soleil Erico, last year's world champion, walking out there. And what, I mean, Kilia, what's really interesting is the documentation that Tommy Piruki has had of all of the Queens Waikiki talent, you included. And how important is that relationship been between the way he has celebrated this new wave of longboarding we're seeing out of the patch that you have grown up in?
Yeah, he is probably one of the more supportive just individuals.
Yeah, and let's just point out, that's Tommy right there in the orange helmet.
You'll never miss him. And I think it's pink, actually.
Oh, pink,
it's just faded because he uses it literally so much. He's in the water, puts so many hours in the water. There he is. This man, I'm sure his wife is watching. They are such a beautiful couple, but he puts so much time in the water and just really gives his everything to the community, to the Hawaii community, to the Waikiki community, and to the longboard community, really. Like, he puts his time out there, and I don't even know how, like, I don't know. Sometimes I think he just comes out here for himself. Like,
I got a question for you.
Yes.
How many times have you run him over?
I try not to run.
Well, he has a helmet on for a reason.
So he's good.
Yeah.
I have not run him over. I hope I haven't. Tommy, you can fact check me later. But no, he's a very beautiful human being, and he has, I think, just helped elevate and help tell the stories of the local Waikiki crew.
Yeah.
And also, like, the whole longboard community. Everyone here like really loves and appreciates his support.
Sis, I gotta say,
Mhm.
the longboard crew are some of the funnest surfers to be around, and I mean that in all honesty. And I'm around, you know, I do Challenger Series, I do QSers,
Yeah.
I do CTs, but there's something about the longboarders that just the way they interact and live life seems a little bit more lighthearted than some of the shortboard community.
Here's the thing, longboarding hasn't really had a tour up until the last couple of years, right? So like I think like back in my day, we would have one event to see people that you only see one time a year. So it's like this exciting moment where you're like celebrating, but you're also trying to compete. So I think it's always kind of like carried over through generations of like celebrating the time together. Because like I think last night there was a party like for this.
Oh, it was a great party at Aviator Nation.
Yeah, Aviator
wonderful.
Nation, and like, you know, the competitors showed up because they want to hang with their friends,
Yeah.
and like, and I think like back to your point, it's like everyone loves the community and loves to be together, whether it's on the beach, surfing,
Yeah.
or at a party.
Having a good time,
Yeah.
listening to some great live music.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at a recap of what's happened so far in this heat, Sam, because there's been some excellent surfing.
Yeah, this was the 717 that our 3 times world champion kicked off with. Nice 5, second 5. And again, it's the read of the wave that is really the distinctive feature of the way she's surfing. She's doing the right thing at the right time, never getting stuck behind the section, always accelerating through the middle of the board, using that quick footwork and getting beautiful 10 right on the inside. But this was the best of the first exchange, that 7-6-7 for Sophia's first ride.
Yes, Soph really navigates this board so well, and she's able to like really perched in the really critical section of the wave. And sometimes I think that's what sets her apart from even the Waikiki crew. She really gets in the pocket, and I love watching her surf. She's so powerful and graceful.
Yeah, never any hesitation, just full commitment. But this was that massive score, that 913. For me, it was the way she read this wave and just really accelerated through here. But it was a bigger wave, wasn't it? Definitely the biggest wave of the heat.
Yeah, and that turn right there where she was like, really able to like push off the tail and also just like so smoothly come back around. It was a great transition.
And nice that she's riding the Carson Myers boards because, of course, he worked with Carl Olsen at Two Crows, and certainly the Two Crows boards were important in Honolulu's early world title campaign. She's always liked to ride a variety of equipment, hasn't she?
So funny. She's always on different boards, but she's always like, she's either riding like today a brand new board or like a board that she's had for 10 years.
So when we talk about Two Crows, we're talking about the manufacturers out there at the Waialua Sugar Mill, correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the fun factory out there on the north shore
Yeah,
of
they just
Oahu,
make
where
fun
everyone
stuff.
makes great boards.
Yeah. And I think Carson Myers, Carl Olsen took him under his wing and taught him the ropes, and you know, so there's a nice connection between those two surfboard shapers.
Yeah, well, the relationship with your shaper is an important one. We can see the two surfers there, and now we got a vision of what's upcoming. Match number 3. This is Taylor Jensen. It's going to be our first vision of Taylor at Malibu this year. He's going to be coming up against Ben Skinner. Taylor Jensen, a 3-time world champ, and he is going to be a force to be reckoned with. It's going to be the battle of the big men, Kalia, in that match 3 for the guys.
I was just going to say, these guys are probably the 2 bigger, tall, just strong, like, as you can see, men, and they really know how to ride a longboard so elegantly but powerfully. It's like really it's really cool to see, and I really love watching both of these guys surf. And this is going to be a battle because they're also friends. So like the friendly battles are usually the best.
It's like watching rugby players dance ballet. I'm telling you, both of them are so light-footed, but they are big men.
Yeah, you said it, Kaipo, light-footed, and that's what is phenomenal about both Ben Skinner and Taylor Jensen, is that the use of the footwork, even in the smallest conditions, their ability to use that footwork to just keep at the pace of the wave and be in the right part of the board at the right moment is absolutely killer, and they will not be fazed by these smaller waves whatsoever.
Let's think back in this heat. There was a paddle battle, and that paddle battle was a pretty important paddle battle as the time goes on, you guys, because Honolulu Bloomfield won that paddle battle. She's established priority. Her score came in on that previous wave where she's taking the lead. So now, sis, Honolulu with great heat control in this final 8.5 minutes. Here's the paddle battle. Take a look.
I'm not surprised that she did this. She knew she kind of had to keep control, because that flurry of sets, you know, they're not very often. So this is crazy. She's a beast.
That was an absolute beauty. And, well, I mean, she hadn't heard that she'd got a 913 at this moment.
Right.
So she would have been feeling great when she heard that big score drop. But Sophia has just been incredible this year. It's been a joy to watch. That third at Huntington, lost to Kayleigh. That fifth at Bells, lost to Chloe Calmon. And then the win at the last event previous to this in El Salvador. I mean, the battles with Kayleigh, you know, you would have seen them emerge. You know, how important is that rivalry that they both have? Not only is it a rivalry, it's a close friendship.
Yeah, I think, like I said about Ben and Taylor Jensen, like, friendly rivalries are the best ones because you kind of want to beat your best friend so badly, but then there's so much love there at the end of the day. And the Kayleigh and Soph battle is amazing. I love it. I'm here for it. Kayleigh is like my niece. I've known her before she was born, so obviously by nature I'm just very like supportive of her. Her mom's like one of my best friends, and but I mean, all the girls, I support all of them. I love them all. But it's a fun battle. It's fun to watch, and they're just gonna push each other because they're so young.
Yeah. Well, you guys, for more insight, I'm gonna go to AJ McCord as she has some more insight on Sophia. AJ.
Kaipo, I was talking with Auntie Megs earlier, who obviously we have talked about a lot on this broadcast. She's so integral to women's longboarding, especially out in Hawaii, and she's been coaching Sophia as she gets ready to try and become the longboard champ here in Malibu. And she said the advice that she gave Sophia before she hit the water today is just to remember that once she gets out in the ocean, this is just between her and the waves, that she has competed, she has gotten herself to this point throughout the entire tour, and now it's just a chance to rely on her surfing, rely on the process that has gotten her here. And Kalia, I think what's interesting talking with Auntie Megs especially is what you were talking about, just that competitive friendship that it seems like is out there and how it plays out in the heats as we see them unfolding.
Yeah, there's friendly battles, and it's what pushes them to be better, because also they surf with each other at home every day. These kids spend so many hours in the ocean together, and although it's probably a lot more friendly at home than today, it pushes each other because they're constantly watching each other excel, and that is what is going to make world champions, in my opinion.
And when we talk about Auntie Megs, we're talking about Megan Gordines, a great surfer in her own right, good friend of yours, and another Queens local.
Yes, and someone who I had friendly battles with my whole career. We actually got matched up quite a bit, man on man, when we surfed in China, and it's so funny. Like, Megs is my best friend. We were staying together in China, but like when we were in the water, it was like.
Is she feisty?
Oh my God, yes. Yes, very. But so am I. So it's like, it was fun.
There she is. She's way up the point right now, sending some good vibes over to Sophia Culhane.
And that's Tiki Willis, another Waikiki local who is just a beautiful
Tiki's
addition.
all grown up.
Tiki is grown up, and she also surfs beautifully, and I hope to see her on this tour one day.
Say hi to Alika and to Dina.
Yes,
the
and
parents.
Dina's here. Uncle Alika's definitely watching. Hi to Uncle Alika. Also, I want to say hi to my son because I'm hoping he's watching.
Yeah, there you go.
It's funny, he watches surfing, but he always thinks that like we always watch my brother surf. So when he sees surfing, he's like, oh, is that Uncle Seth? So I have to show him videos of me surfing so he knows that I surf.
Right. That's
so
funny.
He'll be thinking like, oh, it's Uncle Seth out there today. It's like, no, it's not.
I want to say hi to your husband, Joe. He's my favorite New Yorker.
Oh, that's very nice. Joe's definitely watching. Hi, babe. We love you. Kaipo's a big fan.
I'm a big fan. 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Honolulu Bloomfield is in control, Sam, right now. How's Sophia going to come up on this? She's under priority.
Well, they had a little scramble there. They were looking, and the great thing about being on a longboard is you get that opportunity to go on your knees. Sometimes you'll see longboarders stand completely on their feet to see what's coming, and it's like when you're driving a truck or a van, you just got that higher level of elevation to get that line. But this is a real important moment because there will be scoring potential on a wider wave. So if you make that, if you're out of priority, you could have an opportunity to move a little bit wide. But this is classic for Honolulu Bloomfield, sitting there with priority in the lead, carrying that excellent 913.
So when you stand on the board to check out the wave in the back, you can't do that really on a shortboard, kind of, but easier on a longboard and probably more functional. I call that the meerkat.
The meerkat, I heard you say that earlier. That's actually really funny.
I'm trying to get it to catch on. You know how meerkats stand up and poise on the
I'll
African
support this effort, Kaipo.
plain. And,
it's called the meerkat, guys.
We're inventing vocabulary as we speak. 3 minutes, 15 seconds, and a quiet Malibu is not what Sophia wants to see right now. Interested in this one? Maybe some repositioning for Kohane. She's going to take the paddle. Priority to Honolulu Bloomfield. We'll see if Honolulu uses her priority. The answer is yes, she does. There's the defense. Now time for some offense. Gets to the nose. Looks behind her. And not a lot of wall to trim on this one. Remember, she has to improve upon a 7.67, and that wave's not going to do so. So, opportunity now for Sophia Kohane.
Yeah, that was a big risk to go for that, but she had a fantastic 10 through the middle of that wave. But relative to those big scores, that 7.67 that Sophia kicked off with, her backup score of a 7.17, you feel as if it's not going to go into the top two, and it leaves a little bit of time for Soph.
It's definitely enough time for another wave to come, but I feel like Hono had to go because you don't really know what these waves are going to do. Sometimes it hits just that perfect bank where it just takes off and kind of like the wall just grows. So she had to do that, but you know, 2 minutes is a long time for Hono and a very short amount of time for Soph right now. So we'll see what happens, but may the best man win.
Yeah, here we go. Under 2 minutes.
May the best woman win.
Oh, just surfer.
Surfer.
We can just be gender neutral right now and just call everyone.
Mana
And we're just all
wahine.
surfers. Well, yeah, mana wahine, which would be.
In this heat, we can say that, right?
Yeah, we can. From Hawaii, mana wahine. Yeah, powerful woman.
Powerful woman, which these two are.
There's our eyes.
This is going to be a very quiet moment for Soph, but
she's got so much wisdom and maturity. I remember watching that big final that she got into in Noosa in 2020 when she got second
her
behind
first event.
Kayleigh, and she was just 14, Kayleigh was 15. And when I saw them both in the final then, I'd already seen Kayleigh surfing a number of years before, but I just was blown away at the calm composure she had under pressure in heat situations. And that is going to come into her favor right now if she gets an opportunity.
She sees something, guys. So this is exciting. And yes, like you, yep, there's something. There's something there.
Oh, wow. Opportunity.
50 seconds.
There's the meerkat, Kaipo.
Couple of meerkats on the way to spot which one in the set. Looks like she's going to.
This is a beautiful wave.
She's going to go for the first wave of the set. Here we go. Kohane needs an 8.24, and here she goes. Gets on the nose, gliding through that section with a nice 5. Wow. Lots of time on the nose there. Great trim, Sam. Goes to the 10.
Wow.
Big, powerful cut back there. Comes back to the nose once more. Hangs on that 5. Coming down the line. Sophia Kohane right behind her. Honolulu Bloomfield. This one is going to come right down to the finish. Kohane on the inside, keeping the rails clean, redirecting outside. Bloomfield pumping through that section. Kohane cut back right onto the beach, and Bloomfield looking to finish up her ride here, and we are all going to be in suspense on who's going to take out this match number 3. It's all in the hands of judges now.
Well, not only did that put my hair on end on my arms, also my legs.
Same.
The length of that, I mean, look, it's still happening now. The length of that opening 5 and then into that 10, that was just absolutely outstanding. But of course, we have to respect that Honolulu might well replace her backup score because she had a really good set as well.
They're both so sophisticated because the pressure was not an issue here. They both did exactly what they had to do with the time given in the wave. Let's rewatch this beautiful wave by Soph. Should we count how many seconds she was on the nose here?
I mean, the hold on this 5, and then she stays true to that trim line on the critical section on the 5, and then she strikes the 10 right there. And that was the moment when the hairs on my arm stood up.
And she definitely used the tail as well at the end of the wave here. So, yeah, this is amazing.
Nice soul arch as well through that second nose ride. And like you say, 2 strong rail turns and just, again, a brilliant read of the wave. No mistakes in the pocket the whole time. And you feel as if it's going to be super close to the score she needs. So it's going to come down to if our 3-times world champion backs up, replaces her 7.17.
Yeah. And I think for me, I love being able to watch Soph be so stable. She's a really like stable surfer. She's not really like, there's no glitch in her form, and I love that about her style. Hono behind her, just trying to find the face again, but using so much rail always.
It's going to be so close. I mean,
It's going to be very close.
I really like the degree of difficulty, the risk, the commitment to Sophia's opening nose ride. You know, staying true to that long 5 into that 10.
Into the 10, but also the second one was also really long and high and tight in the pocket. So, yeah, she didn't let pressure get to her in that one. She did a phenomenal job at performing. She got 3 waves in this heat.
And they have that 9.13 as a really big reference point. That's a huge benchmark, Kaipo, for the judges to really compare scores against.
Judges are going to take some time with this, you guys. I think they're going to take a look at multiple replays before assigning a number.
Yeah, and I think if she does get the score, if Soph does get the score, then it's going to give her a lot of confidence. Oh
Well,
my gosh, she got the score.
Sophia gets a 9.43. Remember, we still need a score for Honolulu Bloomfield. Bloomfield, if she gets an 8.38, she'll retake the lead. But right now, talk about performing under pressure. A 9.43. There's all the numbers.
And the commitment on that opening 5 into 10. And like you said, after a down rail carve turn, getting another critical nose ride, she really put it all on the line. She knew she had to, and she did.
She got 3 waves in this heat, and they were all amazing scores. And this is going to give her a lot of confidence going into this next round.
Still waiting for that score for Honolulu, so not time to celebrate quite yet. Honolulu can retake the lead with an 8.38. Honolulu nervously pacing right now. You can see the split screen of our 2 surfers still waiting for that final score to decide this match.
That's a great shot. I mean, that's competitive longboarding right there, and the pressure, but also the commitment these women have made to the year, the surfing they've done, the funding, the energy, and not just physical, psychological, to get themselves here at Malibu.
Yeah, and I just want to say that I'm so proud of all I mean, these 2 right now especially, but I also, the whole Hawaii community coming up right now. Everyone's pushing the level of surfing, the men, Kai, Connie. I'm just so proud of everyone, and in this moment, this is such a special moment to be a part of.
8.38 is what Honolulu needs, and look at the numbers. They're coming in under, so don't call it a comeback, but it will be. Sophia Culhane, she's hearing the news right now. She's moving on into match number 4 and an opportunity for a world title, AJ.
That's right, Sophia Culhane down here just finding out that you have moved on in Malibu. Walk me through what is going through your head right now.
I mean, I can't explain it. You know, you work so hard all year, and I'm just so happy.
As you should be, Soph. That last score, so critical for you to move on. What did you see in that wave?
I mean, I was staring at the horizon for a while. I was like, oh, please, Lord, please, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. So I'm just super happy, and yeah.
As you should be, but your job is not done, ma'am. You have another match to compete in. So what are you going to do? How are you going to carry this momentum into the next one?
Definitely go take a breather, congratulate myself, and go into the next one, I guess.
Congratulations, Sophia. We'll see you in the next one against Soleil Erico.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, there we go. Some excitement, some emotion. Taking a look at the matches coming up. Is Soleil Erico coming up against Sophia Culhane? We return. Match 3 for the men. They'll be out in the water. More from Malibu on the way right after this.
here's one of the best to do it, Taylor Jensen.
Taylor Jensen, huge committed power carve.
Ben Skinner finds his trim line. Soul arching through there. Trims up to your nose for a 5 through that section. Gets a nice tight 10.
The original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships is rolling, and match 3 is a heavyweight battle. We got Taylor Jensen versus Ben Skinner. This is our Tyson versus Holyfield moment. Two amazing surfers, not just great longboarders. We're talking two classically trained rippers who no doubt just did their research and saw that there were 9s and 8s flying all over the place. This is going to be yet another stellar match. I'm Chris Cote with Sam Bleakley. We got Taylor out there in the red, Ben in the orange. USA, Great Britain represented. Malibu shining this Monday morning. And so far, so good. The wait, totally worth it. I almost want to thank those fog banks because what they did was build the anticipation, get us going. And when things started off this morning, like I said, there's perfect waves out there. There's perfect scores, and this right here is going to be a great, great match to watch.
Yeah, and when that last exchange we saw there, Sophia, she had an incredibly long wait to get that wave, but it was a 4-wave set, as you can see her there with Tiki Willis there, and all of the Hawaiian fans, her coach, Auntie Megs, and it was so much pressure to get an excellent range score on that last ride, but that long 5 into that 10 with a down carve rail turn, as we see Johnny the Ripper there congratulating her, backed up by a second critical 10. And Honolulu was close to replacing her second scoring ride. So that really demonstrated that the big scores are out there, but the big guns out there right now, Cote. I mean, two men in the prime of their life, late 30s. You could say prime of your life.
They're veterans.
Any age, but I think these two surfers are surfing as good as they have ever surfed. We got Taylor Jensen, 3 times world longboard champion. We got Ben Skinner, 12 times European longboard champion on multiple occasions. 12 times. 12. More European titles than we have fingers on our hands.
Wow.
And he has been in the top 5 of the World Longboard Tour for the past 10 years, and he looked really good in that second title match. So he's got the momentum coming up against Taylor, but Taylor has got a long, deep relationship with competing at Malibu. He's got great patience and he's got incredible read of the waves here. So you'll expect that he will be really picky and choosy, and you know that when the set waves come, he is going to put everything into them. As he has done all season, he's been surfing incredibly this year.
30 minutes, 24 seconds left, and we're going to kick things off here with Taylor Jensen. Straight to the nose, 10 over, leaning heavily over the nose of his board. Now he gets the speed line going. That's that big Taylor Jensen carve that we know and love, and he gets back up, 5 over. Wave dissipated quickly, but still making full use of it. Looks like he could have a bit of a reform here through to the inside. He does. Nice little hot pocket there for Jensen as he just now, this is a great example. He brings a sledgehammer to surgery. He had that powerful section on the outside to work with, and then he had the ability to lighten up on his feet and make the most of that wave through the inside. As you see Ben Skinner now, wave ends up a little bit differently for Ben, closes out there. We could see a bit of a paddle battle here. It looks like Ben does have the inside track, but you do not want to get in a paddle battle with Taylor Jensen or Ben Skinner. These guys have a combined wingspan of about 25 feet. They're going to get outside pretty quick.
Great first wave for Taylor there. It was a bigger, faster wave on his 9.8 Singleton model, a board that he's designed with Stu Kenson. And he just swept into that so quickly. High line, 4 steps, straight into a nice long 10, critical 10 in the pocket, stretch back to a 5. And I like the acceleration off the front of the board there. And then he put that board on rail very dynamically and 6 steps back into another tight 5, into a touch of the 10, and back on rail through this inside section, 4 into another 5, holding that 5, clean cross steps, back into a 3rd strong dynamic rail turn, and still nose riding right through the reed of the inside to end with a float And that was a really strong start for Taylor Jensen, 3 times world longboard champion. Ben Skinner, his first wave, 6 steps into a 5 on his 9-4 double scoop. Full nice lock of the 5 there, hold up tight, back into a really nice lifting 10. You can really see the tail dynamics of that board kicking in as that 10 section in the pocket allowed the lift back up for another long 10 through that middle section there. Again, a touch of the nose, and this is the point when he recognizes the opportunity to just get the edge on the paddle battle. He knows that Taylor rode all the way through to the inside. We're going to expect that Taylor's going to get the best of that exchange, but these are 2 men at the top of their game.
Full credit to Ben. I mean, making the most of that wave. I love the speed element and kind of the excitement factor. Taylor's wave was better. It just had a more perfect line, but I almost feel like Ben overachieved on his wave. There was a lot of action, subtle footwork, but there was energy to it.
Yeah, and that shines out in the scores there, Chris. A 6.33. Yes, Taylor's a bigger score, a 7.67, but not a huge amount of separation between the two. So Ben definitely, you know, really made the most of that opportunity, and he'll be pretty pleased with that score.
Absolutely. You know, I feel like, you know, again, this is not a wave catching contest. This is who rides their waves the best. Taylor Jensen with that 7.67, that's going to be a big start for him. But, you know, Ben Skinner on a wave that really didn't offer much. Got a pretty sizable chunk of points there, 6.33 total. So, like you said, he's got to be stoked, and that just helped him build a little bit of momentum. More good news is he was able to get out of that closeout section quick and maintain that priority spot. So 26.43 to go here. We're already in match 3. You know, another thing about our finals day, you know, that we proved lower trestles on the championship tour is, you know, once things start, it goes quick. I mean, you barely have a second to catch your breath, and I think that just adds to the excitement, to the, you know, the unexpected things that happen in that last heat. You know, you would have had to give the edge to Honolulu Bloomfield just because of the momentum she built early on, but Sophia's last wave, I mean, prototypical, beautiful buzzer beater. That was a huge moment, and there's going to be more, I promise you.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see the surfers who come out of victory from one of the matches who have that limited time to prepare for the next match. So Ben didn't have long to prepare for this matchup now with TJ Taylor Jensen, 3 times world longboard champion. But after that post-heat interview, he would have just regrouped, rehydrated, and got himself focused, just stayed calm, stayed present. He was the latest surfer to arrive here. Literally Friday, that's just a few days ago he arrived. He had commitments at home. He runs a fantastic surfboard factory, Skin Dog Surfboards. Big shout out to all of the crew tuning in Newquay, Cornwall right now, watching Ben Skinner, 12 times European champion, going for his first world title. Twice he's finished second on the World Longboard Tour in 2020 and 2015, and on multiple occasions he's been second at the ISA World Longboard Championship. And Taylor Jensen going for his 4th world title.
This is going to be an exciting 25 minutes, that's for sure. Taylor Jensen on top for now. And while we have a little bit of a break in the action, that means we get to go down to the sand where the wax head is waiting.
We have a tide around the mid-range right now, getting lower, obviously. So you see the surfers out there, not a lot happening. But in these conditions, when we don't have a lot of energy, the surfers really need to rely on their body. They really need to rely on their technique and the combination of that with the board. Ben Skinner right now has his self-shaped board, and it wasn't his first choice. It was actually a 3rd choice. His other boards demolished by airlines, and that's something we've seen a trend throughout the year with surfers going to 4 events, and we're having obstacles with logistics, surfers snapping boards and shore breaks, and just the heavy use that event surfing creates. But Ben, 3rd choice board, he's got a concave that's running almost 3/4 in the bottom of the board. A single concave. Usually you'll see it reserved for the front 3rd, but what that concave's doing is funneling water through and creating lift. Although you're not going really fast, in slow waves like this, a big guy like Ben will need all the assistance he can get. And by shaping a board like that, it's allowing him to levitate on the nose. But not only that, is he's got deck concave as well, a scoop on the deck of the tail. So he's really utilized all these little features to create a surfboard that nose rides well for him and his bigger frame. But it just goes to show in longboard surfing, the future is anywhere we want to take it. And a lot of surfer shapers on this tour. So there's some women coming up that are making their own boards. So I'm looking forward to the future of board design and professional longboard surfing.
I love it, Waxhead. It's almost like you have an F1 race car with the body of a classic Cadillac. You know, there's a lot of technology that goes into these classic boards, and every centimeter of every board matters. Wax, when you're looking out there, I see you got your shades on. We're looking at the horizon right now. The grayness, that kind of gradient that we see, is it tough to identify the sets that come through?
It is. Typically at Malibu, we've got a south swell. Today we've got southwest, south, and west combining. You've got to look down the line towards the pier sometimes, and you have to really get low to look at the line. And as we see Ben Skinner paddling for this one right now.
Ben Skinner up and at it, second wave ridden. His first was a 6.33. He is straight to the nose. Self-shaped board looking magical under his feet. 10 over, flying down the line. Come on, Ben Skinner. Still riding in the nose.
Wow, what a hang 10, Chris.
Could have eaten a hand sandwich up there.
Absolutely. The length of time on that 10, another soul arch 10. And the way he walked out of that first 10, he just needs to keep his composure through the inside here.
Well, I mean, after 2 long, extended nose rides like that, you'd have to feel like he's getting excited. The points just accumulating for all the time he spent, and he's still going. A little inside runner. He is right on the sand. Ben Skinner has entered the chat.
Wow, that was absolutely exceptional. Those hang 10s there, right in the pocket, all 10 toes over the tip, and also riding an eco board, a polyola board made from recycled epoxy blanks with resin research bioresin, so you can get all of his hand-shaped polyurethane foam and fiberglass boards or his Thunderbolt models. But Ben now also exploring the capabilities of ecological technology and materials. But look at this 5 into 10. Keeps that trim line there and then locks in, bolt upright, and just trims in 10 through this section, cool as a cucumber with his arms behind his back, and then puts that board into a sweeping down carve, 6 steps back into the second nose ride, soul arching from a 5 into a really long lifting 10, and then walking back to the tail, and then just climbing off the bottom again for another nose ride, and managing to regain his composure and just go again into a beautiful sweeping down carve. So the judges will have the opportunity to compare that score to Taylor Jensen's opening 7.67. You could see by the body language from Ben, he knew that he did everything you could possibly do on that wave.
In the simplest terms, that was sick. Love to watch that as he's paddling back out. Waxhead, you were right there on the sand when that wave ended up. What did it sound like from the beach?
The crowd erupted, but Ben, he is so animated. He's paddling out and he's hooting himself, slapping the board. You can feel the emotion on the beach right now. And that we just talked about the board and its little features, and Ben putting it to test on one of the best waves we've seen in this set today. But the lower tide, that one really held its line and it connected onto what I call the low tide bank. There's a bit of sand out here and the surfers are way up the point. But as the tide drops, we're going to see that next section down really come into play. Taylor, really deep, fell behind. Ben's broke with a little bit of that west in it really nicely along the point. A combination of his mind, his body, and his board. He's on fire right now.
Well, during all that excitement, Taylor Jensen quick up and down, just a 2.3. Judges now deliberating, taking their time. And usually when they feel the excitement like that, undeniable, he's hanging out there on the nose for, I mean, what felt like realistically 20 seconds, which is an eternity for a nose ride, all 10 over. I mean, where do you go from there? You have to go into the excellent range.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, some judges might give it a perfect 10. It will be very much well into the 9s, Chris.
Oh yeah, 9.57. There you go, the highest, one of the highest single wave scores of the day for Ben Skinner on the strength of a glorious extended hang 10 nose ride. Ben Skinner now takes the lead. That means Taylor Jensen needs an 8.24. Hope you've had your coffee on this Monday morning, because things are escalating here at Malibu. The original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships is firing on all cylinders. We're going to take a quick break as our surfers reset themselves in the lineup. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
just do what your elders do. Getting rad, getting air, adrenaline.
The most exciting part for Connor is that there's some unknown coming. He can do what he wants and enjoy doing what he wants.
Nate is very aware of other people, very interactive, very considerate.
Be sure to check out Convergence on YouTube later on today, because right now we are just enjoying Ben Skinner on the nose. Loop this on repeat all day, because that right there was a moment.
Yeah, that was magical, and that's why he designed this board. He developed a fantastic shape called the cherry picker that had a very wide tail, a lot of foiling and kick in the tail to create lift on the nose. And he wanted to push that design further and narrow the tail and have a wide point back to improve the turning capability, but he still wanted the radical lift on the nose riding. So he developed this model called the double scoop. This is a 9.4, and it's got a double concave through the tail. It's got a big single concave underneath the board for the front 2/3 of the board, and that double concave in the tail allows the water to lift and hold on the nose, so that he doesn't have to have a super wide tail board, but he can still get the lift in the pocket without sliding out on the tents like we just saw then. So this is a lot of research, a lot of prototypes, a lot of experimentation, and this is exactly why Ben Skinner designed this board for moments like this at Malibu. He's going for a world title.
Yeah, and shout out DJ Hendo Froth on the soundtrack selection, because that song under that nose ride went perfectly. Team's on fire down here today at Malibu. 14:58 to go. Ben Skinner with a healthy lead at 9.57 paired with a 6.33. Do not count out Taylor Jensen ever.
Of course.
The horn's got to have blown for about 5 minutes until you count him out, because he's sitting on a 7.67. He's got a 2.30 to throw away. He needs an 8.24. And it's funny, earlier this morning, you're thinking, ooh, 8.24, I don't know, that's a big number. We've seen about 12 8.24s already today, so we know what's possible, and we know how good Taylor Jensen is. He almost has like a Kelly Slater-esque kind of knack for being able to find those waves when he needs them.
He's a master, and he's had a great year. Second at the first event of the World Longboard Tour in Huntington, losing out to Connie Ellis-Stewart. He had won that event last year, so to get back-to-back finals was really incredible. In the semi-finals in Bells Beach, Kai Salas on the last score exchange, it just meant that Taylor didn't get into the final. Had he got into the final in Bells, he would have been the first male longboarder to have guaranteed a spot in the top 8. And then he had a disappointing result in El Salvador. It was a 9th, but his results over the season had been enough to get him the 3rd seed. So Kai Salas is 2nd seed, Connie Ellis-Stewart is number 1 seed. But Taylor Jensen has been so interesting watching this week. He came up to Malibu earlier in the week with some new 9.8 Singleton Stu Kensons, but he's riding an old favorite. He's been experimenting with a lot of nice boards at the moment, and he tends to do that. He has a big quiver in his vehicle, and he's here with his family on the beach, and his wife Nava, his kids Zion and Jagger, and he's decided to use the board that he rode here at Malibu last year. He was incredible at Malibu last year, getting 3rd, losing to Harrison Roach in the semi-finals, but doing some outstanding surfing. So carrying that 7.67, he knows he's just got to stay patient, wait for a set, because an 8.24 is no problem for the 3-time world longboard champion.
12:52, and it looks like Ben Skinner has identified a little runner here. He's up. UK represent Ben Skinner back on the nose and out. So just a quick little flirt with that wave. Didn't like the looks of the rest of it, so kind of just edged himself out. He's in 2nd priority, so no harm, no foul there in taking that wave. But Ben Skinner with a 15.90 total.
Yeah.
in the teens. That's huge.
Yeah, and he knows he could replace that 6.33 on a smaller wave. So that would have been the thing that was going through his head then. Can I get something in the mid-7s on one of these small waves?
The way these guys are surfing, anything's possible. Do you have your passport on you, Sam?
I do have my passport on me.
Okay, good. We're going back to Taiwan, 2017. We're taking a time machine to the WSL Longboard Championships held in Taiwan. Look at this beautiful scenery, a great wave, a little wild and woolly here, but this is just another great example of how and why Taylor Jensen has been doing this at a high level for so long. Any wave, any board, any place, he's going to shine, he's going to perform. This is how he got his title in 2017.
Yeah, so this was at Jinsun Harbor. It's a peak, you can go right and left. And this occasion he had to have a surf off for the Tide Tour with Edward Del Pero. And I remember those waves. I had the opportunity to commentate at this event, and it was his 3rd world title. He won in 2011, he won in 2012. As you can see Edward there next to him. It was that surf off event, but it was Taylor going all the way. But what's been impressive this year, Chris, is the way he's opted to really kind of bring some longer boards into his quiver. He's using these single fins, this Singleton model, this 9.8 shaped and designed by Stu Kenson. A little bit different than a lot of the boards that he has that have been designed by Dan Mann. And Taylor demonstrating his all-round capabilities, his footwork, his flow, his incredible down calves, and the fact that he is one of the great all-time all-rounder longboarders.
Yeah, I love that you brought that up, because as you saw in that video, I mean, 2017, not that long ago, but you saw how radical he was getting on the inside, which is fun to watch. It's very hard to do, but Taylor's had this really great ability to be able to adapt to kind of the changing landscape of what's happening with the cutting edge of longboard competition. You know, new rules come into play. There's subtle differences, of course. You can still go out there and shred, but with more of an emphasis on the traditional, you know, the style, just the kind of more classic approach. He's had the ability to adjust how he surfs. He can do anything. I mean, I've seen him on huge waves, I mean, the guy does it all. But it's really cool that, you know, he came from an era where it was totally acceptable to go out there and go vertical and even do airs on your longboards. He excelled at all that, but now he's excelling in the current, you know, longboard style of judging criteria that really rewards the subtleties, the traditional, and, you know, just the more classic elements. And, you know, I really give him a lot of respect for that. All these surfers, I put Ben Skinner in the same category. You know, there's a handful of these guys that have come up through all the different eras of longboarding, and they're making it work, they're adapting, and, you know, they don't have to change their styles, they don't have to change their ability level, but they just are able to hone in on what the judges are looking for to achieve their success.
Yeah, and both surfers have, you know, so much pedigree, not only now within their children getting passionate about surfing, but also their parents getting them into surfing. And of course, Taylor's wife, Nava, there, the daughter of Nat Young, and Nat won in 1966 down in San Diego, his first world title. And then at the beginnings of the longboard renaissance competition scene in 1986, Nat won the world title in 86. He didn't win in 87, that was Stuart Twistle. He won in 88, he won in 89, he won in 1990. And then, of course, Nat Young was really instrumental, working with the likes of Joel Tudor and Oxbow at really, you know, really in bringing a new wave of longboarding around Europe, as we see Soleil Erico.
I like how you said new wave of longboarding right when Soleil appears on the screen.
Yeah, and a nice story as well linking Ben Skinner is that Oxbow tour. They went to Ben Skinner's dad's pub in Jersey in the mid-1990s. So there's this long history connected to both of these surfers, but Taylor looking to get the score and looks really strong on this wave.
High-speed line for Taylor Jensen, patiently waiting to get back into the pocket with a big TJ turn right there. Gets back on the nose. Incredible ability to go from heavy-footed to light-footed all in the span of about a split second. This wave's still developing in front of him. Nice drop knee turn into the cross step there. Through to the inside. Calm, casual. Just maximizing the potential of this wave all the way to the sand. Nicely done there for Taylor Jensen, and, you know, that's a exactly how you want to get rid of a 2.30. Not sure if it's going to be up in the 9.57 range that we saw from Ben Skinner, but that's definitely going to help him climb out of, I would say you would call it a hole right now, because he needs an 8.24. That's a big number, and Ben Skinner is now at the back with priority.
6 steps into that opening 5, rolls that 5, walks back, and I love the use of acceleration there. You'll see that
cool
from the Marshall brothers, the way that they will come to the middle of the board and climb and drop from the middle of the board to make these fast sections at Malibu. So this guy's read of this wave is being perfect. That carved turn was the strongest rail turn of the ride so far. In fact, my favorite thing of the whole ride so far. For me, that was the money moment in this potential score. So I think this is going to go really high, and it's going to mean he's going to be chasing, you know, a much lower second score. Of course, we've got that reference point of that 9.57. It's not going to go as high as that, but it could well be a really important score for Taylor.
Yeah, you know, it's fun when you have the ability to watch the replays, which the judges do as well. I mean, you can see a totally different wave just in kind of being able to study it. That wave did not give him a lot of room to work, but what room it gave him, he really made the most of it, and he mixed up his maneuvers, right? So it wasn't just nose right turn, nose right turn. It was 5, 10, drop knee turn, you know, good power carve. So kind of mixing up his turns and his tricks is exactly what the judges want to see. Coming up next, it's going to be another big one. We got Soleil Erica, reigning world champion, going up against a hard-charging Sophia Culhane. So Soleil in the blue jersey right here literally just lives right around the corner. This is her backyard, so she's got something to prove. She's got that crown on her, you know, the invisible crown right now. So this is going to be real fun to watch.
And this was the final matchup in the women's draw last year. Soleil Erica, Sophia Culhane. That was our final, and that was an incredible final. And Soleil there with CJ Nelson. She's just been mixing up her board designs a little bit to make sure she's in the prime opportunity to surf these smaller conditions with that dynamic flow that we've learned to love from her surfing, but also those critical nose rides. So that's going to be a very exciting exchange, like all of the matches have been so far, and all of them will continue to be as we crown our world champions later today, Chris.
You know, there has not been, I'm going to knock on wood real quick, but there has not been a sleeper heat in the mix just yet. Every single heat, as usual, again, you know, say what you will about the finals day format, it is exciting. Every single heat has come down to the wire. So far, for me, the heat of the day was that Sophia v. Honolulu heat that came down to the last 30 seconds with one of the highest scores of the day. And of course, we all expect more of that to come with two titans of log in the water right now with 4 minutes, 14 seconds to go. I'm not going to speak too soon, but this is the seed of potential massive Cinderella story starting right here for Ben Skinner.
Absolutely, but let's not ignore the fact that TJ has just dropped a 7.57. So he really got a big score for that last wave. He's now chasing an 8.24, and that is something that Taylor can get. 3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. You can just see Ben just asking the beach announcer for those times. He's got to keep his composure here. He's sitting with priority, which is a great position to be in, but if a set does come, likely with, you know, it's going to be 2-wave set. We have seen occasional 4-wave sets, so the game of chess is so key in these last few minutes. If a set does come, does Ben go for the first wave, the second wave, you know, or does he kind of come wide? Does he sit deep? This is a lot of, you know, a lot of pressure on both of these surfers' shoulders right now, but they're both surfers who have time and time again got the scores they've needed in the dying minutes.
Yeah, it's subtle, but you can tell Ben right now is kind of in a predatorial position. He's right in the blind spot, but you know Taylor knows exactly where he is, and he's just right now trying to will the sands of time in his favor. 2:50 to go. And it's got to be so daunting to look to the horizon and go, is that a wave? What is that? Is that an 8? Is that a 9? What is this thing coming at me? Because again, it's a matte finish. It's all gray. These little lines and lumps can be so deceiving. You would have to give the edge to Taylor Jensen just in terms of veteran knowledge out here at Malibu. He's been in a million events here. But, you know, there's a reason why Ben Skinner is at this level. He can serve anywhere, anytime. And right now, he's in priority. So again, with 2 minutes and 18 seconds to go, he can actually drop in on Taylor, totally within the rules, block him off the wave, and he's not even looking at this one. So is this an 8.24 for Taylor Jensen? That's a good start there, hanging out on the nose, trying to edge back up there. Just trying to get as much juice from this wave as possible. It's helping him out a little bit. I love the little swivel through the inside. That is not going to be an 8.24.
But he had to have a look, didn't he?
Had to.
Yeah.
Had to.
And demonstrating again, you know, why he is one of the best. Why he's a 3 times world longboard champion. And if he doesn't get the opportunity to go for a score, we've got to also celebrate the surfing that he's done. You know, I'd recommend watching those heat replays in Huntington, in Bells, in El Salvador. I mean, even when Taylor lost to Johnny Van Hoyenstein, Johnny the Ripper in El Salvador, the way he surfed was just sizzling. I mean, this guy has been a joy to watch all year.
Yeah, I mean, with 1:10 to go, it ain't over till it's over. But Ben Skinner now is in the apex predatorial zone, knowing he's controlling the lineup. And you can almost feel the stoke coming from Ben Skinner. He came into this event with not a lot of pressure. He was just so happy to be here. He barely, you know, he squeaked into the top 8, got his spot, earned his spot. And right now he's in this position of potential victory with 40 seconds left. We could see the handshake here.
And the classic thing about Skin Dog is he normally competes without wearing a watch. And he's getting that time check regularly. That's the way he does it. A lot of surfers, you know, have to have their watch. Ben Skinner never competes with a watch on. He'll just listen out. He's just got a feeling for the timing. But as you can see, 3 times world longboard champion Taylor recognizing that it's pretty much over. And Ben Skinner coming in at seed number 5, starting in match 2, looks to be booking himself a spot in that match with Kai Salas at number 2 seed.
And you know, the worst he can do is 3rd in the world from here on out, and that is elite level surfing. So with that, time is up. Congratulations to the UK's Ben Skinner, a 9.57, backed up with a 6.33, takes out a favorite for victory here today, Taylor Jensen. Both surfers, a masterful approach to Malibu here, but at the end of it, it was that one beautiful wave and the epic performance, the longest nose rides we've seen of the day for Ben Skinner. He'll be going up against world number 2 Kai Salas in his next match. So much more to come. We're going to send Soleil and Sophia back into the lineup, and we will be right back. In control, Soleil Erico.
Love this hang 10 in the pocket. The Women's Bells Beach Longboard Classic, Soleil Erico.
Sophia Cohen here needs an 8.24. Lots of time on the nose there. Great trim, Sam. Goes to the 10. Sophia Culhane, she's hearing the news right now.
It's going down at the boot. This is the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships, presented by Tractor Beverage Company. That is Ben Skinner coming through. The winner, the clash of the Titans, taking out Taylor Jensen. 15+ points. Ben Skinner on fire. And now we enter match number 4. The winner of this match advances to the title match. We've got world number 2, Soleil Erica, going up against world number 3, Sophia Culhane. I am Chris Cote. This is the Waxhead, Matt Chinaski. So, Matt, the tail of the tape here is you've got Sophia coming through with tons of momentum, taking out one of the best longboarders to ever do it in Honolulu. Bloomfield, you could see the joy in her face. You've got Soleil, defending champion. So she's here defending her home court. This right here is going to be another match for the ages, and I'm not overstating it. We're about to see some classic longboarding right now.
And it's a comparative story. You have Soleil Erica, who works so hard, like Taylor Jensen in that last heat, analytical, very high wave and surf IQ and heat IQ, absolute champions of their craft, up against Sophia Culhane and Ben Skinner with nothing to lose, both surfers. Sophia, like, without any pressure coming into this, although she had a great showing last year, she's just flowing her way through the event and through the year. Really happy-go-lucky. Every heat interview, I just want to take it heat by heat. Not really thinking of the end goal, but just surfing wave after wave. And when that set came in that heat against Honolulu, it just popped out of nowhere. And to have the composure and to actually surf that wave with so much control and grace and flow under pressure really shows the headspace that Sophia is in right now. And I think Ben is in that same headspace as well. So this is going to be an amazing contrast of two different surfers with different mentalities coming into this.
Yeah, I mean, that was a gift from the ocean. Of course, she had to perform on this gift, and this was the wave that got Sophia Culhane to where she is right now. I mean, it was all about time on the nose, style, grace, beautiful, effortless style. The subtleties were all there. This was as close to a perfect 10 as we've seen today. And I mean, we're talking in the last 20 seconds of this heat.
And when the going went tough with Sophia, she actually went to a hang 10, she went out to a soul arch, and she was cutting back, trying to get deeper in the pocket on a set wave that she'd probably already cemented the score. So just to add the icing on the cake, including a lot of those little intuitive feelings, so the hang 10, the soul arch, you don't do that when you're nervous. You're just trying to get the score, right? So really placing herself in the moment and being very present, which is something her coach, Auntie Megs, referenced yesterday before the event kicked off. We had an interview with her and we touched base and discussed the headspace that she's in, and yeah, really just trying to keep her present. And that was a testament to her preparation and her coaching in that last heat.
Well, Jerry Lopez said it. Surfer in the water who's having the most fun is the best surfer in the water, and by the looks of it, Sophia had a great time in that last match. Right now with 34:19 on the clock, we are in 40-minute matches for the remainder of our championship day. So no waves ridden yet. Soleil Erica in blue right there, reigning world champion. Sophia Culhane in red.
And you know, it's a dopamine effect surfing. So we sit here, we wait. These waves are coming from thousands of miles away. They've been generated from offshore wind systems, and they come all the way through tides, and they've got to go through bays and channels to arrive here at First Point Malibu. And it's moving forms of, it's aquatic energy. They're waves of energy, and we're waiting to pick the right wave to break on the bank perfectly, trying to fit our surfboard in there. We have to make sure we do it within a 35-40 minute period. We have to analyze the judging criteria and perform maneuvers and create all of these little facets that go into performance surfing and competitive surfing. But at the end of the day, the surfer's got to match the wave's energy. And it's poetic when I explain it like that, but to sit there and wait and load up all your time, get cold, and then you see that wave coming, your eyes light up, you paddle for it, and then it just, you have to be present in that moment. I can't wait to see this wave kick off, this heat kick off.
Be water, like Bruce Lee once said. 32:57 to go here in match 4. The winner of this match will head into the title match. And that last heat was another epic affair, and at the end of it, it was Big Ben Skinner who got the victory. He's on the glass now with AJ McCord.
A massive victory for Ben, backed by a massive score. That 9.57, the best score that we have seen of the entire event today. How did you see that wave develop, that you were able to just put so many maneuvers together?
Well, it was just one of those perfect waves. I saw Sophie's one that come in and just before the heat started for me at the end of theirs, and I was like, wow, there's amazing waves out here. Taylor got that first one. It was much better than mine, but I managed to race back out and get priority, and then that one came and I had it, and it was a 3-wave set, but Taylor said that all the others didn't really go. So, but it felt really good. The board's working unbelievably well, and feel good.
The board's working a little bit well. It did take a little bit of a ding here on the way back in, working through some troubles with your fin, maybe popped it out of the box. What are you going to have to do in order to make sure that this magic board stays that way for the next match?
Well, yeah, I was just coming in on my belly and I just hit a rock so hard and just stopped me dead. And I was like, oh my God. And so the front of the box has popped out a bit. I think it's going to be all right. I'm just going to have to move my fin forward a bit because it's in a different position right now, but hopefully it'll be all right. A few more heats to go. I just got to keep going.
Keep going. We'll let you get to it.
Yeah. Everyone in the factory, kids, Michelle, I love you all. Let's go.
Well, if Ben keeps doing what he's been doing, that factory is going to be a raging party. Yeah, so this, I mean, you can see where the fin hit the rocks right there, right at the kind of apex of that curve, but moving these fins back and forth, is that going to affect the way this board rides?
Yeah, 100%. It's going to affect a lot, especially in that hit that I did down there. We talked about the board and Ben's relationship with his equipment. The reason he got through that heat was self-belief, but it was also his connection to his equipment. He knows that if he stands on the nose in those critical moments, that the board is going to be there for him. And all the emphasis is on the tail on a longboard. It's the most important part of nose riding is the tail of the surfboard. If that fin's moving or if that box is flexing, when he does those trademark gouges, the thing might completely pop out. Hopefully it doesn't, but Taylor Jensen had a similar thing happen at Bells Beach where the fin completely busted out with the fin box. It happens for these professional surfers. I look forward to seeing how he deals with it coming up against Kai Salas.
Well, an interesting thing here, too, at Malibu, I mean, I don't think there's really anywhere he can go out and test that board out. Maybe go way up to third point, but he doesn't have time.
He won't have time,
He's going right back in the water in 30 minutes.
He's also got an injury. He's had an injury to his foot as well. He's battling through all the way through. So, yeah, he's going through the wars, old Ben. His board's dinged. And
so we're inside of 30 minutes now. Soleil Erico, Sophia Colhane just waiting to see what happens. I mean, surf fans, we're all used to this. There are lulls that happen, and no restarts today. We're going straight through. But the good news is we know the cadence of the ocean always seems to provide. So these surfers right now it's kind of a mental game, right? This is where you have to just stay engaged, stay involved, not worry about the clock for now, just because there's nothing you could do about it. As we see Ben getting some attention there. And this right here, this is cool. I mean, just add to the drama. This is a big, tough guy. This is not going to affect him one bit. It's just going to make it look cooler when he's hanging 10 and you see that bandaged up toe over the nose.
And talking to CJ Nelson just before Ben paddled out against Taylor, he said, yeah, my foot's sore and everything sort of seems to be going against him. But CJ said, just channel that, mate. It's a warrior mentality. Go out there and do it. And that he did in that last heat. So he won't slow him down. He'll use that as some inspiration. You can see that concave on that deck. I just love talking about Ben Skinner. He's such a humble character in our surf industry, but the fact he makes his own surfboards, he has a family, he's supporting the next generation coming up in the UK in the surf industry. His son, Lucas, as well. He's a family man. He's everything that surf culture epitomizes.
Yeah, he's like the friendliest Viking I've ever met.
Absolutely. I would agree to that. And coming up in a surfing event against Ben Skinner where the variable is the ocean, we can't control it. It's menacing to turn around and see Ben Skinner sitting behind you. I've been in heats with him before, and Kai Salas as well. They command so much authority from the way that they sit in the lineup.
Yeah.
They're authority figures, and they could go anywhere in the world, wait a few waves, and I'm sure they would get the nod of approval without putting in the standard 10 years that everyone else has to wait.
Yeah. And when you get to the beach, you can get a hug and a high five from either one of those guys.
And when I talk about the nod, we've got a little bit of time to chat, so that's that camaraderie and that mutual respect that you will receive in a lineup by giving respect. So you get it by giving it, and these surfers with longboards can catch any wave. But it's not about how many you catch, it's about the type of wave you catch, the way you go about it, and it's about being, you know, culturally sensitive to those that have spent a lot of time in that place, grown up there. This is their neighborhood. No one owns the ocean, but some people have earned their respect by putting in time at a place, giving back to that community. So in return, you give that respect.
True. Feels good to give people waves.
And then when you get the nod, you're like, oh,
thank
sick.
you.
Yeah.
So 26:58. Let's just add to the intrigue. Why not? The ocean has gone dormant for now. We know that's going to change as both surfers scanning the horizon. No priority yet, and you see Sophia right there. I mean, literally looking at trying to get as close to the water as possible to see what's coming through. Now we've got some action out the back. Soleil getting a high angle.
And this is that fog we keep talking about. It's been here the last few days. We have a changing tide.
Don't say the F word.
But it's so difficult when you're a surfer to work with the elements, and there is an art to competitive surfing as much as there's an art of technique as well. This art of competitive surfing comes into sitting here with your thoughts and being present and trying to work with the ocean and its changing variables. That's why we love it so much.
Well, there's two surfers in the lineup right now. Whoever makes it through this match will be going up against Kalis Keleopa'a, our #1 seed, current world #1 on the WSL Longboard Championship Tour. Of course, all that means for her today is she has fewer heats to surf, but she's going to have to surf up against the in-form surfer of the day. So while she does have the advantage of being warm and dry, surrounded by friends and family right now, she's also got the disadvantage of just having to hang back and watch and just really can't do much of a scouting report because, you know, she doesn't know exactly who she's going to be surfing against here in 25 or so minutes, as both surfers still waiting to get involved, waiting for a wave to come through. While we do wait, we do have some visuals of just how good Soleil Erico is at longboarding. This is from the 2023 Bells event where she surfed her way to victory in all types of wild and woolly conditions, but did it with style, grace, finesse, power, consistency.
And
Keep going.
It's this technical style and the board IQ. She understands what's underneath her feet, using the middle of the board there to drive through the section, where she's honed her skills at Malibu at this exact spot. And that's what took her to the victory at Bells Beach. And she put in a great showing in El Salvador as well. So it was no surprise that she took that. When you can see that wide point back, that Australian involvement style board with CJ Nelson and Ian Chisholm, local shaper, cheering Soleil up the beach. And that's a girl who's had a lot of support behind her and the right people in her corner. Taylor Jensen and CJ Nelson, two of the most technical and respected longboarders of all time, giving her feedback, helping her with the boards, and helping tune in the surf IQ, which is so important, not just for competitive surfing, but I truly believe the best surfer in the water is actually the most connected surfer. And that comes on many different levels. It comes on the way that we approach the waves, the way that we harness that energy, and the dopamine effect that we get out of it. And if it's style, if it's power, if it's speed, if it's big barrels, big waves, it's all relevant to everyone's feeling. But that's what keeps us going back into the ocean, chasing those feelings. And the way Soleil's surfing right now, I bet it feels just as good as it looks.
Well, some serious training happening on the sand right now. Connie, Tsunami, getting ready. Connie Ella Stewart, current world #1. That's why it says 01 on that jersey. I like that, you know, the T-shirts, the supportive T-shirts have come into play here.
Yep.
In the finals as well. We saw that at Lowers on the championship tour. It's fun. It just makes the atmosphere that much more exciting. 23:19 to go. Still no waves ridden. The drama is building in the lineup, but on the sand, kind of like a beach party, and I think AJ is at that party right now.
Always, Cote. We are always finding the party down here on the beach, and right now we are celebrating something really important. Original Sprout just came out with their coastal collections. They have shampoo, conditioner, body wash. It's 100% vegan, and most importantly, it's made with 100% ocean recycled plastic. So Original Sprout actually making sure they do their part to bring the plastic out of the ocean, repurpose it into things that we need. So if you want to get some of your own, Cote, WSL23, that's the promo code, and you get 23% off.
Awesome. Thank you, AJ. And luckily for me, one bottle of shampoo lasts about 3 years. So that's perfect.
Shampoo?
I'm in. Yeah. Goes a long way.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah, for me.
I can't remember.
Yeah. Well, I'm right behind you there, Waxhead.
Well, Kelly is too, and he's way ahead of both of us.
He's pretty
so
cool, too.
He's onto something.
Michael Jordan. I mean, come on. That's a good list right there. 22-13. Waxhead, what is going on in the water right now? We've seen multiple matches with 6, 8, 9 waves ridden. Is this a tidal shift? Is this just the ocean taking a breath? What are we seeing here?
It's unusual. Though the tide is dropping, typically the waves do show themselves at Malibu on a lower tide. When we see the incoming tide, often they can dissipate. So we are extremely shocked to see this. I didn't expect it, but that's what the surfers have to do, is see their hands up over their eyes. They're actually searching for waves, and they can't see them because you see them right now having a look at that. They've got their eyes shielding. There's a lot of glare out there. You can see even I've got a little bit of red surface from spending less than an hour outside of this booth today. So these are the elements that these surfers are dealing with, the glare, looking down the line, and it's so glassy. When you're hanging 10, your head's up, you're looking just forward of the nose, and you have to be mindful that you don't pearl.
All right, here we go. The match is officially on. Hands left the rails. Soleil Erico is up and on the nose, gliding down the line. Perfect placement there. Wow. Soul Arch, hang 5, gets around this section. It's almost like she's surfed here before a few times. Look at the positioning, the speed, 10 over, back to 5, cross-stepping to the mid portion of the wave, using the entirety of this 9-foot-plus board. The roller coaster turns there, 5 over, 10 over, doing her job well. Soleil Erico starting this match with about 20 minutes elapsed, but that's exactly how you want to kick things off. A great wave for Soleil Erico.
Wow, Soleil's mum there just supporting her. She's kicking her way back out, waiting that long for a wave and to have that composure.
Her hair's finally wet.
Well, there it is going through the wave, and she just, that was incredible. You see the support crew down there, she's hearing those cheers, and that was not a way you want to start the heat, waiting that long, but here she goes, hunting down the line, a really fast paddle, knowing this one's stretching, nice use of the footwork, and I love the poise there, just styling it, increasing that flow and that grace and the patience, just waiting for this next section. This mid-board, mid-face nose ride, rides high. Nice 10 there. Just really elegant style. The hands super relaxed. And here, using the tail, just generating some speed from the tail, back up into the nose. That was such a well-surfed opening wave there for Soleil Erico. After waiting for almost 20 minutes, she finally opened up her scoring, and that'll be a great score.
And there it says it all. Bring it home. Soleil Erico lives, within 5 minutes of First Point Malibu. So truly a hometown hero, reigning world champion for now. It is a precarious position to be wearing that crown when you're going up against surfers who have just built hunger for the entirety of the last year. So the first number that comes through for match number 4 is a 7.83. That is a sizable start for Soleil Erico. So it looks like all that waiting, it paid off. And unfortunately for Sophia Colleen, that was really, for all intents and purposes, a one-wave set. Nothing doing on the second wave of that set. So that's going to be a nervous start for Sophia.
Style, flow, and grace epitomized, but very articulate surfing from Soleil. Just doing the right things and placing the board in the perfect spot. So I didn't put a foot wrong. Just a lot of timing, perfect. Just the adjustment there. That board a little larger than her other ones, a wider nose, allowing her to nose ride in different portions of the face and still using the tail, a little bit of the roll in the tail there, stepping forward, back up on the nose. So just everything placed so perfectly. A 7.83 for our opening wave, and Soleil Erico starting off in a perfect way.
I think longboards are the original groveler surfboards. You know, people tend to grab longboards when the waves got small, but now are we seeing differences between the boards they would ride in the, you know, let's call this 2 to 3 feet, as opposed to, you know, what they would ride down in El Salvador when it was overhead, or if it's overhead out here. Is there a groveler longboard? And do the judges notice the differences in the shapes?
Yeah, we've seen many different shapes in this event already, even though we have the final 8. So the board Soleil's riding is tuned in to these conditions effectively. Hot dogging is a form of groveling. It's expression, it's beach boy style, it's very show surfing, and you're really putting on a show, performing maneuvers and tricks. Commonly, we see that in smaller, less quality waves. The South Bay, there's actually an event next week, the Hot Dogger Invitational.
That looks fun.
All the waves down there are actually a lot less perfect than what we have here. So you'll see that hot dog style incorporated at Malibu. This is the original hot dogging wave, the small wave groveling wave, perhaps. But you can surf the same way at 2-foot Malibu, the same line as what Mickey Dora and some of the Malibu locals, Matt Kivlin, Joe Quick, those guys surf big waves the same way they approach Malibu, from behind the section, climbing and dropping, and that's how they surf Waimea to this day.
Awesome. Love to hear that. 16:50 now to go here in match 4. We're looking for our title match surfer to come out of this one. Will it be Soleil Erico? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. We will be right back.
Priority with red. Blue, your opener, 783, Soleil.
Fall is here, hear the yell, back to school, ring the bell, brand new shoes, walking blues, climb the fence, books and pens, I can tell that we are gonna be friends. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. Walk with me, Susie Lee, through the park and by the tree. We will rest upon the ground and look at all the bugs we found. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Well, hopefully by now you all have an intimate relationship with the ocean, and if you love the ocean, it's going to love you back. Go to surfrider.org for more. Sign up, be friends with the ocean, make it official. And here we go, straight back into it. 13:50. Business at hand is for Sophia Culhane to keep the pace set by Soleil Erico. She started with a 783, and Sophia, she's got a little run to work with, a little bit of texture on the face, a beautiful looking mini Malibu racetrack right in front of Sophia. Still has to be riding high on the strength of her last finish in her previous match, which was a glorious way to end it. But this wave closing out through that midsection, trying to get around it just to give the judges a good, kind of a good last vision. And she does. tiny little inside section, but gave her some push, allowed her to get on the nose to finish that wave with style and grace, which is exactly what the judges want to see.
So impressed with the professionalism that Sophia Colhane has been able to grow with in the last few years. Just saw that wave completely shut down. She stepped forward to the speed section of that board and persevered and made it worth. So beautiful fade turn up on the nose there, just beautiful calm style. And here just redirecting, whipping it actually high. See how high she is on the wave there. Just showing the judges the feet clearly over the nose in the pocket there. So you see the curl over the tail of the board. And here it's racing away super fast. And she just shuffles forward a little bit. And she just gets another bonus section on the end just to finish with control and show the judges that style, flow, and grace. And it's always nice to leave the judges with a lasting impression, almost on the nose, wiggles them up there. just knowing that the judges are very, well, they would have seen that. And they would have,
nice.
Yeah, that turn was nice, just to finish it off. So a 5.33 to open up. She waited 27 minutes for that wave, but it wasn't like she let any others go. That was the second scoring wave that's come in this heat, and they're sitting in the right spot too.
Yeah, waves are a precious resource right now. Not a lot of them have come through, but there's still just inside of 12 minutes to go now. And looking at the details of that last wave for Sophia Colhane, when she puts her toes over the nose, let's see if she's in her hang 5. See her curling all her toes. Almost, is that a way for these surfers to help themselves hang on?
Yeah, it's a steering thing. So that Michael Takayama board's got like a wing nose. There's a lot more volume in the actual rail of the nose. And you'll see Soleil's board a little bit more refined through that area. Not as narrow as we've been seeing throughout the year. She's riding one of CJ Nelson's personal boards. That nose width, I'm going to say, is about 18 inches wide, maybe 18.25, where she's been riding noses about an inch narrower. So you'll see Sophia, that wing nose, you can see it there, the volume. So the nose, right, your feet don't actually have to be right over the tip of the nose sometimes for it to actually be in an optimum position. The hydrodynamics of the nose ride can actually be better, Nose Dodgers Anonymous, on a wing nose board. You see a lot of the 60s style surfers, 60s surfers nose riding an inch or two back. I'm not recommending it.
Oh, I'm a member.
And it won't score, but as far as the penetration of the board and the wave, it's not necessarily a bad thing. But there, the toes right over the nose. And I mentioned steering as well, Chris, where the surfers will move their back foot while that front foot's curled around the nose. Their back foot will balance and change. So here she is trimming through this in the middle of the board, waiting for a bonus section. There, a little bit of levitation, the tail doing all the work, just floating up and down on this small little first point peeler.
I mean, a pair of full 5s right there with the bonus 10 at the end. That was a smart decision.
Very smart.
To turn and burn on that little wave, because she only needs a 2.51.
Yep.
And just judging by the strange cadence of the waves in this match, that right there could be the most memorable mid-range score of her life.
For sure, and there's as you said, waves are a precious resource. And to finish what I was saying about the toes, you'll see here, so here, gets the toes over, the back foot's not moving. See, it's planted on the stringer, the back foot. So paying attention to her right foot. Sometimes you'll see the surfers actually adjust their back foot to move inside and tuck the board in and their back knee in. But in this case, Sophia fixed on the nose and trimming through the midsection. There, toes right over. See that back foot, little adjustment? And that's where gripping the nose can be assistance.
Camera crew's on it right now. I love those close-up shots of the fancy footwork. Sophia Colhane, a very cheeky little wave that kind of came out of nowhere. Soleil looked at it, didn't want anything to do with it, and there you have it, a 4.67 right in the mid-range, and gives Sophia Colhane the edge. Soleil Erico now needs a 2.17, but you think about that 4.67 in the grand scheme of the day. That's not a number that would necessarily jump out at you, but strange things are afoot here at Malibu, so you never know.
You know, I talked about subtle adjustments and Sophia being a real free-flowing surfer, and the analyst being Soleil and her crew. Rabbit Kikai was a surfer that had an intricate involvement style surfing approach to surfing on his hot curl boards, where he would tuck his back knee in and he would adjust his feet accordingly, turn, slow down the board, and then as the curl would approach, he'd shuffle forward. It was very early days of hot dog surfing in Waikiki. It influenced Joe Quigg and Matt Kivlin very much so in the early hot dog surfing here at Malibu. So we call it the Malibu chip, the Malibu style surfing. It was actually inspired by the hot dog antics of Rabbit Kikai in Waikiki, which is a groveling style wave in Hawaii as well.
Well, here you go. This was a reaction, I would say, to Sophia's last wave. This is Soleil Erico straight to the nose, all 10 over. Grabbing that outside rail, just trying to hang on to potentially get around for a bonus section on the inside. The wave dissipates underneath her, needing a 2.17, and I feel like even just a split second of nose time will most likely give you a little bit more than you need if you're only looking for that low 2, but I mean, the judges are going to definitely take a close look at that. I mean, this could be another very impactful mid-range score.
So this is not a wave that you would have set out to catch at the beginning of the heat, but have waited this long. So you see that back foot move up. That's what I'm talking about, those little adjustments. So that was enough to keep the board moving down the line, but that one, just a smaller wave closing out on the point, but she only needed a 2.17. She'll get that score, but Sophia, was it a mistake going the 4.67? She had nothing to lose under priority. That made Soleil go that wave.
Right.
If Sophia hadn't caught a backup score, Soleil would still be in priority, and she would have waited a considerable amount of time for something bigger. So only a 3.77. So the position that Sophia was just in, Soleil is now in, and I don't mean that just in the lead, I just mean mentally, because now Sophia goes, okay, I've got to get better than a 4.67, so she's going to wait for a set. So 6 minutes 40 left on the clock. Sophia has priority. The pressure is now back on Soleil because Sophia went on that backup wave. Just goes to show you can't win any heat if you don't get 2 scoring waves and build a house.
It's a bit of a queen's gambit, but I'm not sure who's in control right now. With 6:24 to go, we're pretty even here in match number 4. Sophia Culhane has priority. Looks like a little bit more of a sizable wave for Sophia. Comes at the right time. She's right in the perfect place. Gets straight onto the nose. 5 over, extended nose ride. Gets the quick 10. Nice little carve back. You see Soleil out the back, monitoring the situation. As Sophia now is most likely already going to improve on that 4.67. The wave was just a little bigger, a little better, a little faster through to this inside racetrack section. Styling it out all the way to the sand. Cool, calm, casual finish. Just make it that much more interesting. That right there is going to be it's got to be hovering somewhere between Sophia's high of a 5.33 and Soleil's 7.83. Could split the difference there. She needs a 6.28, so that's as close as it gets.
I wonder when we're going to start not being surprised by Sophia, because she does this all the time. Just gets the right wave, 5 and 10, and under pressure, only needing better a 4.67, she pushes the envelope, gets up on the nose again and holds it, really analyzing that criteria with her coach. And just the timing, that's a really tricky section, and she managed it with style, flow, and grace. That was really critical. Tiny little wave, but you see the board doing all the work for her, the tail working in conjunction with the pocket. Phenomenal surfing there at a really stressful time in the heat. 35 minutes through, she was in second spot, needing a 6.28. So she needed to push it a little bit further, and that she did. I think it'll be right there, Chris.
Yeah, you know, second look felt even better.
Yeah.
The initial reaction was, wow, that's going to be close. Second look, a little bit more confident in the fact that she might achieve greatness beyond a 6.28 as we wait for scores. I want to thank, of course, sponsors for help making this event possible. Get refreshed with Tractor, the official refreshment of the World Surf League and proud presenting sponsor of the Malibu Longboard Championship. I did get the chance to go down there and taste test for myself, and the drinks are great. Certified organic, delicious. And if you're in and around the area, swing by the Tractor tent or check out drinktractor.com. We're all going to need a refreshing drink now because things just got that much more exhilarating. The score came through above and beyond the required need. It's a 7.50 for Sophia Culhane. And you can see the energy now switching on. 3:30 to go. Soleil Erico having a look at that last wave. She was in that top priority spot. I'm a little concerned. Was that an effort into that wave?
Wow, and this, I think we're officially Not surprised now. Sophia Culhane is a professional longboarder with a massive heat IQ. The way that she paddled in front of Soleil to show that she was out the back, I won't be surprised if it's a priority change. It isn't yet. They haven't awarded the priority change. So interesting there. But Sophia pushed for that.
Yeah, there wasn't a, you could, it was a long look, but her arms didn't move. So I think that was a spot on call from our priority judges. And here we go again. We've got Soleil Erico back on the nose, 10 over. Long hang 10 right there, straight in and out of the pocket into the high performance section of this wave, having to grab the rail, the backwash, getting weird through the mid portion of this wave. Quick 5 there, still room to work. Soleil Erico needs a 5. Wow, I did not see that number before this wave is ridden, but obviously Soleil got the memo. So a 5-point ride. Now put that wave into the context of this entire match. Where does it sit? We've seen 7.83, 7.5s, 5.33s. So we've got a good kind of range of scores. That one right there, that's a vexing number.
Excited to see the replay, but the judges have really been liking the biggest, obviously drawn out waves, and this one was drawn out. 5-10, technical nose riding, adjusting the feet. Yeah, that's a really nice hang 10. See the inside foot on the inside of the rail, the right foot, adjusting there. So she grabs the rail here. She knows she needs to get the end section to maximize this scoring potential. She gets there on the nose again and it races away again through the backwash, carves it back. So here she just needs to finish cleanly, gets another nose ride, and showing the judges that she's going to finish with control. So expert surfing from Soleil in a clutch moment. She understands her equipment. She knows this wave. With the pressure is on, Soleil turned it on, and there the judges liking what they saw, and a 6.8 free, so she gets the score. But interestingly enough, a 7.5 for Sophia. They're really enjoying the waves without the closeout section. Soleil grabbing the rail, a bit of downtime. They pretty much penalized her for that.
Right. And you said it, clutch surfing right there. No mistakes made on that last wave for Soleil Erico. 54 seconds to go, and here we have it, folks. Down to the wire, as usual. Who will be in the title match? Sophia Culhane needs a 7.17 with 42 seconds to go. Nice looking, medium-sized wave here for Sophia. She's hanging out on the nose. 5 over, still extending this nose ride. The entirety of this wave spent on the nose, 10 over. Quick walk back. We'll see what this inside section does. For Sophia, digs a rail a little bit. Oh, the edge of my seat's worn out. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat for as long as she's been on the nose.
I was holding my breath. And if she's surfing this on all the way through, that'll be the last wave of the exchange. First impression is that she didn't get the score because of that bobble at the end. They saw Soleil grab the rail. When you're grabbing the rail, that's showing a lack of control, that you have to rely on that rail grab. So for Soleil not to go above a 7 on her last, I'm going to say Sophia's will fall short of a 7.17, but we'll have to wait and see, because that nose riding was exceptional.
Was that the longest nose ride we've seen in this match? In total?
Up there with, in this match, of course, yeah, absolutely. But it wasn't in the pocket. It was a bit more on the face, but once again, clutch. With just a minute 30 left, Sophia Culhane, she's just the utmost professional surfer, learned so much in the last few years, and she didn't get the score.
And there it
falling
is.
short, 6.27.
Soleil Erico will defend her title. She'll be coming up against Khalees Kaleopa'a in about 40 minutes. Before we get there, another clash of the longboarding titans. Kai Salas coming up against Ben Skinner. Congratulations to Sophia Culhane, one of the best seasons of her young career, and so much more to come. There is the path that Soleil Erico took. It only took one match to get her into that title match. That is right around the corner. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to bring Kaipo and Sam back in on the call. Match number 4 for the men headed out in the lineup. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
through the section, gets 10. Guys, he's always been really silky smooth.
Men's winner at the BioGlan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, Kai Salas.
10 over flying down the line. Come on, Ben Skinner. Still riding the nose.
Welcome back to the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships presented by Tractor Beverage Company, and we got a match for you. Number 2 seed Kai Salas is out in the water in the blue jersey, coming up against Big Ben Skinner in this match number 4. Winner of this man-on-man heat moves on into the title match with a chance of a world title. Lots of stuff happening. We just saw our title match get set up for the women, where there's going to be Khalees Kaleopa'a coming up against the defending champ Soleil Erico. Let's set up our men's title match. I'm Kaipo Guerrero. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for checking it out. Thank you, Malibu, for offering such good waves throughout this competition. This is the wax head, Matt Chinaski. And your thoughts, Matt, on this matchup? I mean, because things have slowed down out there, and I think it's due to the tide. But your thoughts on this matchup?
We got 2 different swell directions. You got those ones that come down the point, which is exactly what Kai's paddling for this now. He's going to want to start early and build momentum after watching that last heat, 27 minutes until some waves were scored. So here goes Kai on an early match start, and he knows Ben is going to be running out of energy.
Talk about precision on the nose and power in the turns. Kai Salas, the veteran of this entire top 8 for the men, number 2 seed, and he is showing why he's one of the guys to beat. Wants a world title. He looks like he's on form today at Malibu. Continues on the nose. He's just camped out. He's taking a long-term lease out on that nose space right now, and that is a way to start a heat.
Wow, that is some surfing from Kai Salas that I haven't even seen this year. Looks like he's on another board, a fresh board, a moontail. You can see the tail flip as he's running up there, and a pivot fin. He's running a Takayama style hatchet fin that was synonymous with those boards in the 2000s where he forged his career. Beautiful surfing, Californian style with the Hawaiian, and this is something that we've seen throughout the eras. The silky smooth Kai Salas really fusing together that Hawaiian power and that Californian style.
Kai Salas, 42 years old, 2 times runner-up for a world title. Could this be his time? He's going to have to get past this guy. This is Ben Skinner on the replay.
A lot smaller wave, first impression than Kai Salas, but Ben, he knows this spot. This is his 3rd surf today. Up on the nose, hanging 10. The board floating in there. Oh, wow, steering on the nose, and he must have seen a section down the line and deemed that one not to have been running. And look at his paddle from Kai. Hunting down the line, we call it, up on the nose. Little nice tight 5, high on the wave, gets a nice 10. So starting early, holding the nose ride in the pocket there. See the board buried way back in the tail. Critical nose riding with a bit of elevation from Kai. Carving that around, you can see the hatchet fin pivoting through that turn. Nice poise, style, flow, and grace from Kai Salas. Footwork, and here holds the 5, close 5, not quite a 10, but the judges will appreciate the style in here, and he gets a solash in this section here. Beautiful nose riding and delicate footwork from Kai Salas.
As we wait for the number to come through for Salas, it's here from our last heat winner. She's going to be having a chance at yet another world title, Soleil Erico with AJ McCord.
Yes, she is, Kaipo. You started that heat so strong, Soleil, that 7.83. Walk me through just how much that impacted your strategy, your confidence at the beginning of the heat to get a score like that.
Yeah, it felt really good. Like when the waves came through, like you'd know like which one was a set and which one wasn't. Like it was pretty easy to tell, but I definitely had like a little panic moment out there just because I needed like a 2 and there were only like 5 minutes left, so I kind of took off on like a smaller wave, and then Sophia got that 6 and I was like, oh my god, what'd I just do? I was so like pissed at myself. I like wanted to start crying. I was like, whatever. Anyways, I definitely didn't expect to make it through that heat, but you know, the wave came, and that's how it goes out here, so I'm really stoked.
I was going to say, the wave did come. How did you mentally get back in it after having such a chaotic middle of that heat to be ready for the wave when it came through?
Yeah, I definitely just was like, this is it, like this is your chance, and I like literally like said that to myself before I was paddling. I was like, let's go, and then that really helped pump me up, and I just surfed the waves best as I could, and yeah, it ended. I was glad I made that section on the inside because it got really fast. Yeah.
As you were saying, let's go, I was on the beach, and there's a whole lot of blue shirts out here that say Soleil all the way. What does it mean to you to have the support of your hometown here in Malibu?
It means everything. Like, the support is what like gets me through it. It helps with my nerves just to know that people are behind me, and I feel, you know, great here. This is my home, so it's really nice to see everyone supporting me.
Well, we look forward to seeing you in the next one. Congratulations.
Thank you.
On to the title match for Soleil Erico. Meanwhile, we were waiting for the score for Kai Salas. Had a feeling it was going to be excellent, and it came through at a 9.1, way up in the excellent range. A strong start from the Hawaiian.
Amazing early start from Kai Salas. Watching what Soleil did in that last heat as well, knowing, okay, I don't want to wait that long. I need to get on the board, and that's been the order of the day. First wave of the sets have been the best so far today, and that's not always the case at Malibu. It's usually second or third wave, but the way that we have a mixture of swell directions, that first wave of the set's been key. And Kai Salas, that was one of the spiciest waves I've seen from Kai all year. Super stoked that he brought it into this match because he's going to have to use it against an on-fire Ben Skinner and whoever progresses through against Kaniela Stewart.
Kai Salas has his own board company, Kai Salas Longboard Co. Yeah, a lot of the surfers from this Waikiki squad on those Kai Salas Longboard Co. boards, including our #1 seed, Kaniela Stewart.
And that board, I really haven't seen that down here at the contest site. So keeping that board under wraps, Kai Salas, he's been riding that 9.8 prototype all year. So this is something we haven't seen yet. Here he goes.
Salas up again. This is going to be the backup score, 5-10. Again, the board just locked in trim, locked in on the nose, turning from the nose. Check out the trim, check out the high line, check out the balance and the grace. Mix that with a powerful turn. Kai Salas is easily going to back up that 9.1, and he is going to put Big Ben Skinner right up against the ropes.
First impression is he's doing the first turns we've seen all day. First turns of consequence. This is phenomenal surfing from Kai, and he's going to go excellent again. You cannot do much more on a wave like this at Malibu. This is a performance I haven't seen from Kai Salas. Like, with the calm nature, you can't see any nerves out there. Have you spoken to him today, Kaipo?
I haven't. I caught up with him the other day. We're old friends, and he's actually been pretty quiet, you know, and he hasn't been hanging around a lot on the scene, probably just preparing for this day because this is the day for Kai Salas. Check out this replay.
Beautiful nose riding, hanging 10 there. That board weighing down the whitewash in on the tail, weighting it. So that's where you get the critical nose riding. It doesn't get any more perfect for a waist-high wave than that surfing from Kai Salas. Beautiful timing, poise, style. And the Hawaiian putting on a show here at First Point Malibu for the finals. You can see the water in his wetsuit there too. That's pretty classic when you get some water down the wetsuit. It bunches up at the ankles. So even the world's best still have some little malfunctions like that when your legs fill up like balloons. You know the feeling of those old wetsuits. You need the zippers.
Here we go. Ben Skinner needs to get in on the action. 5-10. Nice control from on the nose. Clears this section. Stays up there. Has to step back just for a bit to control his speed down the line. Soul arching here through this section. High line and a little catch there. Has to catch himself back up. Now stuck in the white water. Back to the clear face. Big turn for Skinner. One more time up on the nose. So this is going to get him right back on program. Inside streak section, and Ben Skinner right on the beach. That's going to be his best wave. So we need a wave score for Kai. Salas, as well as a wave score for Ben Skinner to set this heat.
So Ben taking off on that wave, knowing Kai Salas had a fantastic backup wave. At Malibu, in conditions like this with no one out, it's really easy to see where your competitor is. And Ben Skinner, the answer back, 4 steps up to the nose, and this 10 steering. Any chance that his fin may be having an issue, you can't tell on this wave. Beautiful footwork there, riding high and holding the 10, like in that last heat. So maybe better than that wave in that last heat. Beautiful nose riding from Ben. Nearly loses it, grabs it, holds it, drives through the section in the middle of the board, looks behind, little carve back, snaps it back into the pocket, and he's up on the nose again. That board buried way back in the curl. Critical surfing there for Ben Skinner, and once again, like Kai Salas on that last wave, there's not much else you can do on a waist-high wave than hang 10 like that.
Kai Salas checking in on the scores at 8.272. Excellent scores for Salas, who's the veteran of this top 8. The number 2 seed, 42 years old, one of the veterans. Ben Skinner, 38 years old, also a veteran competitor. We're waiting for last score for Skinner, but the interesting thing is our number 1 seed, when we look to that title match, is just a young 22-year-old out of Waikiki, and actually a prodigy of Kai Salas, Kaniala Stewart. But Salas, he's off to the races. He's has a huge lead right now, and still 26 minutes on the clock.
But he knows that he's got a red-hot Ben Skinner behind him. And Ben, this year, he's thrown down the highest single wave scores in most of the events, especially in El Salvador. We'll see him get that 9.6, I believe it was, with a huge down carve. In the conditions that were getting very monotonous, a lot of the same surfing was going on, and Ben really opened it up like he did in that last heat. So that'll be a healthy score for Ben. But Kai Salas just looking very silky smooth and keeping his cards close to his chest, as you said, Kaipo, really not unveiling that surfboard.
Yeah. Well, with Taylor Jensen being eliminated in match number 3, when we look at our final 3 the surfers up for a world title, Ben Skinner, Kai Salas, as well as Kaniala Stewart, we are guaranteed, Matt, a new world champion on the longboards for longboard men. Here we go. Ben Skinner hasn't heard the score on his last wave. No hesitation here for the surfer from the UK. Back up on the nose there, plows through the whitewater and gets disengaged.
How exciting to see some new blood. Obviously, we don't have our 2022 world champion competing this year, Harrison Roach. Joel Tudor before him, or Justin Quintal, Stevie Sawyer from 2018, who actually beat Kai Salas in that final matchup. Didn't make the final 8 cut. So a new world champion, but very deserving. All 3 of these surfers have been knocking on the door for quite a number of years. Kai Salas, perhaps one of the most deserving world title contenders, having come second more times than most, but just been there, been at the top of his game every year, and unfortunately just nerves or just bad wave selection hasn't got him that crown yet.
Yeah, Kai Salas, a runner-up for a world title in 2017 and again in 2018. Could this be Kai's year? Well, if he keeps on putting up numbers like this, the answer will be yes. A 9.1 and 8.27, 17.37 two-wave total out of a possible 20. That's a really, really high scoring heat.
I mean, it's daunting when you look at it from Ben Skinner's perspective, hearing that he's in combination situations, 17.37 required. He'll know that his score would have gone excellent. He's judging off that last heat he had. We've got quick roll-arounds. This is the final matches. So this is Ben. He'll judge this off that last heat where he went excellent twice too. So steering on the nose. Whenever you can get levitation through the section like that, you're going to come from behind it, you know you're onto a good number. And Ben soul arching as the tail's doing all the work, the tail on the fin, holding in there nice and tight, and just trimming this one through the midsection of the board. Looks behind him, carving that one back, and an 8.33. The judge is going excellent.
Back to live action, and Ben Skinner, he needs a 9.05 at this point to turn the heat. Up on the nose there. That's going to cost him through this section right here. The downtime is also not going to let him achieve that score. He recognizes that and kicks out early on that wave.
Yeah, can't help but feel, and there's Kai doing the same thing, something you don't see in any other forms of wave riding as surfers standing up on their boards. Here goes Kai Salas.
Here we go. Kai Salas continues to surf through here. A lot of control hanging 10 and gliding through here, turning from the nose, adjusting his line, looking smooth, looking composed. Great footwork by Salas. Drop knee cutback for some variety. And Kai looking extremely confident at this point, Matt.
Wow, another great wave there, and it's lucky he took it because Ben Skinner would have turned around, identifying that there was a wave behind him. But you see that westerly wind blowing up. That was predicted to hit early this afternoon, creating a much crumblier surface. So very lucky that both these surfaces started early, locking in some excellent range scores at 9.10 in the opening moments of this heat, because it's going to be difficult in the crumbly conditions to hold the nose any better than before. But he gave it his red-hot shot here. Kai, nice. You see his knees bent, not so much 45 degrees, but just absorbing any of the kinks or the wobbles in the wave. And he's just balancing and levitating on the nose. Nice mid-board flow, stepping back. Nice redirect there into the pocket. And the key there is tail. It's the most important part of the nose ride. When that's buried back in the pocket, that's when the judges will start going, okay, that's a scoring nose ride. It's very functional, critical, and an element of difficulty. And control, along with style, flow, and grace, are all elements of the criteria, but the most important part for me is the connection between all those elements, that flow typo, the ones who can link it together, and Kai is a terrific exponent of the flow element in the criteria.
On the paddle back out here, and as you were talking about, the surface texture getting a little bit, it's ruffled with this onshore wind. It's been amazing though for today. We're at 12:30 California, local California time, and it's been glassy all morning. So the wind really has held off so far today. So just a little ruffled, but not as bad as a typical California day.
And that's why it's a world-class wave. It is so consistent. It'll break more than 300 days of the year in a variety of wind and swell patterns. Even when it is on shore, the way the wave curls and bends into the bay, there's cleaner sections. So you can surf it in a really strong southerly wind, and you'll still get the top of the point is wobbly, but on the inside it'll curl back around. You can get really clean sections as well. That's what makes a world-class wave. I think consistency has to be a part of that as well, Capo.
Well, when you look at the geography of this region here, and we're at the northern tip of the Santa Monica Bay, we're facing due south right here, but the Santa Monica Bay is such a big bay. When we get to the South Bay, all of those beaches are facing west, and then you have the peninsula of Palos Verdes out there. So from up above, you can really see how Malibu really will have a unique weather pattern and weather system, not just for winds, but also for swells, because of the aspect of this coastline right here.
And also fog as well. A lot of that fog in the
we don't say that word.
The F word, as Cote said. But it's localized as well. You'll be in different regions, and you'll be, oh, you like that F word. I mean, it's true. It's a shocking, it's, whoever would have thought. You can see an element of it up in the canyons behind us. But as you drive through the canyons as well, you really get a sense of how dry and arid the area is. And there's some unique and localized weather systems that do create the fog here, the different winds, and all localized as well.
Yeah, our presenting sponsor, Tractor Beverage Company. Get refreshed with Tractor, the official refreshment of the World Surf League, and proud to present the Malibu Longboard Championships. Their drinks are certified organic, and they're really delicious. Swing by the Tractor tent for a taste, and also if you're around here, but if not, just check out drinktractor.com for more on that organically farmed beverages. Thank you, Tractor Beverage Company, for your support of longboarding. They've been a great partner throughout this entire event and the lead up to this event.
It's really nice to go get a refreshing drink in between the heats. Some of the competitors are enjoying it as well. Just recently at one of the chain restaurants, Chipotle, we actually had Tractor Beverages there, and someone was like, man, that lemonade tastes so good, and I couldn't believe it. It was the presenting sponsor. I felt like I knew my ins and outs of Californian takeaway food.
Well, Ben Skinner, he needs to go excellent right now. He needs a 9.05. We've got 18 minutes on the clock and ticking down. Skinner does have priority. You can see him out there in the orange jersey. Can Ben get it done? We're going to find out. We'll be back with the conclusion of match number 4 for the men.
The Rip Curl WSL Finals is the whole year, and you just jam it together.
It's so hard to put into words what did it take for me to be here right now.
And it makes for one of the most exciting days to competitive surfing.
Here we are again.
The best surfers on the planet heading out to one of the world's greatest waves. Let's go!
It's like he's angry at lower trestle. There you go, San Clemente. Let him hear it. Florida, baby!
This is what an entire season has wind down to. Coming soon to WorldSurfLeague.com, as well as you can find on our YouTube channel. It's WSL Finals Presents. The WSL Finals. It happened all at Lower Trestles in September. We crowned Felipe Toledo for a second world title, as well as a newly crowned women's world champ in the way of Caroline Marks. The WSL Presents specials. You want to check them out where we have behind-the-scenes interviews, the condensed feature of all the key moments at that World Title Day. Just like we're having a World Title Day today, Matt, where we'll be crowning both men and women World Longboard Champions.
I love the story that the final series in both the short and the longboard creates throughout the year. The energy, the mid-season cut, and you get to that finals and you really get to hone in on the stories and you follow them throughout the year. You buy into it, and it's the analysis that guys like yourself bring when you're dissecting the surfing. And Ben Skinner, we know his journey throughout the year. This board, just in that last matchup, his fin popped out and his fin box. So Ben, on a smaller wave here, chasing a 9.05. He's had to surf 3 different heats to get to this round so far, and he knows that that's not going to be the wave. And it just builds some momentum. It's different to a regular contest, knowing it's all on the line. That person coming in 8th spot could have clinched a win. We had Mason Schremer taking that opening win through, and we saw Tony Silvani coming from 8th spot in the men's and making it through the next round. So anything is possible. Ben Skinner, who's coming through from that match 2, and now he is here in match 4 against Kai Salas.
Yeah, that's what makes these finals days so exciting, because we get to see all of the action, and anyone who's makes the finals day has the opportunity to win a world title.
And what's going to happen if Carniella Stewart loses the match 1?
Well, we're going to go, it's best 2 out of 3 matches for the title match. So Carniella Stewart has to lose, basically has to lose twice, as well as Khalees Kaleopa. So it's really valuable to be in that #1 seed position, because you see everyone coming at you, and they got to beat you twice. So we'll take a look at our women's bracket. And our women's bracket, we know already what the title match is going to feature. It's going to feature it's going to feature Soleil Erico, our defending champ and 2022 World Longboard champ, up against the #1 seed Khalees Kaleopa'a in that best-of-3 format.
That's right, for anyone following at home. So Khalees, we'll get to see her at least twice surfing, and Soleil Erico we'll have to see with the best match of 3. So Soleil starting off her campaign in match 4, just taking that win over Sophia Colhane. I think Soleil will have warmed up. The conditions a little different to what they have been the last few days, and Khalees maybe a few nerves after seeing some excellent scores throughout the day. What do you think?
Well, it'd be interesting to see in that title match for the women, in that Khalees is a goofy foot, Soleil's a regular foot, so you're going to see a contrast in style between the two surfers. With the changing conditions, being frontside, is that going to be an advantage once we get to those title matches? We'll see. Here we go. Skinner on the nose, gliding nicely. Smaller wave though, and that's not going to be. Remember, Ben Skinner needs that 9.05. You can see him in the needs column, and that's what he's required to take the lead off of Kai Salas. Kai with heat control. He has a big lead, as well as he holds that card. He holds that priority position. He can play that card anytime he wants and choose any wave he wants. He can effectively block Ben Skinner if a really, really choice waves come through.
Yeah, I love seeing Kai just then getting low on his haunches, just looking through gazing through the fog, standing up there, looking for any of those lines that are coming through. I think at this point, Kai will be happy with those 2 scoring waves. He's already backed it up with an 8, which didn't go into his top 2. So just trying to be on the best waves to keep Ben off because he knows he's capable of it. Ben's going to fully back himself, knowing that he can easily get a 9.05 if the right wave comes.
Here goes Kai. He's going to utilize his priority. Curious move for me. We'll see what Kai has. There's that 10 again, and he is just so sturdy on the nose. Has to step back a bit. The section raises up in front of him. Kai streaking back on the nose. If he wants to increase his scoreline, he needs to do better than an 8.27. So he's got a lofty goal on this wave to get above that 8.27. But again, just a lot of control right from the nose of the surfboard.
Yeah, he's well on his way too. Beautiful hang 10 to finish that. You're right, a smaller to medium-sized wave, Kaipo, and to keep Ben off that wave, it was a logical idea for him to take that. Did he improve? We'll have to wait and see. One thing I wanted to note is that he may be trying to put Ben into combination situation too. So if Kai was to increase his total by another point, he would put Ben into combination situation, which would be a very commanding situation.
And Ben, not very happy about that, slap in the water. He's got to keep himself, you know, his mind about him right now, because with 10 minutes on the clock, we've seen throughout the day today that these heats can get switched in the very, very last exchange.
Yeah, and Kai, he knows just Ben, if it wasn't Ben Skinner or Taylor Jensen, you might sort of think it's out of reach for a lot of the other surfers in this situation, but all year Ben's just proven us wrong. He just comes as the underdog into a heat and he'll grab that excellent range score. And beautiful opening hang 10. See that board sending him high on the wave? And that is a really nice feeling. It looks good and it gives you some speed when you drop back down the wave like that. Carving it back through again, and he'll use his footwork to get back up on the nose, nice and high, drops down. So a little bit wider this board in the tail than perhaps his other boards. Wow, very technical nose riding there from Kai Salas, and using the middle of the board now. So a well-rounded wave. There's not much else he could have done on that wave. Very technical, experienced surfing there from the Hawaiian.
And taking a look at this replay, now that I've seen the replay, I'm thinking that Kai Salas will be possibly increasing his lead. Oh, and it does come through at an 8.77, so he ditches at 8.27. He's ditched an 8-point ride. Look at his two-wave total, 17.87 for Kai Salas. Priority now with Ben Skinner, but Ben, he needs to go perfect. If he wants to do switch this heat in just one wave, he needs to go perfect. There's all the judges' scores. A 9.2 high score from judge number 1.
And I think we're going to go down to AJ on the beach very shortly. But when you do see the tail of the board coming through the back and Ben Skinner slapping the water, he's actually looking at the board going, uh-oh, he's in the pocket. Because you see the surfer on the wave, and here he goes now. He's going to try and answer back, needing a 9.54.
Skinner fades the takeoff, gets to the nose, perched up in a 10 here. Hands behind his back, looking casual. Pump turn there to clear the next section. Here he goes with a 5. Walks back big, powerful downturn for Ben Skinner. One more time. Streaks with the 5 here through this section. Gets up to the 10, touches it for a moment. More agile footwork from the surfer from UK. Skinner again. Coming around here, and Ben taps the nose one more time. Little snap on the inside there. Very busy wave for Ben Skinner. Look at the judges' tower, and we will see where that number ends up. It would have to be the best wave of this match so far.
Wow, he's feeling it. Look at him, wonder what he's looking at, paddling back out again. You don't want that thing staring at you on the wrong side. Wow, he's fired up to get back out the back. And whipping that one around, so really throwing everything at that wave. Beautiful perch 10 on the outside section. And he pumps through to the high line, back on the nose again. Another really nicely timed nose ride. Big cut down, stepping forward to get that speed and through the section. So that there, the critical moment of the wave. And if he's going to give it a chance, this is his best wave of the heat so far, I believe. So nice turns, critical nose rides. Unpredictable, where he's driving through the section on the nose. The judges will really eat all of this up. If you were to pick anything, Kaipo, the flow element between the maneuvers, where Ben's stabbing the turn and Kai's driving and sort of connecting the dots a little smoother. We'll see how the judges go.
On the paddle back out for Ben Skinner. Again, a 9.54 will give him the lead. He does have enough time to kind of chalk up some points and get a lead in the 2 waves, but he's really going to need the intel soon on what his last wave score was. Did he get the job done? Do you think he got the job done, Matt?
I don't know if it'll be as high as a 9.54. I believe it will go excellent, though. The judges will have the replay. They'll be going through it right now, and they'll be dissecting Ben's 8.33, but also Kai's 9.1. It'll need to be the best wave of the heat, and it was excellent surfing. I think he did everything he could on that wave. We'll just have to wait and see. And the judges obviously dissecting those elements of the criteria: style, flow and grace, footwork, rail turns, the technical nose riding, the degree of difficulty. This camera can lie to us a little bit, Kaipo. It's condensed and it makes everything look really intricate and critical. But on the expansive look where the judges are, they're looking at the extensive and the wide elements, the holistic element of the wave, incorporating everything else. So they've got the real view.
Ben waiting for the news from our on-site commentators. We have commentators on site giving all the surfers the situation, the time, priority, as well as their scores. And the judges haven't flinched yet, so you can tell a lot of times when it takes a while for the number to come through, it's because the judges are carefully reviewing those replays multiple times before assigning a number.
5 minutes to go just underneath. So Kai Salas improving his heat total at 8.77, which he needed to do. I think if he'd have let Ben go on that wave, Ben's so capable of going excellent. So it was a good move, I think, for Kai to take that one previously. And it's a credit to Ben and his competitive prowess that Kai is surfing that many waves. But look what he's dropping. Kai's dropping an 8.27 and an 8. He's on fire, and no one's really made any mistakes in this heat just yet. All those smaller waves that Ben's taken off on are under priority. And a 9.5 for Ben Skinner, now just needing an 8.37, so it falls short. We'll wait to see his reaction. He's getting that from the beach announcer right now.
There's all the scores. We take the top score, that 9.8. We drop that one. We take away that 9.2, the high and the low. We average out 9.7, 9.5, 9.3, and that's how we come to the 9.5. Now remember, to turn the heat, Ben Skinner needed a 9.54, so 4/100ths of a point short. AJ, what do you got for us?
Kaipo, I am down here, which is the perfect spot to watch these men battle it out. I am at the Tractor tent down here, drinktractor.com. These are the beverages that we've been talking about all day. And as you can see, this is the ideal viewing spot because these men are battling it out. Tractor 100% organic, and they're actually the first and only beverage brand to track and disclose their impact data about their ingredients. So it's a commitment to transparency, sustainable sourcing, and like you guys have talked about, I know all of us have tried it throughout this summer, and they've been incredibly good. I personally love some of the more fruity flavors, and so if you get a chance, come down here, check it out at the Longboard Championships. But if you don't, you can find out where you can find some Tractor beverages near you at drinktractor.com.
Thank you, AJ Skinner on the paddle here. Remember, he needs an 8.37. Take the lead, gets up onto the nose. 10 has to switch back, sees that wave did not have the quality necessary. Now he's going to try to move down the point and get away from Kai Salas to give himself an opportunity. Wide little one coming through here. Skinner's going to get it. Here we go. 5, trim, 10. Looks back. He's disinterested in that wave. He saw it peel down the line fast. A little frustration happening right now. You can see the body language of Ben Skinner. A little bit of frustration. And also Kai Salas keeping Ben right within his eyesight.
Was a look at the amount of waves Ben surfed. That was his 10th wave, and he's been catching all in between. 1.5, 1, 1.23, 1.77, in between those excellent scores. So Ben, under priority, really giving it everything. He's made 0 mistakes, just keeping very busy. But Kai, patient game, 4 excellent scores, 9.10 and 8.77. Look at the heat totals, 17.87 versus 17.83. Incredible surfing from 2 of longboarding's most dominant surfers of all time. And Titans, both without a World Longboard Championship. One of these guys will move on to the final against Cuniella Stewart.
There is all of our scores that we're talking about. Look at all the waves written by by Ben Skinner. And also, it must be a bit frustrating for Skinner as well. As you see that highlighted 9.5, that's the highest single wave score in this match. Here we go. This is an inside one, 8.37. He's going to need something miraculous right here. Nice start on the nose for Skinner. And the board gets away from him. That's going to be the end of the heat for Ben Skinner.
Wow, and Kai's going to go on this wave as Ben loses his board. So Kai pulling off that, so regains priority. And it looks like maybe a victory lap for Kai Salas as Ben loses that board, but no love lost. Another throwaway, 11 waves in this heat, 45 seconds. Will he paddle out? We'll have to wait and see. And Kai just monitoring the situation, does not want to let this one slip away.
And a little bit of a smile on the face, Kai Salas, and applause right on the inside from Ben Skinner. So great sportsmanship there between the two surfers. Kai Salas, he's on his way to a title match. It's going to be all Hawaiian title match for the men. He's going to be coming up against really one of his pupils in a young Kaniala Stewart. So the two surfers from Queens Beach, South Shore, Oahu, will be battling in that title match for a world title. And there's the numbers, Matt. Both surfers in this match number 4 going excellent.
Incredible surfing from both of these surfers, and they've just adapted to the criteria in the last 5 years so well. Kai Salas looking silky smooth. That was some of the best surfing I've seen from Kai in the modern era, and I look forward to this final matchup. It's going to be an absolute battle for the ages. It's just so fitting. The Shaper and his protege up against each other. Kaniela Stewart, seed number 1.
There we go, the title match for the men. It is going to be a story of the master and the apprentice, and who will come away with their first world title. Speaking of title matches, we're getting all ready for our women's title match. Kalise Kaleopa'a, Sole Eriko coming up. Match number 1, title match.
Put your hands together for Kalise Kaleopa'a.
The number 1 seed heading to the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championship, Kalise Kaleopa'a.
Sole Eriko is up and on the nose, gliding down the line. Perfect placement there.
That's a really nice hang 10.
In the wise words of Inika Mose, here come the hot steppers. That's right. It's title match time here at the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships presented by Tractor Beverage Co. One of these two surfers currently in the lineup will be the 2023 World Champion. Will it be number 1 seed Kalise Kaleopa'a or our number 2 seed Sole Eriko, our reigning world champ? It all comes down to this, the entirety of the season on the line. We're going to crown a champion here today for men and for women. We're going to start with the women right now. I'm Chris Cote, Sam Bleakley. The excitement levels have been building, and here we are, title match. What are you expecting to see out in the lineup right now?
Well, this is what this format is built for. The opportunity for seed number 1 and seed number 2 to come up against each other in the title match. And of course, it's best of 3. So that's a big opportunity for Kelly's to know that she's at least going to serve twice here. But big call out for Kai Salas there. That was an incredible showdown with his good friend, longtime rival, Ben Skindog Skinner. I mean, Ben nearly getting the score that he needed at the end there. But Kai Salas going up against his good friend and fellow team rider. He shapes the boards for Connie Ellis-Stewart, who he's going to be surfing against in the title match for the men's.
Look, you can't question the format. It works. We just saw one of the matches of the entire year. And now we get to see 2 of the world's best in a best-of-3 title fight. And it's going to start with your surfer in blue, reigning world champ Soleil Erico from around the corner here in Malibu, California. Nose ride, beautiful turn, straight back into the power source of this wave. It's a little runner through the inside section. She's back on the nose, right behind her. Elise Ile-Opa'a, just 2 of the smoothest, most beautiful surfers to watch. Their styles are just impeccable. They've got all the technique, and they've got the waves to perform on. So you love to see a title match start with back-to-back waves being ridden. We'll see if Khalees rides this one all the way to the sand, as you see Soleil now charging to get the edge in the paddle battle here.
Well, Khalees could have had the opportunity to kick out earlier then and get the edge in the paddle battle, but she wanted to maximize the scoring potential on that ride.
Well, they have 30 minutes, and we've got a proper paddle battle on our hands while these 2 surfers race their way back into the takeoff zone. Let's go to the glass with a calm, cool, collected title fighter, Kai Salas, standing by with AJ McCord.
He is calm, cool, and collected, Coach. Kai, taking in that first exchange of the women, what is the feel in the ocean right now as you are getting ready for a title match?
I'm honestly trying to just block all that out, and I'm really excited about how the waves are looking. And I think every wave I stood up on was like, I think, an excellent score. So that just tells you how good the waves are. It wasn't me, but the waves are perfect. And yeah, I'm just like excited to go like out there and surf Malibu with nobody out. But yeah.
The only one out there with you, Ben Skinner, you guys were exchanging excellent scores throughout that heat. Mentally, what did it take for you to watch that back and forth and stay engaged in what you had to do?
Yeah, a lot of times you can get overwhelmed by hearing the number. So just trying to block out the number and just kind of like look what he's doing, and say to myself, oh yeah, let's go, and try to better it. It's a competition. We're basically fighting back and forth, and that's what contests should be, So, yeah.
Speaking of fighting back and forth, Khalees and Soleil right now in a battle for the title, a paddle battle to get out in the lineup. Just how proud are you of Khalees and everything she's accomplished this year?
I'm super proud of her. I watched her grow up surfing. I remember when she was like probably 40 pounds surfing baby queens, like doing nose rides and stuff. And she was always you could tell she was going to be very, very good. So to be here still competing and watching her compete for a world title is like special. And even more special, she's on one of my boards, and I'm able to support her in a lot of ways too. So very proud.
We'll let you get ready to compete for your own. Congratulations, Kai.
Thank you.
A lot to unpack right there. Kai Salas, he's going for a world title, which must just be the most spectacular feeling ever, but also he is the craftsman behind a potential world title surfboard. He's got 3 chances to be the shaper that won the world title.
Yeah, it's massive opportunity for Kai Salas. 3 times he's finished second on the World Longboard Tour. And that battle there with Ben Skinner was interesting because they came up against each other in the quarterfinals in El Salvador at the last event. Ben needed to get a semi-final finish to finish in the top 8. He did beat Kai on that exchange. They also competed against each other 2 years ago in Malibu. Ben Skinner got the best of that. Kai Salas got the best of this one. But what about this from Khalees? Drop knee setup, great footwork, into a nose ride, 6 steps into that opening 5. And again, 6 steps back into a second long, smooth, stylish, streaking 5, a third hang 5, and then switches stance and then goes back to her regular goofy stance with her back to the wave, using that crisp, critical footwork on her Waikiki model, designed and built by Kai Salas, who's just booked himself a spot in the title match with Connie Ellis-Stewart. And Khalees dropping a 5.5 for her opening ride. Soleil with a 7.17.
I mean, elegance, purity. One of the best styles I've ever seen in surfing. Khalees Kale'opa'a. You go to Soleil Erico. I mean, again, nothing is out of place. Everything right there, all the way down to her fingertips. Look at the subtle details of how these two surfers do what they do, and it's as close to perfection as you can get on a longboard.
Yeah, and Soleil's edge really came in that opening fade in and the fact that she got straight into that critical 10. I really like the down carve after that opening critical nose ride. And you could see that as Khalees was up and riding in the background there was a little bit more size and speed in Soleil's wave, and then it came to the paddle. And Soleil had the edge from the start, and she just kept that distance all the way.
And this right here, it's a complete contradiction to how they ride the waves with so much flow and relaxed energy, and then they go into competitor mode, and it's straight up shark eyes, Terminator, out to the lineup. And at the end of that paddle battle, it was Soleil Erico who gets the priority nod. She has a 7.17 for now. Khalees Kale'opa'a, 5.5. So a nice, pretty even start. I mean, that's only about a 1.5 difference. So they're right there, even with 25-23 to go. Remember, this is a 2 of 3. So you know, we could see this heat play out 3 separate times. Would not be mad at that. Would love to see it. The more I get to see of these two surfers, the better.
Absolutely, and both of their parents on the beach. We've got Danny and Vera for Soleil, and we've got JP and Malia for Khalees. So they got the families behind them.
Ooh, Khalees just got caught behind right there. It didn't look like there was much left on that wave anyway, so I don't think that's going to be, you know, much of a sting for Khalees.
Yeah, at a priority, she was just staying busy, looking to get like a backup score. And this is the first time she surfed. Of course, Soleil has come through a really exciting heat with Sophia Colhane. Sophia, like Ben Skinner, nearly getting the score in the last exchange, but falling just short. So Khalees really just an opportunity to ride a second wave is going to feel good for her. She was sitting out of priority, so it was sensible for her to just stay busy, just in case that had some good scoring potential.
Yeah, and I feel like with the cadence of these sets being real unpredictable, I don't think risking it on a medium insider is necessarily a bad idea, because we're seeing these paddle outs really only take 40 seconds. So I like it. It was just a 1.5, but keep the tempo going, build that momentum, know that you have multiple opportunities here. So if you make a critical error and lose this first matchup in the title matches, you still have 2 more opportunities. Not saying that that's going to be easy, but we know that there is plenty of opportunity coming through.
And the top 2 seeds meeting on both sides in the men's and the women's. So really kind of demonstrating how impactful and how important this format is. You know, these surfers have both performed super well through the year. Soleil Erico got a 3rd in Huntington, a 1st in Bells, a 5th in El Salvador. Honolulu got, Khalees got a 1st in Huntington, a 9th in Bells, and a 2nd in El Salvador. So they've already had a fantastic season, but they had to just wipe that clear because it was all about today at Malibu. This, the first of the best of 3. So if we get that 2 different winners across the first 2, we'll go to that decider.
Now the build-up begins. What is going to happen next? The ocean lay dormant for now. 22:48 to go. The path to this title match has been excellent. Very entertaining to watch. I mean, we've seen buzzer beaters. We've seen all types of ways for these surfers to win these matches. It started off with Mason Schremer getting the edge in match 1. Match 2 went to Honolulu. It looked like she was building a championship-style run through the bracket. She went up against Sophia Colhane with that buzzer beater, and then it was Soleil Erico with a buzzer beater of her own, and that's how we got to our title match. Congratulations to all of our 8 finalists in the women's bracket. Truly the elite women's professional longboarding meeting up today in Malibu. And you know, over the past few days, there has been some adversity. I mean, that's a relative term, right? You showed up at Malibu in the morning and you didn't get to serve your contest. That's, in the grand scheme of the world, not a huge deal, but these are elite level competitors, so you know they had to come switched on and switch off and prepare for the next day. So the storyline of this event has been very interesting, and it's going to continue to be like that from here on out, as it's all title fights for the rest of the day, Sam.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and a real fantastic heat to look back on when you get the opportunity to celebrate the day was Sophia Colhane and Honolulu Bloomfield. Sophia dropped to 9.43 in that heat. Our 3 times world longboard champion, Honolulu, dropped to 9.13. But this woman on the right of your screen, Soleil Erico from Malibu, California, going for her 3rd world longboard title. She won her first in 2018 at Jinsun Harbor, Taitung, Taiwan, on the east coast of that beautiful island of Taiwan when she was just 17. And her second, she won here in home waves at Malibu with all of her friends and family on the beach. But 18-year-old Khalees Keliopaha has just been such an exciting longboarder for the past 8 years, and she would be a great world champion.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a very enjoyable day. The wave, of course, itself, a superstar. Malibu, one of the most famous waves on the planet, probably where, you know, most of the world realized what surfing was. I haven't had any Gidget sightings yet today. I'm sure she was around this weekend, but truly where surf culture kind of got a big shot in the arm. Go all the way back to, you know, Duke Hanamoku, of course. The fire was lit with the Duke, and I would say the torch definitely not passed for good, but passed through Malibu to really ignite the surf culture that we all love and enjoy to this day. 20 minutes to go. It's going to be Khalees Keliopaha in second priority, paddling into this wave. Here we go. The delicate footwork, precise switching stances. Again, I mean, it's so difficult to do when your natural stance is goofy or regular, to switch up midway through the wave. It's not going to be a score of consequence. As we see now, Soleil Erico, she's got a good pocket to work with here. This one running through this midsection. Just kind of react, gets quick touch of the nose there. Comes around that section. Little look back.
I like that
subtle
look back.
Little style out there for Soleil Erico. Speed burner here through the inside. She's just kind of caught in the white water. She gets right back onto the nose. 5 over. Quick 10. Hear the crowd starting to hoot and holler for Soleil Erico. She's got a big fan base on the beach. So she started with a 7.17. That was a bit smaller of a wave, but she pretty much did all the work she needed to do or could do on a wave of that size. That was nicely done.
Yeah, great surfing from Soleil Erico. It's going to be a strong score, could well be an important score to carry. Khalees's wave, she opted to go for the switch stance, just using that chance to face the wave, to put that kind of pressure forward. It gives a good opportunity for acceleration, gets that nice drop knee there and sets herself up with clean, crisp footwork into her opening 5. And there she goes into the switch stance, just facing the wave and going back to the goofy stance, and then seeing that that wave was going to run away from her. So it won't be an important score. Soleil in trim from takeoff, comes off the middle of the wave, sets a higher line with 6 steps into a 5 and a nice long hold on a lifting 10, back into a 5, and then you can see the opportunity to accelerate because she's in the middle of the board, touches back a second nose right. There's that body language, just a salute to the Chumash history, to the long heritage of appreciation of this fantastic coast, as she just gets a chance to go back up to a nice 5 there, locked and hold, little arch into a 10 and walks out. So that's going to be an important score, 6.33, Chris. So that's a nice start for Soleil. Khalees, her first surf of the day, but she's got the opportunity, she's got the time to build the momentum.
Yeah, and if you look at the score line now, so Soleil with the 7.17 is 6.33. That basically deletes all the waves that Khalees has ridden so far. If she does get an 8, of course, that's a different story, but when your highest scoring wave is lower than the backup wave of the surf you're going against, you're going to want to kind of start over. You're going to want to really I guess, well, it's obvious. Try to get the best score possible on the waves that you're given, but I think you kind of have to hit the restart button just a little bit and just reformulate what's going through your mind. Surf for 8s, surf for 9s. Put yourself on the best waves possible. Give yourself those opportunities.
Yeah, and she knows how to do that, and she comes from a strong surfing family. Her mum, Malia, works as a flight attendant for Hawaiian Airlines, a fantastic surfer herself. Her father, JP, I watched him have a free surf in the middle of the week where the tide was just high there and then starting to drop back, and some nice left-handers were forming, and he just knee paddled out with style and surfed these lefts with so much beauty and grace. I really recognize the lineage in wave riding that him and his mum have passed down to young Kayleese.
Yeah, you can tell she was born with something very special in the way that she rides these waves. 16:27 to go. Can Kayleese Kale'opa'a mount a comeback, or will Soleil Erico run away with this one? Stay tuned to find out. We will be right back. Titles are on the line here at Malibu. This is the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships. Here's the Kayleese Kale'opa'a team on the sand. Kayleese's mom here on the right. Friends and family on the beach trying to will a perfect wave to Kayleese Kale'opa'a, representing Oahu. Basically the source of the Stoke, where she comes from, Waikiki, Honolulu. I mean, you can't think of surfing without thinking of that part of the world.
Yeah, Queens Waikiki, raised and rooted, surfing before she was even born inside the belly of her mum, Malia, who you just saw on the screen there. So long kind of bloodline of surfing and surf culture. Keani Canulo there. She has been a really great performer on the world longboard scene this year as well, who we just saw next to Kayleese's mum. But that 5.5, you know, confident start, but then nothing yet to back that up, but a 7.17 and a 6.33. Soleil coming with a little bit of momentum. She had to have a really big performance to eliminate Sophia Colhane, who nearly got the score that she needed on the last exchange. And the last event that we attended, Chris, El Salvador, we saw a final between Kayleese and Sophia. So that would have been interesting if they came up into the title match. But Soleil, of course, a favorite here, a Malibu local, going for her third world title, going for back-to-back world titles at her home Point Break. And her home Point Break happens to be the best longboard wave in the world.
And if you're a local here, if you're a world champion, do you still get dropped in on a Saturday morning.
Soleil's got an incredible read of this wave, and when you're watching her free surf, it's very interesting. She spots things 10 seconds before others, sometimes a minute before others, and you kind of ghost her movement as the way she reads the lineup here. And of course, you know, it's not only her relationship with California that's important in her journey. She was born in New York, and she started at Hanalei Bay in Kauai, age 10, and moved to Malibu, age 15. So it's been a later addition to her surfing journey, this impact of Malibu. But this is where she lives. This is where she's really refined her longboarding acts, and she adjusted her style from that 2018 win when she was being coached by Taylor Jensen, riding Bill Stewart boards, to a different approach to longboarding when she won last year in 2012 with a longer board with a wide point back and an incredible down carve and some dynamic nose riding. Huge support for Soleil here on the beach, but huge support for Khalees as well.
Yeah, let's not forget, it's a Monday morning. People are out here on the sand at Malibu enjoying the best show in surf today. You know, perfect waist to chest high runners here at First Point Malibu.
It's been such a great day, and the pace of it as well, Chris. I mean, you know, once we started, once we were on that train journey, it just kept on moving. And even the downtime in the lulls, there's just been so much excitement, not only because of the fact that we're crowning our world champions today, but because of the anticipation, those 2 days where the fog held us back and we had all of that build up from all of the surfers and all of this tension getting released in beautiful surfing. And that's what's blown me away today, is the fact that nobody's looked anxious or flustered or too hectic. Everybody has surfed with such refinement and poise, and that has really surprised me at how we've seen everybody at the very top of their game.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. I mean, even watching Kai Salas come in from his victory to get him into the title match, I mean, it looked like he just got done mowing the lawn or something. He was just so relaxed and chill. I'm sure there was a lot going on in his mind. But I'm wondering, in the men's title match coming up, has there ever been a final of this magnitude with a surfer who's also the shaper of the boards that the competition's riding? Has that ever happened?
It's so interesting. Kai Salas, of course, the founder of the Kai Salas Longboard Company. Connie Ellis Stewart, his team rider, has the Tsunami model, the 42-year-old against the 22-year-old. And Kai also, you know, has a big interest in this heat now with Khalees, because Khalees is a team rider for him. Soleil Erico, she has a fantastic Velvet Hour model that you can get with Thunderbolt surfboards designed by Ryan Engel and CJ Nelson. And she's riding some of CJ's boards right now, slightly longer boards, just to really maximize the smaller conditions. And she's tuned in very well on those boards.
Uh-oh, the locals have turned up for Soleil. Soleil all the way. That's a good crew right there. Alan Sarlo in the back. Doesn't get much more local than Alan Sarlo. So Soleil Erico doesn't get dropped in on often. Alan Sarlo does not get dropped in on often. So if you're going to surf Malibu, maybe just go behind one of them and you'll be fine.
It's just that.
Maybe just leave them alone.
Just that lull section right now where, you know, it's just got to, it's just about Khalees kind of recognizing the opportunity that she's got another go at this. You know, only 8 minutes remaining, so to get 2 excellent scores in that time, yes, it's possible, but she knows that this was just the first go. Same thing's going to happen for Connie Ellis Stewart. Khalees and Connie are cousins. He's going to be coming in cold. You know, he's not had the opportunity to surf, so it's not easy to have those people with momentum meeting you. And you've seen that in the final 5, Chris, as well, that, you know, how it feels for the likes of Chris Moore when they've had to meet surfers coming at them with massive momentum.
Connie Ellis Stewart preparing for his title match coming up against his good friend, shaper, mentor, Kai Salas. And I don't know if this stat is true or not, but I don't think any surfer has won as many events with their hair dry as Connie Ellis Stewart has.
Images of him doing that Hood Ornament Soul Arch Hang 10 have just kind of filled the, you know, the pages and the websites of longboard, you know, fans for a long time now. And like you say, it's iconic, and it's inspiring as well, because it's that kind of unique maneuver that is unique to riding bigger boards. The opportunity to use the footwork, the cross-stepping, to to put your body weight on the right part of the board in the right part of the wave. And when you get that effect where you've got the pocket of the wave allowing lift at the nose, and you have that ability to roll all 10 toes over the front, that's the timeless feeling that you search for as a longboarder, and that's why these surfers do what they do. But what's exciting about this younger generation with Soleil and Khalees and Coniella is the mixed approach that they have. They're great nose riders, but they also really exciting off-rail, and that's a big element of the criteria as well. It's not a nose riding competition. It's about using all of the board and all of the wave, variety, and those major maneuvers with style, flow, and grace.
And the crowd goes wild for Coniella Stewart. He'll be going up against Kai Salas. Love the tail of that board. That looks cool.
Yeah,
it just looks cool.
I like the way you let that breathe there, Chris, you know, just to feel that energy on the beach, because it's a combination of, yes, there's that kind of excitement on the beach, but also this is world title moments, you know, this is like tension, you know, it's out there, there's different camps supporting the different contenders, and how interesting with those two coming up against each other, the kind of master and the apprentice.
Yeah. I think he walked by him and said, all right, Grom, I'll go right. 6 minutes to go here. Soleil Erico versus Khalees Kale'opa'a. Our title match, Heat 1 for the women. One of these two surfers currently sitting in the lineup at Malibu will be your 2023 world champion. At the moment, Soleil Erico with the edge, 717.633. Khalees Kale'opa'a is nearing the time frame where it's really going to come down to one wave. Right now, it would be pretty iffy to catch two meaningful waves with 5.5 left. But the good news for Khalees is she needs an 8, and we've seen, I want to say, half a dozen 8 pluses already today, so they're out there. Maybe restructure your thinking and start to go, okay, well, maybe I'm just going to wait now for that one perfect wave to come through.
And we saw from Kai Salas that he got 4 excellent scoring waves in his heat. But Soleil kicked off with that 7-1-7, Chris, and straight into the 10. Love the down carve, then the body language, and using the wave coming off the bottom and then keeping that trim speed, walking cleanly into a nice nose ride, getting crisp and tight on a 5 and back for a third nose ride, pulling that back foot closer again into the 5, and then a real delicate readjust to get one last nose ride for the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, with Khalees kicking off with a 5.5 behind her. But Khalees's silky footwork, a joy to witness, in and out of the nose rides, and using the switch stance as well. That might be something that she could really take advantage of if she gets a couple of sets, either through the second title match there or in the last 4 minutes of this heat, Chris.
No doubt. So 4:20 left here in title match Heat 1. Now things are getting a little bit more critical for Khalees Kale'opa'a as we see the second scoring wave for Soleil Erico. And what I've liked so far for the entire day, tactics really haven't come into play. We've seen a couple little chippy paddle battles, but it's been good, clean surfing. And that's just really when the surfer who's having their best day shines and is going to be the winner. You don't want to see these things come down to, you know, a technicality, a priority mistake, or any of that stuff. Right now, it's just about great surfing, and I love that element. Another thing that, you know, makes finals day so exciting is, of course, the unpredictable nature of this whole thing, but also that we do have time. We have multiple matches for these title heats to come down to, so if you do make a mistake, you can correct that mistake and potentially get that victory back.
Yeah, and also it's those things that longboarders don't do, the pauses, the subtleties. They're the bits that are so elusive and hard to describe and pin down, and that's what makes longboarding such a difficult thing to judge, because those pauses, those spaces in between, and also some of those subtle gestures like Soleil's just little look back at the pocket. You know, there's something about surfing that inspires you to do that sometime, and it's particularly prevalent in longboarding when you just have those pauses in those moments. And that for me is great to see with Soleil. She got that 6.33, but she didn't oversurf the wave. She still had the kind of cultured approach to just celebrate the wave and look back and say, thank you, aloha.
So 2.5 to go. Title matches come down to the best 2 of 3. So, you know, depending how it shakes up, right? If Soleil gets the win here in title match 1, Khalees gets the win in title match 2, then we have the ultimate surf-off, which would be super cool, but we don't know what's going to happen next with inside 2 minutes coming up. 2-minute warning is about to run through the water as Khalees waits out the back. Soleil Erico activates on an insider here, gets straight to work, 5 over the nose, 10 over. Nice extended nose right there on a tiny little wave, but it's a perfect tiny little wave. Cross-stepping, style, grace on display. I mean, from the tip of her toes all the way to the very end of her fingertips, right? It's all just liquid. It's really just nice to see, real nice to watch. And now we see the grace under pressure for Khalees Kale'opa'a. That's not the wave she wanted. She's gonna most likely maintain priority. She could see something on the horizon with 1:30 to go. You knew it was gonna happen, Sam.
Yeah, this was a smaller wave for Soleil, but look at the way she surfs it. Straight up there with a high line, 4 steps into a 5, and this is a great 10. Locks all 10 toes over the tip and stands really high and drops those arms down and goes into the 5 with a soul arch. Walks out, and look at the way she just accelerated off the bottom of the wave to generate trim speed and go high in the wave to find the 5. That wave does run away from her at the end there, but the way she rode that first 2/3 of the wave from takeoff through to that opening 10 into that, you know, accelerating turn was beautiful to witness. And she's got a 5.17, so nearly going into her top 2. Great start for Soleil. You know, she is the local here at Malibu. She knows these conditions. She knows the changing tides, the nuances. She really has a good read of when to accelerate and when to slow down, and how to use those rail turns and those cross steps at the right moment so that she's still going to stay with the wave all the way through to the inside, Chris.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. Scan the horizon for something meaningful to come through. A little bit easier to identify the waves. There's some texture on the water. The sun's come out a little bit. You're starting to see the ocean glisten, which is going to make for, of course, a beautiful afternoon of surfing here at Malibu. And time now is flying away. One last effort for Khalees Kale'opa'a, and that's going to be it. So best 2 of 3 here in our title matchups. The first match goes to Soleil Erico, our reigning Women's World Champion, in the driver's seat with 1 more victory to go. She wants to achieve back-to-back titles. There you see it. Match 1 goes to Soleil Erico. So coming up next, they're going to have their second opportunity to perform. Before we get to match 2 of the women, we're going to kick off our men's title match, Heat 1. It's going to be a hammer of a heat. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Titles on the line. Stay tuned.
Being the #1 seed is always nice, you know, but, you know, anything can happen, so just take it heat by heat and focus, so that's the goal.
Congratulations to Kaniela Stewart.
With some good hang 10 so far on this one. Once again, perched up on the nose, in the pocket the entire time.
Talk about precision on the nose. Kai Salas, he is showing why he's one of the guys to beat.
It's men's title match time here at the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships, presented by Tractor Beverage Company. We're going to start things off with Kai Salas as he tries to fight his way around a whitewater corner. Can't get out, so now he has a front row seat to Kaniela Stewart, straight to the nose. Another iconic nose ride for Kaniela Stewart, starting strong, right in the pocket, perfect poise and placement, 10 toes over, gets back on the nose. So back-to-back hang 10s for Kaniela Stewart. That's how you want to start your title match. This matchup has a deep, long storyline coming to it. Quick hang heels, spins things around. Kind of a messy finish there, but a beautiful, great way to start for Kaniela Stewart. I mean, this heat has everything from, what, master and apprentice, best bros from way back, 2 hometown heroes, shaper, team rider. I mean, it goes on and on. Chris Cote here with Matt Janoski, the Waxhead. Wax, I know you were on the beach in the thick of it with these two heading out to the lineup. Were you kind of lurking in the shadows, trying to keep your ear to what was going on?
I was, absolutely. Kai Salas just with his family chilling out in front of Kaniela's crowd. They're all wearing the yellow Kaniela t-shirts they've had made with Stewart on the back. And you can see there's a little bit of energy. Very quiet, though, I must say. Respectfully quiet, as there was between Khalees's crowd and the Erico crowd. Everyone just warming into these matches.
That's good. That's cool to hear. I love good sportsmanship. 30 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Kaniela, no doubt, getting the better of that opening exchange. Well, 1 down, 1 more to go. Soleil Erico on the glass with AJ.
Soleil coming out, a woman on a mission here in your very first title match. You got those strong scores close to the beginning of the heat. How did you want to establish some authority at the beginning of the heat against Khalees?
I definitely wanted to start off with a good one, so that definitely helped when I got that 7. And it's funny because I haven't surfed against Khalees in like years. Like we haven't had a heat together since I think like 2018 or 2019. So we were talking about it out there. We were like, I haven't surfed against you in a while. So it was cool, yeah, to surf with her again.
So you haven't had a heat against her in a while, but you get the better of her in this one. You know what a talented competitor she is, though. What do you have to do to improve your surfing between now and the next title match?
Yeah, she's so talented. I definitely just need to continue to read the waves and differentiate like the good ones and the not so good ones, and just do my thing. We'll see.
Well, and your thing here seems to be reading the waves incredibly early, incredibly well. Obviously, as your home break, how much of an advantage does this give you that you have put in so many hours out here?
Yeah, it definitely helps, for sure. I'm really lucky that I live here, and it's nice to have the contest here every year. But it's still, as anyone's game, Khalees is so talented, and she could definitely, get me in the next one. So I definitely have to just stay on my toes and stay strong.
We'll let you get to it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Soleil Erico, she just, like she said, does what she does. She goes out there and rips this place up. It's like a normal Monday morning for Soleil, and she's looking very relaxed, very confident, and I think that's the simplest yet most difficult equation. Just go out there and get the best wave.
Yeah.
And surf it the best.
And when you put in as many repetitions as Soleil, and you'd practice that much, even on a bad day, you're still surfing better than a lot of other people. And that's with Kaniela Stewart. Look at that, 4 steps up to the nose, intricate footwork. I love this camera angle, showing what the surfers have to deal with racing ahead of them. And you see the blue water as that sun comes out. So nice poise for Kaniela. Nothing overly critical, so you wanted to add to it here with a heel hang. Clicks it, and uncharacteristically, just catches an edge at the end. But a 7-point ride to open up that. The best part for me was he was hanging 10 straight past Kai Salas, whose wave raced away from him.
Yeah, shot across the bow, if you will. Now, the end of that wave, was that an incomplete maneuver?
Yeah, so it was the heel hang where the feet twist. The heels go over the front of the board. On a section like that, judges will reward that for sure. If you do it going through a section and driving through a section, you're going to get some amazing points. You'll get more points doing that if it's functional and you walk out of it cleanly than a regular hang 10. It's tricky, degree of difficulty, showing some variation and variety of maneuvers. So all these things are part of the scoring criteria. But we see Kai Salas, who after that win with Ben was really humble and stoic, you could say. But on the other hand, Ben, he was tingling and he was shaking and he was just full of adrenaline and knowing he needed to surf excellent to beat Kai Salas going into that. He just thought, I just needed the good ones, but at the same time, I didn't know if they're going to come, so I was going to stay busy. Turns out he got 2 of the best single wave scores in this event, just weren't together. 9.5, he fell short slightly.
Closest heat of the day.
He was so stoked, and that may have been one of the heats of the year, and it's an amazing story of 2 shapers who made their own boards for this event. Both had some adversity throughout the year, and they've had to surf a variety of different waves, and to get this far for Kai Salas, making it into this final is a credit to him, and Ben Skinner as well. That was phenomenal. And I would imagine Kanye Stewart would have been amped up watching that, ready for his turn to fire.
So with 26:40 to go, I was asking Sam earlier, and thinking back into the history of competitive surfing. You have a unique situation happening right now. Your surfer in blue, Kai Salas, a master craftsman. He shapes the boards he's riding. He also shapes the boards that his competitor, Kanye Stewart, is riding. Maybe Donald Takayama and Joel Tudor have had heats together, shaper and surfer. Simon Anderson potentially, back in the day, but in thinking back to at least recent history, I can't think of a heat, at least at this level, the elite, the highest level of surfing. I'm sure it happens in club events and stuff like that, which is great, but very unique and a really cool kind of side story happening in the lineup right now.
Love that, and I think that's part of longboarding and longboarding culture that is unique. And these surfers are so connected to their equipment, and it's purposeful. These guys are riding and choosing the fins and their boards specifically. And they don't all just ride longboards, they ride all types of boards.
Well, we've got the human highlight reel, Kanye Stewart. This was from the 2023 U.S. Open of Surfing in Huntington Beach. Another iconic surf break, and Kanye put on such a great show. I mean, talk about a true entertainer. He did everything. Nose rides, big carves. These waves were not easy to surf. And then you flipped it over to an incredibly easy, playful, perfect wave to surf in El Salvador, where he did get the win. Just, again, putting on an incredible show. Super entertaining, inspirational. Who wouldn't want to surf like Kanye Stewart?
Yeah, and he's a natural-born waterman. Same with Kai Salas, and I think back to Duke and Rabbit Kikai, and all throughout Californian surf history as well. We had guys like, all the way through Matt Kill. We had Bob Simmons as well. We had Joe Quigg, Dale Velzy. All of these guys completely in tune with the ocean. If they weren't surfing, they were sailing, they were snorkeling, they were paddling on their paddle boards, they were lifeguards, fishermen. These surfers spend a lot of, those foundation surfers in our culture spend a lot of time around the ocean. And that's exactly what these 2 surfers do. North Shore, South Shore, whether it's Caniella on his catamaran, if he's teaching surfing out there at Queens, or getting barreled at Backdoor. Those guys, I'll tell you what, Kai Salas on the North Shore is a sight to behold. Caniella at Pipeline is something that I feel the story will unfold in years to come.
Seen it. Both these guys can perform in waves of consequence, as well as perfect little runners like we have here today at Malibu. Chris Cote, the Waxhead, Matt Chanoski, watching the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships presented by Tractor Beverage Company, and so far, so good. We were even talking earlier about how some of these lulls are actually helping the entertainment value, just ramping up the drama, and every heat so far has had a pretty flashy finish, so it's been a great show so far.
And even speaking to Malia, who's Khalees's mum on the beach, she said Khalees likes to warm up in the battle, so they expected her to go to a second or third matchup. They really wanted her to get some repetition in. If it went down to that one, which was discussed because we were stripped for time in the last few days, and there's Malia there on the insert screen, giving some words of advice, and they're very calm and cool. You can see them smiling there, just breathing and really in tune with their surroundings and in the moment, feeling really connected. And that's that Hawaiian, that's when I think of Hawaiian surf culture, I think of the aloha spirit, but I also think of the relaxed nature in the ocean and competitive surfing. It's just another aspect of their wider version of water people culture.
Absolutely, and you know, a huge moment for Hawaiian surfing is happening as we speak. Dwayne DeSoto, the last Hawaiian champion on the longboarding tour, that was over 10 years ago. So congratulations to Hawaii. You will have a men's world champion, and either one of these surfers that wins is going to be just an incredible ambassador, representative of global surfing coming from the island of Oahu. And you know, that's one of the most surprising stats to me in the last decade, that you haven't had a men's Hawaiian champion on the longboard tour for that long. But shout out Dwayne DeSoto. Remember that going down. I mean, another just amazing waterman. So for him to pass the torch to one of these two surfers in the lineup right now, that's going to be a great moment for Hawaiian surfing.
And in many aspects, Honolulu Bloomfield, 3-time world champion, losing in the last dying seconds to a raging Sophia Colhane, who's just stepping up her raft as a professional longboarder. I mean, that was Hawaii versus Hawaii, and either way, they were going to go up against Khalees at some stage if they were to make the final. So Hawaii was always going to be in this final matchup in the women's side. And for the men, a Kai Salas Longboard Co team rider or shaper will take the win. So for Kai's brand, it's an enormous marketing tool, this event, as well as going down in history as a world longboard champion.
No doubt. And talk to Kai a little bit about his program. And you know, yes, you can save up and go through the proper channels and get yourself a custom Kai Salas hand-shaped board, which is going to be a priceless family heirloom, or you can get a Thunderbolt design that is more of a mass-built board, and you know, it's not gonna cost you quite as much. I mean, it's not cheap, and that's because it's high quality. But there are a lot of different ways that people can get involved and ride some of the same type of boards, if not the same boards that these surfers are riding. So with 20 minutes, 30 seconds to go, Connie Stewart in the lead. Vibe is up here at Malibu, and AJ is right in the thick of it.
As always, Cote, the vibe is up. The friend making is strong as well. JR's camp just came over here to Connie Stewart's camp, sharing some traditional Filipino food. This is the chicken lumpia, and they're really spreading out the love here, making friends on the longboard tour. As you can see behind me, Connie's camp very locked in on this title match going on between him and Kai Salas. And then, of course, Khalees Kaleopa'a getting back in the water for her second title match against Soleil Erico. But people are here to stay. They are engaged. Everyone's eating, which means, you know, we're not going anywhere.
This rules, and it's pretty clear that JR's camp is the coolest camp in the surfing world. They're making food for everyone on the beach. They're hanging out. They're smiling. They're enjoying the moment. And speaking of enjoying the moment, Kai Salas now on the nose, weaving serpentine path straight back to the open face, right out of that hot pocket, up onto the nose, 5 over, gets the 10, leaning forward, knees subtly bent, weaving down the line yet again. A nice turn there for Kai Salas on the inside. Out the back, you've got Connie Stewart soul arching his way through a hang 10. 5, 10, 20 toes over as we speak. 19:13 on the clock. This right here is giving the judges a lot to chew on as Kai Salas finishes on the sand. Now we turn to Connie Stewart, back on the nose again. So a series of nose rides, turns, and still going with the hang heels. Connie Stewart with style, grace, flow. That's exactly why we came. Those two back-to-back waves, just an incredible display of the current state of affairs in longboarding. As Kai Salas takes the freeway back, and Connie Stewart opting to paddle. We'll see. This is actually going to be pretty interesting as well. I haven't seen this yet.
I am clapping in the booth. Got Sam Bleakley standing by here. Hands went up in the air. This is the show that we're tuning in for. We are watching the natural amphitheater of Malibu. It's turning on here for the title match, Heat 1. This is Kai Salas' replay. So I love the poise and the style for Kai Salas, the Hawaiian, starting off on this wave with a nice 5 and 10 combo, but it's a silky smooth transitions that are the hallmark of Salas's surfing. And up on the nose, that hand stall, that shows how deep and critically is in the pocket. Beautiful camera work there, showing the tail doing all the work in the nose ride. A connection between the surfer and his self-shaped equipment, synonymous with the longboard culture. And Kai just buttery and smooth, and he gets a lovely hang 10 here. 5, 10 in the pocket, does not get much more critical than that. Surfing excellent through this inside section, and he's not finished yet with a little tap on the inside and complete for Kai Salas. But his team rider and fellow Hawaiian, Kaniela Stewart, answers back with a nice 10 on the outside, holds it through a critical section. And here, delicate footwork behind the section, deep. That's about as he's driving through the barrel. If that thing's 6 foot, he's riding inside the wave, and he's not done yet with a critical turn. Snaps that one around, which puts him deeper in the pocket for this next hang 10. And both surfers surfing with control, giving the judges some critical nose riding, and using the whole length of the board from the tail, the middle, and the nose. With a heel hang for Kaniela, I think he might just get the nod on top of Kai Salas in that exchange.
I got what I wanted, because before this match went out into the water, I kind of couldn't pick a favorite. I just thought, I hope both teams have fun, and that's what's happening. Both these guys getting stellar waves. Kaniela Stewart, though, sitting on that 7-point ride to start with the advantage for now. It's up to the judges to decode and decipher what just happened. In my humble opinion, just watching the form, Kaniela Stewart, and the lightness, the flow. He had that critical nose ride where the entirety of that 9-foot-plus board was basically, like you said, in the barrel, and he was out there levitating. That's going to be a real tough call for the judges. Both scores are going to be very high, up in that excellent range. Kai Salas, different, right? Almost a little more power.
Well, I'm going to do a message for everyone at home. Before these scores are locked in, guys, it's different when you're seeing it in real life front on. It's a different scale, and you can really, the turns look a lot better in real life than they are on the camera. Ben Skinner's turn, which is why it went 1.5, so 9.57 for Kai Salas, gets the nod, and 8.77 for Kaniela Stewart. I'm going to put that down to the real life synopsis. When you're looking at the wave, the turns look phenomenal front on.
Absolutely.
And the replay is making it look a lot more delicate and intricate for the nose riding. So Kai Salas getting the nod, 9.57.
Yeah, I think the obvious factor there was that both waves were in the excellent range, and I love that our judges were right on top of it, giving the edge to Kai with the 9.57. And he's back at it, swiveling, making the section, pumping down the line. Quick float there. That was cool looking.
Very cool.
Right in the edge of radical.
Kai's super, he's feeling it right now. He's amped up, just trying to back up that excellent range score, and on the nose here. So does he make it count? Yes, he does.
Oh, yeah.
Long nose ride, of course he does.
So to me, it's a power element, right? I mean, it's a different type of power than you'd see if somebody really like burying the rail and doing a big carve. He's kind of leaning into powerful nose rides, and then those impactful turns that he's doing with tons of flow. There's no hiccups in the middle of his act on this wave.
It's classified as the art of trim. And you see that board just gliding along the surface, stands up, delicate with his footwork, and he's on the nose with the same trim line for his paddle. And here he gets to work, middle of the board, just kind of pumping that board, he's giving it to that board, tapping it off the top, generating whatever speed he can, because that soft railed log isn't going to do it from the tail, so he's doing it from the middle. And here he hangs onto that golden glistening section, gets onto the nose, and he makes it count with a critical nose ride. Small, non-consequential, but critical surfing on that inside section.
The nice finish too, nice and tidy, wrapped it up, presented it to the judges. Here you go. Here's your second course.
So we need a 6.2.
Yes.
Yes?
I'm saying yes. I mean, we're all amateur judges, except for the actual elite judges above us, 5 experts, international panel. It is fun, though, to think about these waves, think about what scores you would throw out there.
I'll say yes.
Looking at that 6.2 requirement, I think it's going to be close.
I'll say yes, but it depends, and they may take a point off for the mid-board aggression, I should say. So I won't be surprised if it falls under or just goes slightly over.
Well, it's a 5, so we're both sort of right.
Yeah,
but luckily I get excited. I'm thinking every wave's 10. That's just my, this is what I lean into. But our judges, of course, elite in their field, experts. And I think you're right, you know, just while it looked cool and there was a lot of excitement, did impede on the flow element that they're really, you know, honing in on, and they don't want to see too much additional movement happening there. So most likely the reason why that stayed at a mid-range, but still gets him closer. Still needs a 6.20. Caniella Stewart in the lead for now. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action. It's the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships.
The original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships presented by Tractor Beverage Company are brought to you by Cali Squeeze, brewed with real fruit, by Nissin Cup Noodles, the original instant ramen, by Sambazon, enjoy the delicious powers of acai, by Tractor Beverage Company, organically farmed beverages, and by Original Sprout, the official personal care product of WSL North America.
We've got 10 minutes, 30 seconds left here in title match. Heat number 1, Caniella Stewart on top with a 15.77 total. Kai Salas right there with a 14.57. His last score came through a 9.57, added a 5 to that. We'll see what happens on that last scoring wave. It was just a mid-ranger, but Caniella Stewart with a strong scoreline, 8.77 and a 7. So the highest number goes to Kai, but Caniella with the consistency, 2 waves ridden, both of them impactful. He's in the lead, he has priority. We're inside of 10 minutes.
Now tuning in all around the world, people waking up to this. If you're in Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, 9 minutes 40 left. This is the best of 3 matches. Caniella Stewart comes into this as the leader, so he'll seed number 1. So he'll come in having to surf a minimum of twice. Kai Salas won his previous match against Ben Skinner, and that was an excellent heat where we had both surfers dropping excellent range scores. Kai had perfect wave selection, but under priority was Ben Skinner, who surfed 11 waves. 9 of them were in the 1s and 2s, and the other 2 were excellent. So Kai behind the 8 ball is going to have to lean into his energy, and he's going to have to channel what Ben Skinner did in that heat against him, because Caniella Stewart leading with an 8.77 and a 7. Kai only needs a 6.20, but you can guarantee that anything that comes in that looks like that, Caniella will be on it. And today, we've had long lulls in between amazing pumping sets. Interesting to see where it goes.
I can't wait to see what happens next. We got 8:46 to go. And wherever you're watching from around the world, if you're watching on the WSL app, welcome. If you're sneaky at the office and you have your phone under your computer, you're watching there, more power to you. Or you could be like Tommy Perucchi here, legendary photographer. Yes, he is at work. He's shooting photos from the water, but if you can see right there on the top of his camera, he's got his phone out. He's tuned in. He's logged on. WSL app. He knows the scores. He knows all the information. He knows that Waxhead is breaking down these boards and scores. So Tommy's doing it right, and he is really put together some really memorable moments. The images he captures through that camera.
And a shout out to Tommy for being that guiding light for the Waikiki scene. He really put a lot of them on the map for their sponsors, but also visually for us on social media to see everything that was going on there, that scene, that culture that was developing in the mid 2000s. We really got to see surfers like a young Khalees. We got to see even Mason Schremer back then. We got to see Kiani, Canulo, of course, yeah, Kaniela Stewart, Haley Otto. All these surfers were shone in a positive light thanks to Tommy Pierucci. But the WSL for having on board and the amazing setup we have down here. There's a Longboard World Tour, 4 stops and amazing spots. Huntington, Bells Beach, El Salvador, and the pipeline of longboard culture, Malibu Beach for our finals.
That's right. And I don't think anybody would be upset if we returned right back here next year, same time, same place, same bat channel. Malibu rules. In and out of the parking lot, in and out of the lineup. I mean, there's so much surf culture around us. And with 6:52 to go, yeah, this is the business at hand. We're trying to crown a champion. So while there's so much fun and games and legacy and history happening all around us, these two surfers in the water have some serious things to think about right now for the next 6.5 minutes. So this being a best 2 of 3, if Kaniela Stewart gets the win here, he's 1 match closer to his maiden title, and the Longboard Championship, regardless of what happens in the next 3 matches for the men, is returning to Hawaii. So you can start celebrating now, Hawaii.
We talked earlier about fins in surfboards, Kai Salas Longboard Co. Obviously the label that both these surfers are riding. You see CJ Nelson there with his team rider, Soleil Erico, waxing up that board, making sure. Often it'll be a preparation situation where you wax up the board. Even though it's got wax on it, you'll just go through the motions to wax up. So Soleil getting ready for her next matchup with Khalees.
Keep those beads sticky. Here we go, Kai Salas. Just staying busy. Inside runner here. He's up on the nose, so he's making it count. He does need a 6.20. Be a pretty heavy ask to get that number on a wave kind of this small. It wasn't really giving him much room to work there. He did some cool stuff. Got to hang 10 through the mid portion of the wave, but it didn't really give him that, open pocket for him to really work with.
So we're actually approaching we've gone past the low tide mark right now. So the bottom of the tide, those smaller waves stretching wide. These surfers are way up Point C, Kaniela there. If you look onto the left side of the screen where Kai's paddling, sometimes you will get a south wave that breaks wide. And when you're paddling back out, as there has been the last few days, some really wide runners down there. So he's fading into this. This is more of a high tide wave that you're used to seeing. This is very small, and this would have looked tiny for the judges, but a lovely hang 10 there for Kai. This came in at a 3, and I think that'd be one of the best 3s that he's ever had, or anyone out there would love that hang 10 in their playbook. And that one just closing out. So really far up the point, under priority. Nothing to lose. He needs to keep busy. Only needs 6.20, but the wave will have to cooperate. I think it's going to need not necessarily be a set, but it'll have to not close out. He'll need to be able to be performing maneuvers right to the beach, and it'll need to be done in control.
Cool moment right there. Khalees, your mom. Just last second of support there. Go out there. Do your best. I mean, obviously, mom is already immensely proud and will continue that regardless of what happens. And do not discount or count out Khalees Kale'opa'a. She is one of the best for a reason. She is currently your world #1, but in the second match, she has to win, or the title stays in Malibu with Soleil Erico, and we know that Soleil has been on a good one so far today. So the next matchup for the women is going to be a crucial 35 minutes for Khalees Kale'opa'a if she wants to keep the dream alive.
3 different Kai Salas Longboard Co models in this event. The Waikiki model that Khalees is riding. Kai Salas on a Moontail nose rider, and the Carney Tsunami model that Carney is riding, and this Hang 10 to open things up with a 7.0 for Carniella. And he's just really soft with his feet here. He's looked back on his heat replays, obviously from El Salvador, and saw where he was getting those excellent scores. And it was this intricate nose riding deep in the pocket. You can see him there, hands by his side, and really worked on his flow this year, Carniella, combining technical nose rides with nice carving turns. And someone synonymous with that flowing style between maneuvers is Kai Salas. Beautiful, buttery, smooth transition there. And his nose riding, this event is possibly some of the best we've seen of his whole career. That self-shaped moontail looking amazing on the nose, buried the tail way back in the pocket, and looking, he hasn't put a foot wrong this whole event so far.
What they're doing in the water right now is inspiring a whole new generation.
Absolutely.
Of not just Hawaiian longboarders, but global longboarders watching right now and thinking, okay, well, this is the benchmark. This is how you do it. And for Kai Salas, I mean, a 9.57 in a title match, that's something you tell your grandchildren about.
Yeah.
He's making memories right now for all of us. And Carniella Stewart doing the same. I mean, he put together 4 literal iconic moments on one wave.
It's
That's
a show
how
reel.
he surfs.
This is a show reel, and it's mind-boggling that we've got to this point in longboard surfing where these surfers are riding boards they want to ride in perfect shaped waves, and there's a platform where people are tuning in right now, as you said, inspired, a heel hang on the inside. What more can we say other than we can't wait to see what that next generation are inspired to bring us in those regional qualifying events. We have one coming up, the North America regional qualifying event up in Morro Bay in December. Jump on the WSL website, have a look at the qualifying events for the Longboard World Tour. Sign up, speak to your local club. If you're a young person, get a coach, tune in with your local shaper, and get involved in longboard surfing. There's plenty of things in this world that we can get tied up in, spend our time immersed in. But if we're in the ocean, we have a goal. If you don't believe in something, Chris, you'll fall for anything. So jump on a longboard.
I love it. Wax, you got me inspired.
You rode one in El Salvador.
I rode one in El Salvador. I got on one here day before yesterday. I mean, if you come to Malibu, you got to ride a log.
Well, paddling out, I thought, oh, who's that silhouetted uncle, goofy footer, just staunching on his backside, just got that tucked back leg. It was actually Rabbit Kakai style, but switch. And I thought, whoa, this guy's got a nice fuller figure and he's just cruising through. Of course, it was Chris Cote.
And then I did a coffin ride, and all was well in the world.
Well, there's no right and wrong way to ride a surfboard. That's the creative outlet. We're surfing moving forms of energy, these aquatic bumps that come through. Obviously, there's a contest. We have criteria, we have titles, and we have a world champion to crown. But if you're in the water, it's saltwater therapy. And that's why that's what drives us back in, to feel that dopamine hit that the ocean gives us.
100%. You're laying it down, and I'm loving it. 10 seconds to go. Carniella Stewart, most likely and definitely will be the winner of title match heat number 1. So that means he is one step closer to winning his maiden World Championships. But let's not forget, Kai Salas has 2 more opportunities to defend. This is a best 2 of 3 here on finals day. The original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships flips back to the women. I love that we go men, women. We go back and forth, and it just gives us that much better of a show. Kalis Kale'opa'a in a must-win situation going up against Soleil Erico. So you've got Oahu versus Malibu. You've got 2 of the best to do it heading back out in the lineup, and there you see Carniella Stewart takes match number 1. Match number 2 coming up for the men in about 35 minutes. Before we get there, we could be crowning a champion in the next 34. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It is the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships presented by Tractor Beverage Company. Khalees Kaleopa, the teenager from the South Shore of Oahu. Right here, the #1 seed. She's in title match number 2. This is Khalees's first ride. The light-footed Hawaiian switching stands for a bit, showing some graceful footwork. And kicks out. I'm Kai Fugura along with Matt Chernowski, the Waxhead. And that is the score we're going to be waiting for Khalees Kaleopa. Kaniala Stewart, Khalees's cousin, just won his first match in the title matches here. So Kaniala, 1 heat, 2 good waves away from a world title.
See that Kani Tsunami model walking up the beach under his arm. There was a Greeno-style fin in there, and just wanted to draw some comparisons to the equipment right now, because we have Kai Salas, who's on a self-shaped board as well under his own label with a hatchet fin, which we haven't seen much of in the last few years on the World Longboard Tour. And that's a fin that was synonymous with the Takayama-style boards, the South Bay, the hatchet fin. So it's really nice to see Kai Salas experimenting with his equipment. But in the water right now, we have 2 opposing styles of surfboards, the Waikiki model under Khalees's feet and the involvement style board that Soleil's riding, hunting down the line there, getting that trim speed up, middle of the board, steering from the belly of that front third of the board, up high on the nose. See, in the midsection of the board's the fastest part of this board, and she's using as a reference point to get onto the nose. Beautiful arching hips and nose ride, glistening in that golden sun, tapping that one off the top. And she's just crouching forward, looking for some more on the end of this wave. And she gets it a little hesitant here. And this one went way down the beach, a classic low tide first point wave at Malibu. And she finishes cleanly. So a great opening wave for a 7.5 for Soleil Erico. And Khalees, much smaller wave, a lot further up the point, and it hasn't even broken yet. So you have to say advantage to Soleil on wave selection so far. But Khalees, beautiful footwork, soft nature. You see her hands nice and relaxed. Just trying to kick off this heat very early. Aware that there's been a lot of lulls and big delays between set waves. So just trying to build up the momentum so she can attack in this heat. She has to win this one, or Soleil Erico will be world champion at the end of this heat. So the best of 3.
Soleil Erico here, home court advantage, I believe, as a Malibu local, and the idea of getting a head start on that opening wave, staying in the prone position and paddling down the line to make sure she was in clear water, paid off for her. She won that first exchange. Here's Soleil Erico on her second wave here. Again, graceful, precision footwork. Identified just a small one here. Looks like she's going to stick with it. It's obviously just going to be a backup for that 7.5. But it's able to squeak in a nice hang 10 there and a little roller coaster finish.
Yeah, so a backup wave there. Perhaps Soleil also identifying the bottom of the tide. There could be a lull, and just to keep busy and ride whatever comes through. But a nice backup wave there for that 7.5.
Kaniala Stewart, he's 1 heat away from a world title, AJ.
Yes, he is, Kaipo. Connie, you get in the water and waste exactly 0 time. How did you make sure you found your momentum in that heat early on?
Well, mainly the goal is to find those good waves, the ones that go all the way through, and just make sure you get those waves and perform on them. That's mainly the goal. You only need 2. Out here at Malibu especially, it's very, very it's really iffy, you know, on either getting a set, or as you can see the last heat, I didn't even get the best set. You know, Kai got both of them, but I was just lucky to come out on top.
How did you make sure that even though you weren't on the best set necessarily, you did the best on the waves that you took off on?
Yeah, the goal is, you know, when you get on a wave, you know, give it your all. This is the finals, you know, there's no holding back. And yeah, out there we were waiting the back half of the heat, and you know, I was just praying that no other sets would come in for Kai, unfortunately. But yeah, you know, me and Kai are like best friends, you know, and he shapes my boards. We surf with each other all the time. We're always together, and he's such a big inspiration to me. And yeah, it's coming back to Hawaii, so that's always the best thing.
Speaking of that, Khalees in the water right now, are you more nervous for your next match, which could win you a world title, or watching her compete?
Definitely watching my cousin compete. it's definitely way more nerve-wracking. And yeah, we're me and her, we're so close. We support each other the most, and you know, I just hope, you know, we both can win. So
We'll let you get to it. See you in the next one.
alrighty, guys. Aloha.
All right, yeah, Kaniela Stewart, and he did, you know, the title is going to go back to Hawaii for the men. We haven't had a Hawaiian World Longboard Champ since 2010, and that was Dwayne DeSoto, so it's been a long time since that cup's been gone to the islands, but it is already packed up and ready to go there. It's just whose luggage that cup's going to be in. Here's the replay. This happened during the interview. This is the third wave ridden for Soleil Erico.
Soleil, local knowledge, picking this one up on the inside on the way back out. These waves, a little bit more south direction, but they offer a critical pocket the whole wave through. So Soleil, this is just tremendous surfing, a 7.0 for this wave, and just great timing. These waves don't slow down. They allow for constant movement. So if you're going to get a backup wave on the way back out, they're the ones you want, not the smaller inside ones. Those wide ones, they can still be small, but they grow down the line like that one did.
Pretty early in this heat to make a claim, but I think I'm going to go there. 26 minutes and 20 seconds with a 7.5 and a 7-point ride. Khalees Kaleopa really has to change the momentum in this heat. It seems like the momentum right now, Wax, is all in Soleil Erico's favor.
Yeah, being on your front side in these iffy conditions, exactly how Kaniela described it, is you can even see Kaniela in that previous hit and Kai both paddling really fast and pushing down the line, where we saw Soleil as well on her opening wave, paddling in the prone position, really trying to hunt down the line. Identifying the end section is super fast, and that's a difficult prospect for a goofy footer to come from behind the section. It's like that. When Joel Tudor actually won his world title in 2021, Joel had a higher tide, and he was timing his nose rides effectively, combining his rail work with his cutbacks, but his nose rides are very high on the wave and effective for a fuller tide Malibu. On the lower tide, Khalees will struggle. She needs a set wave, and she needs a wave that's going to open up and allow her for some of those trademark flowy turns if she wants to get out of this combination situation.
Yeah, we look at that performance in 2021 for Joel Tudor. Joel took advantage of his skill as a switch stance rider in some fast peeling waves to clear sections on the switch stance. We'll see if Khalees will take a page out of that book when she's back on her feet trying to clear some of those sections.
And switch, is it functional? It can be if you're driving through the section, and then when you actually are changing feet, you're stepping into that switch. Joel does it really effectively. If you watch one of the films, The Seedling, the end section, they've got it at Malibu, one of my favorite all-time movie sections, Kaipo. Joel's driving through the sections, carving big, long, open carves from the top of the wave right down to the bottom, drop kneeing off the bottom, and the timing as he's rising up the wave is what the modern playbook for longboarding is. Style, flow, and grace, combining footwork between turns. If you can get that on a set wave with critical nature of nose rides, you're going to go excellent all day long. Khalees, she's got it in her. She got 24 minutes to put on a show.
Kaleopa here in the yellow jersey. That's our #1 seed. And she is in a position right now where she is in a 2-wave combination. So talking about having to really switch the momentum in this heat, it's going to happen on Khalees's next wave, get out of that combination and be mindful of the clock, because she does need 2 waves to take the lead. It's glassy conditions right now, Wax, but hopefully we'll see a little bit of a push. We just passed the low tide mark right now. We don't have much of a tide change, but at least the water is on its way in.
Yeah, the sun's shining, and there's a lot of things going in its favor. We're at a right-hand point break that doesn't close out. There's no distractions for these surfers. They know they're going to be surfing. Perhaps it'll go to a best of 3. So Khalees just breathing, cruising. Her mum, Malia, was really relaxed on the shore. Said, "How you feeling?" She said, "Like normal." So she's got a very nice atmosphere around her right now, Khalees. But Soleil, she's got the local fans here. They're all wearing the T-shirts. They're really in her corner. She's got a coach here, her dad, a really nice network to sit there and support her and give her that encouragement and bring it back home, is what's written on the back of their shirts.
Yeah, just a reminding, if you're meeting us, the title match, or the title matches, are a best of 3. So we already have Soleil Erico taking out a win in title match number 1. Soleil can close it out and win a 3rd world title if she's able to win this match too. If Kelise Kaleopa'a is successful in winning this match too, we're going to go to that 3rd match to decide a world champ.
Can't wait. I think this format suits good quality waves like Malibu really well and allows these surfers to put on a show in those final matches without feeling like the pressure's mounting to grovel for scores. Somebody who doesn't grovel is Soleil Erico. She knows her way around this spot like nobody else.
Just smooth as could be. Nice nose ride there. A little caught up. Right behind her, Kelise Kaleopa'a. Want to get back into this. And we talked about the switching stance. Kaleopa'a, little switch stance moment back there. In the foreground, Soleil Erico. Background, Kelise Kaleopa'a. Now all attention onto Kelise. She goes for the switch, and a little bobble right there. Kicks out that wave, and she's gonna have a little bit of a head start back out into the lineup. And hopefully regain priority, but she will continue to trail Soleil Erico.
Yeah, I'd love the use of the switch. I just feel like if Kelise had actually stayed in that switch position to generate speed through the section, and then come out into a turn or walk up to the nose switch, might work into her favor. But when you're just stepping back and sort of stalling switch, there's no real scoring, or there's no critical nature of, or there's no element there that's critical that the judges are going to go, wow. But if you're walking up switch into a functional nose ride, that'll be the point of difference.
Check out the replay starting with Soleil Erico.
Smaller wave, definitely one of the smallest ones of her heat so far, but beautiful surfing and timing. Perhaps took this one under priority just to put some pressure on Kelise because she went in the wave afterwards. But still, lovely surfing. Just what a show reel this is. Amazing first point Malibu. This is a smaller wave for the day, but expertly surfed there from Soleil. Just delicate footwork, style, flow, and grace.
And Kelise got one. Let's take another look at this.
So you can see how small this one, it hasn't even broken yet. She's up on the nose. So this one's about knee high. This would look really small in real life. So switch, walk up to nose. That was lovely. Very technical and critical. Nice turn there for Kelise. And she steps up again. She'll go switch here, lose a bit of momentum, stepping back and falls behind the section. So smaller wave, still 20 minutes left, but she'll regain priority. And as Soleil's still paddling back out. And that's an indication to just how small Kalise's wave was, because Soleil's, although it was small as well, ran a lot further down the reef.
I think, yeah, and I think it also comes to wave selection. Soleil, again, we've mentioned, and it's really clear that this is her home court. This is her local break, and she's able to pick up the better waves. She's been so far successful in the first match, as well so far in match number 2 of picking off the better waves out here at First Point Malibu. What do you think, Wax, about, you know, we saw the switch stance from Kelise Kaleopa'a. What do you think about for a goofy footer out here on the right-hand point break, the happy medium, the parallel stance to clear a section?
Oh, it's essential for sure. So we're going to get really technical here, and I'm going to say the parallel stance and having your hips facing the nose of the board is essential. You do watch Joel Tudor out here, CJ Nelson, ironically Soleil's coach. He used to surf switch a lot, but when you're nose riding out here on your backside, there's a surfer, Dylan Jones, underground surfer from the 90s, surfs Porto Escondido, now a charger, a full waterman. He came to Noosa, and it was exceptional for me to see him on his backside, nose riding with his hips facing forward, completely turning your shoulders and your hips. Very technical. Kelise can do it. She does do it. She needs to do it on a set wave. She can do that. What it'll do, if you lift your head up, your hips are facing forward, and your feet are parallel on the nose or trimming, you'll actually rise higher on the wave, and you'll be able to stay high on the wave. When your back's tilted and your shoulders, you go where your eyes go. So inevitably, for a backside surfer, if they don't open up their thoracic, if they're not looking to the lip line, Kaipo, they'll end up surfing down the wave, not up.
Yeah, whatever type of surfboard you're riding, just healthy hips and the mechanics, the body mechanics of really driving from your hips, no matter what board you're riding, is key to good
hips
surfing.
It's all in the hips, and it has been from the foundation days, from Duke all the way through to the hot curl era. Guys like Tom Blake, and then we think Soleil on the inside section, involvement style surfing there from Soleil.
So again, both of our surfers up and riding. Soleil taking the first wave of the set, and she is just planted on the nose. Beautiful soul arch there right behind her. Kelise in a switch stance position, clearing this whitewater. And again, Soleil Erico picking the superior wave and continues to dominate this heat.
Wow, amazing surfing from Soleil. Khalees falling behind that section. That wave had scoring potential. We'll have to watch the replay to see what happened. And we just, as we're mentioning about the hips and the evolution of hot dogging surfing, we talk about Rabbit Kakai surfing smaller, more reactive surfboards. And when it was the Californians, Matt Kivlin and we had Joe Quigg, they saw Rabbit Kakai hot dogging in Waikiki, surfing in the pocket with his hips parallel, and it actually inspired, and it was a Hawaiian who inspired hot dogging style surfing, and then went on to create the Malibu style. So Rabbit Kakai being one of the first involvement style surfers. Here we have Soleil Erico, 70 years on, executing critical longboard surfing.
Beautiful surfing with
Soleil. Soleil Erico, soul arching hang 10 as the tail buried way back in the pocket. Extremely critical nose riding on a perfect Malibu wall.
And rewarded with an 8.33. So she keeps Khalees Kaleopa'a in a two-wave combination. She's hearing the news right now, and you're going to see her perk up just a little bit, knowing that she is really zoning in, getting close to a third world title.
Incredible surfing from Soleil. She's stoked. She feels it. The energy levels and the height, we've been turning up to the day, the contest, the third day that the surfers have turned up. But don't forget, we're a long way through the waiting period. It went from October 3rd. So a lot of these surfers have been local, surfing Malibu every day, waking up before daylight, getting to the beach, waiting for that call just in case. The last 2 days, we've had elements that have been out of our control. The fog. And now it's clear, it's sunny. These surfers are exhausted mentally and physically. Khalees has had to surf through just one heat, and Soleil had to surf through that other matchup, that match 2. And now she's in match 1, so she's used up a little more energy.
So here we go. We are halfway through, 15 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. And Khalees Kaleopa'a does have that priority in the yellow jersey, the yellow P by her name. She is in the lead when it comes to wave with the next wave that comes in. She has the right away, and you can see the positioning right here, Wax, that Soleil Erico paddling further up the point than Khalees Kaleopa'a under Khalees's priority.
She's pushing her up the point, and she knows that Khalees will inevitably follow. It's a natural thing for people to follow, and we see that a lot in the women's division. A lot of the surfers sitting together. You very rarely see them sitting apart. So she's doing what she does in a daily ritual, pushing people up the point.
Well, 14 minutes and 40 seconds. We're halfway through match number 2. We will see if Soleil Erico can win this match and another world title. Conclusion of this match when we return.
Every sustainable choice you make, no matter how small, matters.
Hey, we want to hear from you and the amazing things that you're doing to protect our one ocean. And here's how you do it. Record yourself doing a sustainable action, however big or small, we want to see it. Put it on social, post it, tag WSL, tag WSL One Ocean, and use the hashtags WSL One Ocean and hashtag Speak Up for the Ocean. Get involved. We're all connected by oceans, and we want to take care of it. It's our playground. Right now, it's our stadium, First Point Malibu, and in the lead of this game is Soleil Erico with a 7.5 and 8.33 up against the #1 seed, Khalees Kaleo Pa'a Kaipagura, along with Maschanoski. And all I can say is, as far as describing Soleil's performance in this match, wow.
Yeah, well deserved, unexpected. She's in the lead for a reason. She's done her time out here, and I really liked her mum getting really animated there on the shore as we came back from the break. And Soleil looking to the shore, I couldn't help but feel it was Soleil going, Mum. Because that was so loud. I could actually hear it through the speakers. But Soleil, just a lovely person, super analytical when it comes to heats, and her board IQ and wave IQ here at Malibu. She's grown as a professional surfer. We're seeing that in the process, obviously, with Khalees and Sophia Colhane, that new generation coming through. But Soleil Erico, technical surfing, and she's well on her way to taking the win. Still in a combo situation is Khalees, so needing 15.83. So let's break it down, what she needs to do. She has priority, Kaipo. She needs a set wave, and she cannot go too far up point. She has the priority. So what that means to anyone tuning in right now and is new to competitive surfing, she has the choice of whatever wave she wants. Soleil has to give way, or she'll actually get a penalty. So whatever wave Khalees wants, she chooses, and it needs to be an excellent range score. She needs 2 of them to take the lead.
Soleil under priority, further up the point, taking a paddle, taking a look at this one. And that wave is a struggle to get into, but she fades into it here. Erico, quick up and out, a little bit of a repositioning. Wave number 2 of the set. And Khalees Kaleo Pa'a likes the look of this one.
And that would be advantage to Soleil. She's sold Khalees on this by surfing up the point. Made Khalees go on this wave, but beautiful 5 and 10 combo. She's pumping this one down the line, and you can see that wave closing out. So Soleil used her experience and sold the wave to Khalees, losing priority. Soleil moved down the point and has regained priority, so you could almost say checkmate.
Yeah, so now we call this heat control to Soleil Erico. She has a big lead, and now she has priority where she's going to be able to control the lineup and dictate the pace and the direction of this heat in these final 9 minutes. Khalees Kaleo Pa'a is going to have to get sneaky right now and find 2 waves under the priority of Soleil Erico to get out of that combo.
And you can out here. We have a mixture of swells. If one of those waves breaks really wide and sections, I mean, it was only recently at an invitational event here at Malibu where Soleil and Honolulu Bloomfield got pipped at the post by tour rookie Liv Stokes, 15-minute heat. And they actually got caught out. They're waiting on the outside for sets. Liv Stokes taking off an inside wave. I was watching that wave online. I couldn't believe it. The veterans waiting for the set waves that didn't come. It's the ocean. You never know what can happen. If we have a flurry of waves, Khalees is still in it. She needs 2 scoring waves to get out of the combination situation.
Reminder, a win here in match number 2 wins the event for Soleil Erico and a world title. This would be the 3rd world title for the 22-year-old. She's won in 2018. She's our defending champ from last year, 2022. And she is under 8 minutes away from a 3rd world title.
I mean, you just want more waves and opportunity for Khalees, but she hasn't made it easy on herself, not choosing the waves that she wanted. Soleil Erico manufacturing scores, but when you get an 8.33 and a 7.5 and you're throwing away a 7, you have to look back on your wave selection. But Khalees, she's no stranger to this point break. She has surfed here in the Surf Relic events. She's surfed here in the WSL. She's surfed here in invitational events. She knows right-hand point breaks really well, and we can't give up on her yet. She's not giving up. Here she goes for the answer back.
Couple cross steps there, gets to a 5, section in front of her, maintains that, has to get around this section, switches the stance to do that. Some great footwork there with the cross steps, making her way back again, utilizing the entire board, looking light on her feet. And this one ran all the way down the point, able to slash the turn back on the tail, back to the nose one more time. Kaleopa'a likely on her best ride so far.
Game on. That was amazing surfing for a smaller wave for Khalees. That was her best wave yet. Very technical. I love the use of the footwork, moving up and down the board. It doesn't just look good or graceful, but it's functional. In this replay, she's paddling down the wave. So stays nice and high, delicate, soft footwork, the board in trim. Holding that nose ride, and here goes switch, and she holds it this time, and she waits, and it puts her high on the wave. Holding this nose ride. Now this big step forward on the nose, that big leap, that's pushing the momentum of the rocker forward on the board, allowing her to make this inside section, which she hasn't done yet. Nice carve, use of the rail, delicate, soft feet up and down the board. That was a well-rounded wave for Khalees, exactly what she needed at this point in the heat. 6 minutes to go. I'm excited to see this score, Kaipo.
Well, a 5.84 will get her out of the combination and put her in need of just a single wave. So we will see judges deliberating over the score for last of Khalees Kaleopa'a. Soleil Erico hanging on tight with priority out the back and the lead.
Yeah, Khalees just an absolute stalwart for style. We've come to know Khalees. Well, she's been competing for so long. You could be forgiven for thinking she's a lot older than her 18 years of age. She carries herself very maturely. She surfs with style well beyond her years, and she's channeled that with lots of travel. And this is the close-up of Khalees's wave. So just watch the footwork. She moves up and down. That board's momentum, the trim, and here, switch, functional, holding that inside rail, and here, nice, delicate feet. And she steps back, and watch this big step here. Heels on the rail, bang! Keeping that board forward. That's expert surfing there. It's not a big wave, but just so beautiful, her style and technique, and very, I mean, that is longboard surfing, and it's so nice to see a 7.17 for that wave. So I think in the context of the heat, that was scored very well, and she should take a lot of confidence out of that.
So she has broken out of the combination. You can see the needs column for Khalees Kaleopa'a, now just one wave, 8.66 or better, and she will take the lead off of Soleil Erico. Erico right now, as a local, holding her position on the point with priority. Khalees on the inside of Soleil now, maybe wanting to try to force the hand of Soleil Erico on with a couple of paddles, and it's going to be hard for the Hawaiian to sell the Malibu local on a lemon here, I feel.
Yeah, there'll have to be a two-wave set. We probably won't have enough time to see two lots of set waves, so it'll have to be a set wave when it comes with two of them. At this rate, it's looking pretty flat out there. You can see a little bit of the wind chop coming, but we'll wait and see what happens. But Khalees, if she can do what she did then on a bigger wave with more critical sections, the judges are looking at the critical nature and the positioning of the nose ride. She got the 717. She's asking for the time there. It's an indication. She's wanting an update. She knows she's got the 717, and she can do that on a larger wave. She needs to get another 1.5 higher to get that 8.66. But Soleil Erico looking to drop a 7.5. Exciting times.
The 8.66 would have to be the best ride of this match. So that is a bit of a hill to climb right now for the 18-year-old out of the south shore of Oahu. Any way this goes, everyone's at home's got to be really proud of Khalees Kaleopa'a, and she's just at the beginning, just 18 years old, of what's going to be a brilliant professional surfing career.
And you can see Tommy Pierucci out there, the photographer for the WSL, and a swimmer, a snorkeler, making his way to the contest zone.
Heat recap, Wax.
Beautiful timing, and look at that. Looks like morning light here at Malibu, but it's not. It's early afternoon. And Soleil Erico, beautiful surfing there, holding that nose ride and arching the hips. And just the positioning, you're watching where the board's placed in this wave, deep inside the pocket the whole time. And that's where the critical nature of nose riding is performed. And using her board effortlessly guiding it around the wave and just placing it intrinsically where it wants to go. Is the front on angle there. Beautiful hang 10 there. Just when it starts getting critical, Soleil Erico starts to get comfortable. Just placing that board effortless, perfect. Local knowledge coming into play, high heat IQ, understanding her board, her body, and everything in sync. The style, flow, and grace coming through here from Soleil Erico. The Malibu local finishing cleanly with control. And Khalees starting off with that switch stance. This is her best wave, and back up onto the nose. So a terrific display of footwork and patience. Technical nose riding there from Khalees, but wave selection, just letting her down so far, but making up for it in this wave with a 7.17. Now in combination situation, she's out of it. Now running 8.66 with 1 minute 15. This will be the shortest 1 minute of her life, and perhaps the longest of Soleil's.
There we go, the unabridged version of the heat on your screen. All the waves, all the scores. Highlighted are the top 2 scores from each of our surfers. We're down to the 1 minute mark. And things are inching ever so closer to a 3rd world title for Soleil Erico. The beach will go wild, and this is her home break. Malibu doing Soleil a favor right now, going a little quiet.
Wow, and it has done this many times before, and Soleil's been free surfing out here. She knows the lineup, and here we have a few waves, just as you say that, 35 seconds.
So there you go, that's the use of priority. And Soleil now crack the door open just a little bit for Khalees Kaleopa'a. Nice trim on the inside here, Soleil. That's not going to improve upon her scoreline. This is it for Kaleopa'a.
Smaller wave drawn out along the point, gets the 10, goes into switch, she's on the tail, and it falls behind.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Soleil Erico, Khalees Kaleopa'a coming in as the #1 seed. Soleil Erico's had to surf through another round to get there, and Khalees finished the year in 2nd place. You see the local girl, Soleil Erico, taking out the world title, her the 3rd world title here at Malibu Beach, the 2023 World Longboard Championships.
Well, a great show from Kaleopa'a, but it is the day. Raise Up Malibu, the locals here. Alan Sarlo's on the beach. We got the whole crew down on the beach, Surfrider Beach, and Soleil Erico brought to tears as she's won her 3rd world title. She's gone back-to-back with world titles. An incredible day for Soleil Erico, and she's coming to the beach right now to celebrate this championship, this title, and this journey.
Yeah, special moments here at Malibu with the support crew and surfing culture being what the Malibu community has been built on for the last 50 years. And there we have the Hawaiian and the Californian just embracing. And this is what the matchups are meant to be, create these storylines throughout the year, and to get here in the final 8 and have a chance to have multiple opportunities to make it all come down to a best of 3. This time it was a best of 2 with Soleil, the local girl, winning both of those 2 matches.
Talk about Soleil's journey to this point and a 3rd world title. Slot #3 in El Salvador. Soleil Erico bowed out earlier in the contest, lost her #1 seed coming into this finals. Had to come in as the #2 seed, but overcame that position for that 3rd world title. And here is the moment on the beach that's been her goal since the beginning of this year.
Yeah, and see her embracing all the locals, and she's going to get chaired up the beach, and no better feeling than that. You take the win, and it's the locals that are escorting you up the beach. Soleil all the way. The t-shirts have been printed, and wow.
Ricky Schaefer there, giving her a hoist up. Another Malibu local. And Soleil Erico had a moment of tears of joy in the ocean, and now it's just pure excitement for our Women's World Champ.
Jeez. Malibu, it all comes down to it, and we had waves to get here through the journey. We went to the starting off in Huntington and then to Bells Beach and to the warm waters of El Salvador, and it's a journey of one day, but it's been coming back the last two, a lot of exhaustion for everyone, the crew and her team down here. She's been out here, one of the last surfers every night. She's a local here, but she was still putting in the effort in the days leading up to this. She was first one here and the last one out of the water. She's deserved this and she's put in the effort.
All right, well, take it away, AJ McCord.
Soleil Erico down here soaking in the moment, the back-to-back longboard champion. Walk me through this feeling of getting chaired up your home beach as the two-time champ.
It's just, oh my God, Mom. It's so insane. It's really insane. Yeah, this is my home. I love this. My heart and soul is here, and everyone, I just appreciate everyone's support. I have the best family ever. It's insane. It doesn't feel real. It's been a really long, day and weekend. It's been weird, like the fog, kind of messed everyone up. But I just tried to stay strong, mentally through it, and just trusted the process. So I'm really happy.
It is a process that has worked for you before. Your third longboard title. What is it about this day that you were able to stay strong through two title matches to get the win?
Yeah, I mean, the sun coming out definitely helped. It was just nice to have the sun. It was really gloomy earlier and dark and had an intense feeling. But yeah, and there were a few waves. I was stoked to get a couple on the inside, and just, it was important for me to pick the right ones, and it's so easy.
We know there are so many fans down here on the beach rooting for you in Malibu, even more watching at home. What do you want to say to this support crew that has been with you through every single moment?
I love you guys. I want to thank my mom, my dad, of course, CJ Nelson. He's been my rock and my support, and he's just been an amazing, coach, and just life, just going these contests with him has been great. And I have, again, support definitely helps a lot, and I'm just really thankful who is in my corner and is riding this journey with me. Yeah.
You are the 2023 Women's Longboard Champ. What did it take to earn that title?
It took a lot of hard work. I worked very hard. I mean, that's just how it goes, though. You need to work hard in order to achieve your dreams, and sometimes you can work as hard as you can and not know if it's going to happen, but it happened, so I'm so happy.
Congratulations, Soleil. We are so excited for you. Give it up for your 2023 World Longboard Champ for the women. Congratulations, Soleil.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, there you go, Soleil Erico, and the men's match 2 has begun. One wave already ridden by Kai Salas. You can see him running up the beach here in the blue jersey. Kai in this match number 2 faced up against the #1 seed, Kaniala Stewart. Kaniala Stewart already had a win in match number 1, so title match. Heat number 2, Kaniala Stewart can win a world title if he wins this heat 2 of the title match.
It's going to all come down to this, these matches really creating the opportunity for these surfers to build momentum. Kaniala Stewart, we saw him surf once, saw Kai Salas come in as ranked number 2 into this event, and we'll have to wait and see these beautiful, empty, tiny cylinders just rolling down the point, unridden. This is just killing so many surfers at home right now, Kaipo, but we have 35 minutes to enjoy this. These guys are going to be waiting for some sets. They know what each other is capable of, and this was Kai Salas, a 617 for the opening wave. And that moontail, that nice close 10 driving through the section, nice and high, beautiful body language. And we can see the stepping back to the middle, timing that perfect, and he needs to win this heat to make it go to the best of 3. Kai Salas, just nice, calm and cool approach on this wave, getting 10. Nice early start for Kai, building some momentum. That wave, the waves in that last heat did go very small. So just identifying not too many of the sets available. So keeping very busy. And this one went way down the point. And a 617, he'll take that as his opening wave.
All right, so first wave ridden by Kai Salas. Priority now to Kaniala Stewart. Kaniala, taking a win in that Heat 1 of the title match. Now remember, Kai wants to stay busy in this one and back up that score. He's way up on the point here. He's going to have to gain some ground through this section. Does so, gets into the open face, back up into the nose, 5 to 10 on the nose, controlled trim through here, turning from the nose, a little bit of release in the tail, and right behind him, Kaniala Stewart. Kaniala gets the heels, spins around, cannot connect the dots there. So it's all Kai Salas making his way down the point, is staying in the open face. So Kai's gonna put Kaniala in a little bit of a deficit at the beginning of this Heat 2 of the title match.
Wow, and that's exactly what the viewers want. They want to see more of this surfing, and a 617 open up, so that'll go healthy to build that total. And he might have Kaniala in a combo situation very early in this heat. And there's one thing that we've learned from Stewart throughout this season is that he loves to get an early start and get the lead straight away. Kailas Flint in the event down in El Salvador started off with a bang, some really technical surfing, and he looked behind and he was angry. He was frustrated and fired up, and he wanted to answer back, and that he did. He ended up winning that against Kailas Flint, and it was just an indication of how much Kaniala wants to be dominant in a heat and start early. So this will go against his playbook.
We can see here Kai on the paddle back out, and the wonder if there's fatigue to start setting in for Kai Salas. He had to surf a match 4 before the title match, so he's surfed an additional heat compared to Kaniala Stewart. And also, when we look at the age between these two surfers, Kai Salas almost twice the age of Kaniala Stewart. Kai Salas, 42 years old. Kaniala Stewart, just a mere 22 years old. We're bringing in Sam Bleakley also to call this heat number 2 for the men's title match. Sam, your thoughts on this opening exchange?
Well, Kai had to have a strong start, and he's had a strong start. I mean, in that first title match, to get a 9.57 and not win the first title match, he needed that backup score in the low 6s. So he really needed this strong start. And again, this is what we saw when he surfed against Ben Skinner, where he uses that long, low paddle line to get acceleration before he even stands up. Straight into a long, crisp 5.10, drops down, stays in the middle of the wave, climbing and dropping on the 10. The degree of difficulty through that nose riding was absolutely outstanding. And then just raising his upper body nice and high and walking back into another critical nose ride. So all of those nose rides were absolutely sensational. Right under the curl, in the pocket, backed up with a nice down carve rail turn and a third touch of the nose, and then a little readjust through the inside, demonstrating his intent, and then riding this wave all the way through to step out onto the sand.
So we're still waiting for the score for that wave number 2 for Kai Salas. Kaniala Stewart, just a little bit of a misfire, Matt, where he just opened up with a 1.5. Kaniala on the outside at the second wave of the set, and went to hang heels, but stopped a lot of his forward momentum, and we just had to watch that wave peel on down the point.
Yeah, that's something coming into this that Kaniala's thought, what's my element of difference compared to the rest of the field? No one else in that field can hang heels like Kaniala, so he would have gone into this thinking, that's my element of difference, especially against Kai Salas. They both surf very similar. A healthy score being locked in for Kai Salas to 7.5. Sam, what did you think of that?
Thoroughly deserved. I mean, the degree of difficulty on those nose rides, in the pocket, behind the pocket, climbing and dropping whilst on the 10, very hard to do. And the read of it, the very takeoff, he was already paddling prone. He waited, he used his paddle acceleration and his line before he stood. Everything was perfect.
All right, well, right now it is Kai Salas in the lead. Heat 2 of the title match for the men. We already have a women's world champ in the way of Soleil Erico. We'll find out if we count a men's world champ when we return.
In control, Soleil Erico.
Doing all of this in the critical part of the wave, and a combination of nose riding and rail surfing is what the judges are appreciating.
Two-time champion Soleil Erico gets the win.
the Women's Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, presented by Ripco. Champion and winner, it's out of Malibu, California, Soleil Erico.
Soleil Erico qualified for the Malibu Longboard Classic.
Love this hang 10 in the pocket, rising high, carving, so a great transition for Soleil.
Entirety of the season on the line. We're going to crown a champion here today.
The local does it again. Soleil Erico is your 2023 Longboard Champion.
Original Sprout Malibu Longboard Champs, presented by Tractor Beverage Company. Kaniala Stewart, wave number 2 for the Hawaiian. And our top seed finds his way to the nose and stays there. A little bit of a running wave. He's gonna have to make his way through here. Caught up in the whitewater, really working hard to find the open face again. And just slightly behind for a lot of this ride, but then finishes off with a nice nose ride. Calm body positioning from the Queens Beach local, and a little carve to finish. Kai Salas getting some momentum down the line, paddling into this wave. Salas on the nose and holds it. Walking back, turning from the middle of the board, another 5 to clear this section. And some undulation weaving down the line. Rail control, nose control, using the whole board. Kai Salas looking to increase his lead over Kaniala Stewart in this title match, heat number 2. And it appears that Kai has just done that. And we're going to wait for numbers. The numbers for Kai Salas, numbers for Kaniala Stewart, Kaipo Guerrero, Matt Shanoski, Sam Bleakley. This is the final match. This is the title match. Best 2 out of 3. We go to 3 if Kai Salas can win this heat 2. He's in the lead, Sam.
Yeah, and he needed that strong start, and he's got that strong start. And on that last live ride that we saw, which will be his 3rd score, just look at the body language, the read of Malibu. This is not as easy a wave to ride as it looks. You really have a lot of speed on this wave, and to stay in trim requires a lot of footwork and a lot of wisdom and experience and skill. And the way he was speeding and accelerating out of the middle of the board, using his upper body, compressing and lifting and accelerating, was absolutely phenomenal. That was a mature surfer riding one of the best waves in the world with finesse and with wisdom.
Phenomenal surfing. I just wanted to give a big round of applause to both surfers for putting on this show. This is what the people are tuning in that come from all around the world to watch this event in person. And this is the benchmark for traditional longboard surfing. Kai Salas, amazing. Just the reinvention of his surfing. He's always been smooth. He's always been very stylish. But with his nose riding and his footwork, it's been a real element of difference. And Kaniela, natural-born waterman, we know what he's capable of, whether it's sailing, you know, fishing, swimming. The guy's on all boards, all waves. He's a natural. So this was Kaniela on the replay here. So smaller wave, but the delicate footwork. You see how close his feet are together. He steps back up with such close. No, this was the 383. So this is the wave that wasn't the one that we saw before. That was a smaller one. Still in his top scoring bracket right now, but we'll wait to see what those other ones are logged in at.
Yeah, and this is a huge one for Kai. You know, 3 times finishing second on the WSL World Longboard Tour, once a winner of the ISA World Longboard Championship. But this is that holy grail. He's been fighting, battling for this for his whole career. And not only having a career as a competitive surfer, but founding and running a surf school, founding and running a surfboard label, becoming a surfboard shaper. This would really be the icing on the cake for a phenomenal career that Kai Salas has had. And now he's a mentor to all these up-and-coming Waikiki longboarders.
Yeah, this really is the tale of, you know, the master, which would be Kai Salas, and the apprentice, Kaniela Stewart. Kai, who took Kaniela under his wing at a very early age and started sponsoring Kaniela, shaping him boards, providing him equipment, supporting him through competitions, and now these two are pitted up against each other, but both have a lot of love back and forth, a lot of mutual respect, and this is a beautiful thing. And we want this to go to 3, don't we, Wax?
Absolutely.
I mean, Kai Salas is on his way to winning heat number 2. He's got a 7.5. Last wave score for Kai Salas, a 7.43. So Kaniela Stewart with priority, but Wax, he needs an excellent score to turn the heat at this point. He needs an 8.6.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that that one didn't go in higher. It was very technical to see that trademark paddle down the line, hunting down the line, staying nice and high, and his nose work, the moon tail working very effectively. It's holding the 2 points, holding the tail in and helping with the water flow. You can see the contour of the water behind him there, pumping down the line. Beautiful style, de-weighting, lifting his chest up, staying very busy, doing everything this fast wave is asking of him. And nice carve there back in as it slowed up, so no mistakes at all. In fact, this whole event, he's been faultless, surfing every wave with precision. So 7.43, well awarded there for Kai Salas. That was a fast wave, Sam, and he dealt with it with ease.
Yeah, and that was the kind of climbing and dropping that we will see done by both of the Marshall brothers here at Malibu. Of course, you know, the likes of Jimmy Gamboa, Josh Fairburgh, they brought so much exciting longboarding to Malibu in the 1990s. Women like Carla Zamora and, of course, Cassia Meadow, Julie Cox, Ashley Lloyd. But what you saw then from Kai Salas was the kind of Marshall brothers approach where they won't just use the footwork and the nose riding. They'll get to the middle and they'll climb and drop from the middle. And if you look back to footage of the late 50s and 60s, Mickey Dora does that brilliantly, where DeCat with feline finesse climbs and drops from the middle of the board. It's a very hard thing to do well. Kai Salas did it brilliantly just then.
And to bring in the Hawaiian element, the Malibu style of surfing, that hot dogging style, was influenced from Rabbit Kakai and Waikiki, riding more finessed, thinner, more maneuverable boards. And when you can combine that on a wave like Malibu, you get that hot dogging style. Surfers like Matt Kivlin, they were inspired. Joe Quigg of Rabbit Kai's tucked back knee, which you can see correlating to guys like Mickey Dora, even Jerry Lopez, Tom Curran, that classic California style, the tucked back knee. It's actually Hawaiian inspired originally and perfected on the points of Malibu.
Here we go, Kaniela. Trying to come back right now. 8.6 is what he needs. And that wave just kind of runs away a little bit again. So superior waves actually in this heat going to Kai Salas. And you can see with the bigger scores, Sam, that Kai is able to bring through.
Yeah, but like you mentioned when Soleil won previously, when you were kind of, you know, priming this second title match, the title has not been back to the Hawaiian Islands since Dwayne DeSoto on the men's side won in 2010 in home turf at Makaha. So one of these Hawaiians is going to take it home, and that means a lot for Hawaiian longboarding.
This is the replay of Kaniela there, so he's not feeling the pressure. He's very relaxed today. He's in his own space. Hasn't been super visible down on the beach, but he knows he's needing an 8.6, but the low of a 6.33. This inside section, anything is capable of getting a score through here, but this one just racing away, staying within the middle of the board, trying to find it, not able to capitalize. So we have seen a lot of those inside sections worth the wait. In that case, that one running away from Kaniela.
And what names to join, you know, for one of these Hawaiians, the likes of course, we mentioned Dwayne, Bonga Perkins, of course, Dino Miranda, and of course, Russ Kealana. I mean, you know, that's a list of Hawaiian royalty right there to, you know, put your name against. And that would mean so much for both of these surfers. But Kai Salas at 42, he's been so close so many times. Of course, Kaniela, you just feel like he's going to get tens of opportunities to win world titles, and it would be lovely for Kai at this stage in his career to get that world title.
And deservedly so. He's been around the scene so much, and Kai Salas has contributed so much to the longboard scene with the next generation. So, you know, being 20 years older than Kaniela Stewart, as well as Kaniela's sponsor, it really is a mind game where you've been being the mentor, you're kind of being the coach, you're being the shaper, but you got to pay attention to yourself. Your career's not over. You still can win a world title, and that's where Kai Salas has to be right now. It's probably a tough place for him because I know he has, you know, a lot of support for Kaniela, but this is Kai's time to shine.
Yeah, and he took the win in a qualifying event earlier in the season. You might have been there, Kaipo, Ala Moana Bowls, and you're demonstrating that he's still got that hunger. He beat Kaniela at the Mexi Log Fest as well earlier this year. You know, when it comes out to the heat, Kai Salas, he knows how to put the heat on. He puts the pressure on his teammate every time.
Yeah, he's I wouldn't say an aggressive competitor, but he is a competitor that will not back down. We've seen him in past competition. We've seen him, unfortunately, get interference calls in some past competitions because, you know, things just weren't going his way. Not his surfing, but sometimes just the heat approach. But he put it all together this year at Bell's. Stop number 2 on the longboard tour, and it was the powerful waves at Bell's Beach. Kai Salas, Wax, was able to master for a victory.
Yeah, channeling his sessions at Sunset, Makaha, and Swami's in California. Went into this event knowing he was going to have fun, riding a 9/8 single fin, but he just dealt with the chops with ease. All-round surfing on tail and the nose, but he just looked so solid all event. He was slightly a dark horse. Taylor Jensen going into that one as the favorite, but Kai Salas taking that long overdue event win on the World Longboard Tour.
And you see Kaniela Stewart was right there to cheer up Kai after that victory. Now, they're rivals. They're going to be rivals for the next 13 minutes, perhaps the next 48 minutes if we go into heat number 3 of this title match.
And Kaipo and Matt, the crazy thing about Kai Salas's career with the WSL is those 3 times he's finished second on the World Longboard Tour. 2 of those times he's actually won the final event when there was a tour. In 2009, he won the final event at Pasta Point in the Maldives when Harley Ingleby took his world title. And in 2011, he won the final event in Italy in a year when Taylor Jensen won his first world title. Then the 3rd time he came second was in 2017, in 2018 in Taiwan, where Stephen Sawyer won that man-on-man final. So he's been so close so many times, and you know that the feeling of winning final events on the tour and walking away without tour victory, you know, that he's carried that for a long time, but he's sustained his composure and he's continued to push his longboarding to exciting new places, and that's been very inspiring for many generations.
And he's inspired generations just like we're seeing on our screen with Khalees Kaleopa'a. Kai Salas is also the shaper and sponsor of Khalees. Khalees, world runner-up with her efforts here today, Wax, at Malibu.
Yeah, another surfer just like Kai Salas who's deserved a world title. She's been right there the last few years, developing her heat IQ, understanding her equipment and where she fits on this tour. And this one will go down as one that got away. We'll be talking about this in future years, and hopefully she does also join that list along with Honolulu. She joins it with Kalia Moniz as a world champion from Hawaii.
Yeah, and that 717 she got at the latter stage of that second title match, that really demonstrated the finesse of her footwork and the use of the switch stance on that wave.
Under pressure as well.
Yeah, and the use of the wider walk into the third nose ride that you really picked up on, Matt. It just demonstrated her ability. You know, she's got a different approach than Soleil Erico, but both of them are going to be going for more world titles in the future, and that's for sure.
Under priority, and Kaniala is able to pick this one from underneath the priority of Kai Salas. And I wonder what Kai saw in this wave that he did not like, because Kaniala is going to work it over to the best of his ability. Aggressive finish there. Really trying to clear into clear water. Not able to do it.
Kai, 7.5 and a 7.43 so far. He's waiting for a set. He knows he needs to capitalize on that next wave and better his heat total. As a competitor and a coach myself, I'm always trying to communicate the need to keep bettering your heat total. And Kai's done that. 6.17 to 6.5. And here goes Kaniela, just trying to get rid of a 4.57, but he's needing an 8.6, and he starts off lovely with that hang 10, but a smaller wave, crumbly, not that spinning pocket that we've seen throughout the day, but he makes up for it here. Malibu can often bowl up on the inside and create a different type of wave if you stay patient, and this one hammering that one off the top. So really working for this score. I don't think it's going to be in the excellent range.
Yeah, I mean, that was like a 3 wave that he turned into a near 5 from outstanding surfing. It didn't have that crispy, clean running pocket, but he nose rode through that first section on a 10 for a long time. Super quick as well, readjusting his line, accelerating when he needed to.
Well, here we go, guys. Heat control with Kai Salas. 9 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. And Kai with the lead as well as priority. It's Kai's turn now to hold court in this last 9.5 minutes, Wax.
Yeah, this is all of his experience is going to go into this right now. And for those just joining us, this is heat number 2 of the title match. So if Kai Salas gets the win, he's currently in that winning spot. It'll go down to the best of 3. We'll have another match. How do you like the format to suit longboarding, Sam?
It's just been so exciting, and the fact that the top 2 seeds have been the ones that have met up in the title match, that's been, you know, really interesting. It really demonstrates why this format is very strong. And Kaniela, you know, it doesn't, for me, feel like he's going to get the chance to really, you know, kind of nail it in this second title match. I just think that it's going to go down to that decider.
Well, there you go. Yeah, you can see on the graphic there, Stewart with the win in heat number 1 of the title match. Heat number 2 of the title match has been all Kai Salas. What that will do will push us to a 3rd heat in the title match, and the winner of that 3rd heat will win the event and a world title.
Oh, big one. You know, and you feel like Kaniela at the age of 22, he's going to have a lot of opportunities to win world titles, but we have to look back to last year. He had that final with Harrison Roach, and that was a great final, and there was that fantastic moment when it finished and they both did those crossovers, and it just really was a celebration of this rising star in longboarding who's been prevalent for a number of years but has just become iconic, particularly those photos by Tommy Perucchi of him hanging 10. And what we see in his contest surfing is the same composure. He always looks stylish, even in the hustle and bustle of a cutthroat contest heat.
Yeah, Kaniela Stewart, you know, coming from a very humble childhood in town on the South Shore of Hawaii, started as a lot of kids start at the Kapahulu Groin or the Waikiki Wall, just bodyboarding, and then graduated to Queens Beach, where he has been a fixture on a longboard ever since. Here we go, Stewart up and riding again. This one closes out for Kaniela.
Wow, surf fans will be licking their lips at home going, we may see a title matchup, see these guys, but the conditions are changing. We've had a few different versions of Malibu today. We've had consistent, really cylinder-like Malibu with clean, glassy conditions in the sun. It's been moody, as Soleil alluded to. I love that. She said it looked very sinister and gloomy and intense, which it did earlier.
Yeah, something I was going to bring up about Kaniala from that humble childhood, and then, you know, basically surfing really changing his life, and mentors like Kai Salas. He's been such a successful young man, just at 22 years old. He's a boat captain. He runs tour boats. He's working on his pilot's license right now. I mean, when you talk about an inspirational story and you watch a young man who comes from not a lot and making so much of his life in just, you know, in his early 20s, it's really, really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure his brother has been a guiding light as well, a fantastic surfer.
Yeah, yeah.
And you think of the next gen that are watching this, the Hawaiians, the Filipinos, the Koreans. Yeah. We've got these emerging nations all around the world tuning in for longboarding, and Kaniala Stewart's the poster boy for that.
Yeah, Kaniala's older brother, like you said, Sam, took a different route, also from a humble beginning, moved out to the North Shore at a very early age, moved in with the McNamara's, with Liam McNamara, and Ayala Stewart, Connie's older brother, became one of the top performers at the toughest spot to surf, the most dangerous spot to surf, the toughest crowd in the world. At Pipeline, Ayala Stewart has been an absolute master out there.
And Connie, 2 wins this season on the tour. He won that first event at Huntington, beating Taylor Jensen, 3-time world champion. And then he won the previous event here in El Salvador, beating his young, good friend, Johnny van Hoyenstein, Johnny the Ripper. So those 2 wins for Connie, I mean, you know, it's been a fantastic season. That could really make it more disappointing if he doesn't win the world title here in Malibu. But my feeling is that it's going to come down to that final title match after this.
It really looks that way. It looks that way. We're down to 5 minutes, a little over 5 minutes, and you can see the stoic position of Kai Salas, knowing that he's got control of this heat wax.
Yeah, that's the perfect word right now. Kaniala doesn't really get nervous. We know Kai Salas has and has a regular, unfortunately, penchant to get nervous when it counts. So he's thinking that right now. He's overcoming that. You can see he's solid. He's got a commanding lead. He's got priority. But Kaniala, he's got nothing to lose. He's already won a match, heat number 1. And now we've gone into heat number 2. So I've competed against Kaniala and Kai, and I can say, Kani, you do know he is a confident surfer. If he gets that first wave, which he didn't today, in this match, he didn't.
Yeah, and I feel like the wave quality was just slightly higher at the beginning of this second title match, and that was why it was so important for Kai Salas to get off to a quick, strong start and get those 3 good scores, carrying those 2 scores in the mid-7s.
And throughout this whole event, Kai Salas hasn't made many mistakes. In fact, all year, he's really just been faultless throughout the year. Kaniala Stewart putting on a show as well. When we just think he's won the heat, he'll go into a heel hang or a soul arched hand and give the crowd everything they want, incorporating that beach boy hot dogging culture that he grew up with.
Yeah, it looks like more and more as the clock ticks down, we're going to go to a 3rd heat in this title match between these 2. Kai Salas, you can see with the positioning on him, he's got the lead, he's got priority, and in his head he's saying right now, he's saying, you know what, not this one, Grom, you're not going to get this one.
Absolutely, this is great. This is what we wanted, the chance to have the best of 3, them both sitting next to each other. 20 years separates these 2 surfers, 42 and in 22. But for me, Kai Salas is surfing in the last few years. It's been as good as ever, if not better than ever. And that's the beauty of longboarding. Is yes, we've seen that with the likes of Kelly Slater, but in longboarding, it's very normal to have surfers at the best of their game, well into their early 50s even.
Yeah. You know, we talk about the best surfer in the water is the one having the most fun, but I truly believe it's the one who's most connected, and some people are tuned in differently. Kaniala sees and feels what's in front of him. Same with the likes of Honolua. I think of Kai Salas. He's articulate and he's technical. He's an analyst, and he's more along the lines of a stylist, where they're less likely to throw random hands and soulful moments, but he'll be critical from start to finish, and he'll surf on a razor's edge. And being a shaper, he knows how to get, or the designer, how to get the best out of his board, and that's why he's riding that specific board. So it's a connective feeling where it's embryonic for Caniella. He's like born in the ocean. It looks a lot more free-flowing. So two different styles of surfers.
Yeah, and that long history that Kai Salas had working with Donald Takayama.
Exactly.
Really impactful. And then with Tommy Moss, who took on the label and was shaping the boards. And then the opportunity for Kai to learn to shape from Tommy, but also to learn to be a mentor from his relationship he had with Donald. And now he can really put that on his relationship with Caniella, Kelly's, and the other young Hawaiians.
Donald Takayama left a legacy with being a mentor to guys like Kai Salas, to another world champ, Joel Tudor. Really stamped his name in surf history and left a legacy, a wonderful legacy. International Pro Designs, Donald Takayama. Gosh, he was just such a great uncle. Well, down to 90 seconds, you guys. And you know what? Wax, it looks like we're going to go on to a Heat 3. Can you stick around for another heat?
Yes, and I would love to. And I'm looking out there. I'm motivated looking at this chop. Look at that. You can see there's some of that north chop coming down. We're used to seeing south chop.
Okay.
It's a different time of year.
So with the crumbly conditions coming up, who's going to have the advantage in the third heat? Because it looks like we're going to go to 3.
Kai Salas.
All right. And why?
Silky smooth transitions. You can see it's crumbly. So those elevated nose rides and those deep technical nose rides that Carney's well accustomed to. I truly believe Kai Salas is up there with his nose riding as well, but I think it's the in-between transitions, the strong power turns that Kai's brought us this year have been his level up, where Caniella's really lent on his flow and his nose riding. But I think if it comes to turns, Kai may just have the edge, but Carney's got the showmanship. He's got the heel hangs, the hang tens, the soul arches, and he doesn't get nervous. So it's going to be a great one. Sam?
Yeah, well, it'll be a reset for both of them. I feel as if the early start for Kai Salas was key because the best waves in this second title match happened in the first kind of 10 minutes. So Kai's strong start really mattered, but I think that both of them it's going to be 50-50 moving into that decider.
Neutral answer, Sam.
Here we go. And it's official. We're going to go to the third heat in the title match. Kai Salas taking out a win in heat number 2 with a 14.93 two-wave total, making his way to the beach where he's going to have to start preparing for a potential world title. Guys, this is what we wanted to see. It come down to the last heat in the title match. Right now, Caniella Stewart reflecting. He's going to have to reset, and he knows that, you know, what was once kind of a road for his initial world title is getting a little bit bumpier because his mentor, his shaper, Kai Salas, just won this heat number 2.
There's that moontail on the screen there. I love the technical breakdown of the boards, and AJ's live with Kai Salas.
I am. Thank you so much, Kai. Getting out of the water. You lose the first title match to Connie, but then you come out so strong in this second title match. How were you able to start this heat with confidence, with great scores, great surfing?
Yeah, just step by step. Just trying to look for those good ones and stay calm, you know. These, the way this is formatted is built to create some, you know, suspense. So just trying to stay calm, and you know, that first title match, I had the highest single wave score I had all year. So that one, you know, all I needed was a little backup. But yeah, happy to get that one, and one more to go.
How did the way that first title match go down affect the strategy that you wanted to put into the second one, knowing that you did have the highest single wave score that you had all season, but it wasn't enough to get the win?
You know, you can't really plan out here. You got to expect some lulls, and when they come to you, just got to make the most of it.
And in those lows, we saw you and Connie right next to each other. What is the conversation between you two? Great friends. You're a mentor to him. He's riding your board. What are you guys talking about in the water?
Yeah, you know, we're both here to play. So we're keeping it pretty quiet out there. Just focusing and watching the waves.
Fair enough. We'll let you get to focusing. One more match before you could potentially be crowned a world longboard champion. How do you get ready for it?
Just going to relax and watch the waves, and it's on. I'm going to do it again.
Congratulations, Kai. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
There you go. Kai Salas, you know, I was actually waiting for him, you guys, to drop a, you know the rules. Because that's what you say to your buddy when you know the rules. And so it's coming down to this championship match, Sam, and that's what we were hoping for.
And so interesting to have to come out the water there and do that post-heat. Great questions, though, from AJ. She really does have a fantastic ability to really reflect on those scores, on those thoughts, and asking about the conversations, which sounded minimal. Coniella just chilling out back, gets one more wave, but now Kai's got to cool it. He's got his family with him. He'll get some hydration. He'll get some focus. Both of them will have to reprogram, and this is going to be so exciting to crown our men's world champion.
That's right. Wax, let's check out a recap of title match heat number 2, where it was the comeback of Kai Salas. But we'll start here with Coniella Stewart.
Yeah, so Kani, silky smooth, delicate footwork. I love that. That was 4 steps up straight to a 10. Wasn't even 5, but crumbly. Conditions changing as it typically does in the afternoons everywhere around the world, so you have to adapt, and these surfers doing a terrific job. But this wave didn't open up as Coniella had planned, and it was the quick start of Kai Salas that put a little bit of pressure on his, I guess you could say, the apprentice, Coniella Stewart, on a Kai Salas-shaped longboard. So that was Kani's best wave, and he's using that tail a little less than Kai, and this hang 10 combo and this moon tail, climbing and dropping on the nose, really utilizing his hips there, driving, and that was one of the best nose hooks I've seen all day, just flowing. And I was surprised that one was not in the excellent range.
Yeah, there was something to really appreciate from the Master Salas there. The way he climbed and dropped on the nose was absolutely incredible. Really rode that wave with an incredible level of finesse, wisdom, timing, and the degree of difficulty. The things that he does on this wave are absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, and you can just see it's the connection with his equipment. So he shaped that board. He knows its pros, and he knows how to put the board in using his experience, how to put it in a critical section. This is phenomenal surfing, excellent surfing from Kai Salas. This is some of the best surfing of his career, and he's about to surf in a world title match with Coniella Stewart, and this is the championship final.
What a great story unfolding in front of us at First Point Malibu. There's our 2 competitors gearing up for the championship match here at the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships, presented by Tractor Beverage Company. And one thing, you guys, I do want to acknowledge right now on the broadcast is I want to thank everyone from the World Surf League and all the departments, from tours and competitions to marketing to broadcast. It's been a roller coaster. We've dealt with 2 unexpected days of fog. We had waves, we didn't have the visibility, and this whole crew has just rolled with it, made contingency plans, Sam, and look at, we're going to crown another world champ. We're 35 minutes away from crowning another world champ.
And crowning a champ in style. Look at the number of 9-point rides we've had today. That says so much. The surfers have been exceptional. The organization, the energy, and big thanks to Malibu for hosting us as well.
And to see longboarding on this platform with 4 world-class tour events, I mean, the amazing waves. Huntington this year was pumping, and you can't deny to have a beach break on tour. Huntington is so consistent. Then moving to Bells Beach, that place is steeped in surfing history. To see longboards go back there felt right. And I think there's so many between Rincon and the Bowl. It just lent itself to longboard surfing. And El Salvador, Surf City, I mean, that's going to be a staple in professional surfing for many years to come, we hope. And finishing here at world-class Malibu, this is Longboarders Pipeline.
You don't want to go anywhere. You want to stick right around. We're going to take a break, but we're going to come back with our championship match. It's 1-1 between Salas and Stewart. It's going to be the championship match, match number 3, to decide a world title.
came to Malibu to crown our champions. And right around the corner, we're going to crown our men's champion. Will it be Kai Salas on screen now, taking a quick break here in this best of 3 matchup. We've got one for Caniello, one for Kai. 35 minutes on the clock. Be on standby for just a few moments. Give these surfers the chance to hydrate, regroup, recalibrate, and go back out there. This next heat is the one that counts the most. Our final match, our title match. 3rd of 3, right around the corner. Chris Cote here with the Waxhead, Matt Chinaski, and Sam Bleakley. Caniello Stewart, he is in the lineup, becoming one with the ocean, most likely reflecting on the past 35 minutes. What can he do better? How can he achieve greatness? This is going to be an incredibly fun and exciting matchup to watch. Chris, Wax, Sam, so far, so good. Malibu has absolutely delivered 8s and 9s all over the place. A beautiful sunny afternoon for us. What more could you ask for?
I had a great memory just now when I saw Kai Salas there with his wife Alphon and his young daughter Coral, who's a really good longboarder, and also his younger daughter Sissy. And we were all out having a surf, and Kai Salas was on this deep set, and I was sitting next to Coral and Sissy, and he just went into a 10 and went into a full heels, and even his daughter Coral went, "Whoa, Daddy!" And when you can impress your kids, that's special.
That is huge.
And that's at that moment. Then I was looking at that, going, "This guy is sharper than ever." And you know, he might reveal that in this championship match.
Yeah, and Wax, we got what we wanted, right?
Yeah.
You want to see these surfers go all the way through. It's 1-to-1 right now, so basically this next heat, this is what it all comes down to. Still the same storyline, master and apprentice, and you know, you can't write this stuff. It's unfolded in front of our eyes in a magical way. And the same goes for our women's bracket. Title match, Heat 1, Soleil Erico, a masterful approach to her home break of Malibu.
Yeah, just precision surfing from Soleil, just not putting a foot wrong, just placing that board exactly where it needed to be, and just performing all the maneuvers the judges wanted to see, dancing at a home break of Malibu, completely in tune with their equipment. And it was good to see the best of 2 in this one. She won both of them, but just to see her surf twice and see how she adapted. But Khalees, silky smooth surfing, coming with a 2nd place of the year. Not completely traumatizing, a 2nd place. Obviously we'll see her next year, but her ability to adapt between the cold waters of Bells Beach and the chunky wide waves of El Salvador, and then to come here at Malibu and finish with a strong performance, and really just cements her position on the World Longboard Tour and as a title threat for years to come, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the finesse, the footwork. But Soleil, for me, I was watching and the word flow state came to mind. She just got so tuned into the cadence of the sets, and a lot of her good waves, she would actually get a little bit wide. The body language there, just looking back at that pocket. So many celebrations and postures that really encapsulate all the beautiful logging we saw in the 1960s, but done with a flair that's only possible in the 2020s.
Yeah, impeccable technique with both these surfers, and you know, I loved the emotion that we saw as well. Soleil Erico, a cool character. You know, you see in her post-heat interview, she's very, you know, serious about what she's doing. She's having fun. She likes to laugh. You know, we see that as well. But to see her kind of soak it all in, you could literally tell when the emotions washed over her, and she was able to just free everything up, and it was a really special moment.
Soleil reminds me a lot of the young Californian surfers like Alyssa Spencer coming through the ranks, where they've grown up as professional junior surfers. They've had coaches and they've had people in their corner that are nurturing them to get to this level. And like Khalees with their mum there, these surfers have cemented their position on tour. They've grown up on the World Tour, and it shows with their maturity in their post-heat interviews, but in the waves. Look at them, just putting in experienced performances time and time again in a range of different waves. Well-traveled surfers, and his Soleil surfing maturity well beyond her years, channeling the greats of Malibu, and she'll go down as a great now. 3 world titles.
Yeah,
you know, her plan was set right at the beginning. She said, I'm going to go out there, I'm going to get the best waves. She did that. And, you know, she made her job a little bit easier for herself, knowing full well that at any second, Khalees could have broke this thing wide open, What about her wave selection really gave her the edge?
Yeah, she was so tuned in, and you know, the soul arches as well. I love the body language, the way she was locking and arching and lifting and leading from the hips. That's the moment.
Wow.
One of my favorite postures. A lot of people will like a more minimalist approach with the upper body on the nose, but for me, I love the expression when she really does decide to just throw that arm up.
And
that was exciting.
It's using your body to your advantage, and Khalees does that. She uses her longer legs and her hips, and her style is it's an advantage because of her body shape. She's using it effectively, and Soleil does the same with that soul arch. Really relaxing. We see Caniella do it on the men's side, but then Kai Salas using his power as an advantage with his stronger frame. And it's just amazing to see the connection between these surfers. And it's intuitive as well. We're surfers, but you have 35 minutes to do it in, and that's a tough task.
And the look of those last couple of waves in match tier for the women, I mean, stunning. Malibu, even at this size, we're talking waist high, chest high on the bigger sets, but absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I mean, the highlight material is just going to be timeless, absolutely timeless.
And doesn't it just sum up longboarding as a performing art? Because we've got these matchups and you have different conditions and you're trying to tailor these surfboards and fit them in the pocket of the wave without making it look too technical. You don't want to look like you're trying to perform too many maneuvers and look intense, style, flow, and grace. And that comes with using the body shape, connecting with the equipment, and it's a holistic approach to surfing. Where longboarding's at right now, it's in the best place it has ever been, Chris.
Extremely difficult surfing made to look very easy and effortless. That's what we saw all day long. I'm Chris, Wax, Sam, and we've been having just as much fun as all of you have been having. Trust us, the beach scene we have right now, classic Malibu. Everybody's out here. You know, the celebrations are starting. We have one more order of business to get through. That's our men's title match. Before we get there, we're going to go down to the sand, right in the thick of it. We've got AJ McCord.
That's right, Chris. We are in the thick of it with Auntie Megs, who knows both Connie and Kai incredibly well. We saw Kai sitting very close to you in between title match number 2 and title match number 3. Connie deciding to stay out in the water. Walk me through why you think each of those guys chose that strategy.
I think for physical reasons, I think Kai wanted to come in and pace himself because he started from, you know, earlier this morning. Connie is still getting warm. So I think to keep that mentality and to keep warm, he wants to stay out there. And Kai wants to pace himself, as he should. You know, it's his, like, what is this, his 6th heat? So, I mean, as he should.
And so either way, we have 2 Hawaiians in the water. First time that the men's longboard trophy is going to be coming back to Hawaii in more than a decade. What does that mean to Hawaiian longboarding?
Oh, it means the world, just for the sport in general. You know, that's where surfing started. And the last person to win it was in Hawaii. I think it was Dwayne DeSoto, 2010. So to bring it back and bring it back to the home of surfing in Waikiki means the world for all of us, and especially for them too. So we're excited.
This camp has been sort of a house divided all day long. What do you do in this final title match? The winner takes home the trophy.
I play Switzerland and walk all the way down the beach.
So this will be the last time we see Megs on the broadcast, but thank you for your time.
Yep, thanks for having me.
I love it. Listen to Auntie Megs. You will surf better. Trust us. So both surfers now in the lineup. We're inside of about 2 minutes before we kick this thing off. Remember, this is best of 3. The winner here in match 3 is going to be your world champ. The heat coming up next is going to be incredible. Can't wait for this thing to start.
It's always nice, you know, but you know, anything can happen. So just take it heat by heat and focus. So that's the goal.
Congratulations to Caniella Stewart.
With some good hang 10 so far on this one. Once again, perched up on the nose, in the pocket the entire time.
Talk about precision on the nose. Kai Salas, he is showing why he's one of the guys to beat.
2 supreme stylists in the lineup here at Malibu, the world's most famous surf break. And it all comes down to this. We have 35 minutes to crown our champion. It's 1-1. And I'll tell you, proof of concept, finals day, it's been so exciting. It's been so fun. And You know, I did have the chance to walk around in the previous matchups, talk to some of the surfers that, you know, had their shot earlier on, and yeah, there is emotion out there. There is some sadness, but there's also a lot of excitement and a lot of great energy. People knowing full well that this was a very special day of longboard surfing.
Yeah, and I think to come and crown world champions at Malibu and likewise in places like Trestles, it's these are fun places where surfers all around the world think of Trestles as a performance wave for shortboarding. For longboarding, when you think of hot dogging and performance longboarding, in the modern era, it's Malibu, and it's been like that for 60 years, Sam.
Yeah, and these two surfers have brought so many important moments to longboarding in the last few years. They've both won the Mexi Log Fest. Coniella has been a multiple duct tape invitational winner. When he won the World Surf League event in New York in 2019, that was a real statement result. But thinking back to Kai Salas's performance, you know, I witnessed him get an incredible win in the final of the World Longboard Tour in 2009 at Pastor Point, Maldives, when Harley Ingleby won a world title in fast, sucky waves where there was a lot of need to pull into tube sections, and it was a much more kind of performance-orientated longboard that he was riding. But then to demonstrate now at the finest longboard point break on the planet at Malibu, his ability as an all-rounder, his use of footwork, his nose riding, it's so refreshing to see. And I think both of them need a major reset though for this championship match, because the conditions have got a little bit more choppy.
And look how far up the point they are. They are about 200 feet away from where they started off in that last heat, up near the Black Buoy, which hasn't even been in this camera frame all day. And that's just showing that they pushed each other quite far up the point. And we know from experience watching Caniello this year, he likes to start strong and get the best wave of the exchange.
Yeah, and Kai Salas is what he's done well in a couple of opening sets is he's paddled in with a lot of trim speed, you know, and stood up late by using his paddle line and speed to generate momentum before he's risen to his feet. We might well see that on the first set here today.
Well, we have 33 minutes left here. Now you see Caniella Stewart, a little bit of separation there. Just playing the game a little, pulling Kai way up the point. You know, it looks like he's going to go down to kind of the more traditional takeoff spot, but there you see Kai Salas. You're not going to fool this guy. He's been around the block a few times, so he knows full well the game at hand. And here we go. First wave ridden in our title match. We're looking to crown our men's longboard world champion. Will it be Caniella Stewart? So far, so good. A smaller wave, but plenty of room to work and plenty of speed to use to his advantage. Does get caught behind this section a little bit, kind of had a roller coaster there. It looked like he made an effort, but potentially the positioning that they put themselves in, maybe a little bit behind where the standard takeoff zone was.
That's interesting. Looking back at the shore, observing something or somebody, perhaps someone in his team. I heard a whistle telling him to move down the point, not up. And you could see Kai paddle for that wave, and he wasn't even able to get into the wave. That's how deep they were. But that was always going to happen. A 4.17 open up for Caniella. What do you make of these hustling starts?
Well, it's interesting because we've got a mid-pushing tide. It's high tide at 7:04. It's nearly 4 p.m. local time. You know, they really did go very deep, but Kai has opted to stay quite deep. He knows that he wants a strong start. He wants that kind of real slingshot opportunity to get rewarded for a difficult wave to ride from takeoff. But this is going to be much more of a game of chess, I believe. You know, the slightly different conditions than we've seen through the day.
And this is the opening wave of Caniella, so a little crumblier as we expected with that wind this afternoon, but nonetheless, it's not closing out, and he holds a nice tight 5 there, relaxed body language, just using the middle of the board to pump down this wave. So in my opinion, a generous 4.17 for that wave with just 2 5s, but the judges also understanding it's a heat by heat basis and the conditions do change and the scale is set each heat.
No doubt. And you know, I'm not mad at a 4.17 to start because there hasn't been anything else that's come through. He is in the second priority spot for now, but it almost seems like there's enough separation where they're sitting to where, you know, anything could happen. If Kai Salas takes off on a wave and it runs down the line, he could potentially get caught behind, and that could open things up for Caniella Stewart. So positioning, obviously very crucial right now. Do you feel like Caniella is in pole position, even though he doesn't have priority?
100%. You can see the swell there. You can see we've got some of that west swell in amongst the south, and they're the ones coming from right to the left of screen. Those waves will hug the inside section, and where Kai isn't a bad spot for those, but Kaniela is in a position to get whatever south swell there is, and on the wide side of the break. Typically as the tide comes in, especially in the last few days, surfers way up the point have been getting waves, but nothing critical. I've been surfing down the end and watching these wide ones, and they're the ones that Soleil surfed in her last round, and that was the waves that spin, and they give a lot of critical surfing. No turns. You see Kai warming up and just resetting for this heat, as Sam said. So he's waiting for a set wave that's going to go all the way down the point, where Kani, now in second priority, might hunt down the line.
Yeah, and just thinking of the surfers on the men's side who've got into the 9s today. We've had 2 9s from Ben Skinner, a 9.57 and a 9.50, and 2 9s from Kai Salas, a 9.10, and tying with Ben for that 9.57. But he got that in the first title match. That was a title match he didn't even win. He was carrying his highest scoring ride of the season. He mentioned that in the post-heat interview with AJ, and that's really interesting because when these surfers get rewarded those near excellent scores, they already believe in themselves 2,000%, but when they hear the judges drop, you know, high 9s, near 10s, I mean, that just reinforces the belief that they deserve to be world champions.
Absolutely. I'm Chris Cote. I'm sitting next to Matt Chanowski, aka the Waxhead, Sam Bleakley here as well. So we've got an international commentary panel, but out in the water right now, 2 Hawaiian Titans. These surfers, you know, they surf together all the time. They communicate very well. Obviously, you can tell Kaniela Stewart's board is perfectly suited for how he surfs and how he wants to surf. And of course, this board right here, shaped by his competitor, Kai Salas. Now we see some movement happening. A couple little bumps pulsing around the corner. Kaniela Stewart is having a deep look at this wave. He's in second priority, so even with a hefty paddle, nothing's going to be stripped from him as he is in. So Kaniela Stewart, small little runner. Could be more of a positioning wave to kind of get himself through to that inside section, although he makes full use of it. 2 nose rides already. Nice little 5 there, good turn. So rolling the dice on a little inside runner. His first score was a 4.17. And, you know, again, why not? Why not go on that one? Because he knows it's only going to take him 30, 40 seconds to get back out there. And he's going to have a real good overview of the lineup.
Yeah, great strong start for Connie. You know, opting to stay a little bit wider, and, you know, he's already got potentially a score that he might well carry through to a world title.
Yeah, and building confidence in the heat. He surfed 2 rounds to start, but just building confidence with the changing conditions. It'll have been over an hour since the beginning of that first matchup, and even an hour and a half from when Ben Skinner was surfing against Kai Salas. So that's a long time, and the tide's changed. But here's a considerable wave for Kai. He's deep, but he's paddling on his stomach, prone as we have seen, to get to where Kaniela took off.
Wow, all technique right there to try to build up as much speed as possible, and he goes down. So now it's a shot for Kaniela to potentially get that top priority spot. We don't know where he is in the lineup, and he's just a little bit behind, so Kai Salas most likely will maintain that top priority spot. But that wave where he took off, you could almost see it right when he was projecting down the line in that prone position. It was going to close out.
Yeah, he's used this technique, you know, a few times already today. It took a lot of risk. He did exactly what he needed to do, but he just knew this isn't going to happen. I've got to get out of this as quick as I can and regain priority. But he's got confidence with his position. He's going back up the point once more.
Yeah, so that paddle, one last paddle, he actually slips. So it may have not put any wax on his board in between. You see here, he goes to go right high, the inside rail, and we'll see what happens here with the, and he jumps off the board, seeing, that was quite an aggressive jump off actually. I don't think that went as well as planned.
Well, I think he knew he's got to get out of this as quick as possible to get priority.
It looks quite dramatic, and this is the inside of the wide peak, and this is something that is not synonymous with traditional Malibu. This is something with the way the creeks come out, and it's changed the inside peak, but it's allowing a mid-range score of 5.33 on this wave, and that's exactly what he needed. He needed to just surf some waves. The scary thing is he started with confidence, and a confident Kaniela Stewart at the beginning of a heat is one that's just going to keep building.
Yeah, the nose riding on that wave, I mean, you know, he earned that score. Again, it was a smaller, wider wave, but to get a 5.33, that was from those critical upright 10s in the pocket, nose riding through those sections.
Well, you know what he's doing is he's chipping away right now, right? He's putting up these mid-range scores. That's going to force Kai to really have to hunt for waves of consequence, and this could be one of them right here. Kai Salas now, much easier positioning on the takeoff. Gets straight to the nose, 5 to 10. Riding high, gets around this section with style, hanging out there. All 10 over, shifts back to a 5, now cross steps into this speed line. Right behind him, Caniella Stewart, he's on the nose as well. This is exactly what we wanted to see, wave for wave.
Wow.
These Hawaiian super surfers doing it at an elite level, still going. Kai Salas all the way through to the sand, rides up onto the beach. Caniella now cutting back. He made full use of the outside section as well, but there's the inside nose ride. He makes it look so easy. Just as I say that, a little bit of a slip there, but
the
what
run
an
around.
exchange.
This is exactly the same as that last exchange, the very first exchange of that last heat, where Kai, the first round, sorry, where Kai actually was hanging 10, finished with the re-entry, and ran around, and Caniella was in good run. That's the one that Kai got the higher score.
Right.
So interesting to see where this one goes. There's that moontail.
Well, and either way here, that's got to rattle Caniella a little bit, because this is just something totally different, right? He's looking around him, where is Kai? And he looks and sees him sprinting up the beach. That's got to wreak havoc in what his plan was heading out.
I mean, this is what you want in a championship decider. You know, in the final title match, you want both of these surfers at the cutting edge. And this opening nose ride from Kai, straight in with the 5, locks on the 10. And look at the climbing and dropping, goes down to the middle of the wave, re-engages the 10, gets back to the top, and a third lock of the 10, and then again using that 5 just to keep that trim speed, and then accelerating from the middle of the board, climbing and dropping, and then picking his line to walk into a nice down carve rail turn. 6 steps back up for a wrap of the 5, into the 10, nice and high on the 10 there, and again walking out cleanly. Great footwork, continuous flow, high degree of difficulty, exceptional surfing, and that really was a masterclass.
And then to turn around and see Caniella on this wave. So this is the wave behind Kai's. 4 steps up to the nose, gets the 10, pushing a bit of water, but holds it through this critical section and levitated, soul arching back. Wow, Caniella Stewart trimming in that forward section, getting the rail engaged, climbing and dropping on the nose again. So this is where we caught up with a nice drop knee variation. The judges will appreciate the full length of the board surfing. So 3 solid hang 10s, use of the rail, and a little bobble at the end. So, and he kicks out of that, so we'll wait to see where that factors in.
I felt like the surfing from both of those surfers was absolutely outstanding. For me, Kai's wave had a bit more of a pocket to it. It had more curl, it had more kind of a lively feel to the shape of the wave. And my instinct says that that could just give Kai the edge, but it's going to be a great opportunity for the best judges to really analyze both of those waves together.
Absolutely, 5 elite judges. We also have priority judges on hand as well, watching every nuance in the lineup. There you see it's starting to clean up a little bit again on the inside. Love to see that, and I love to see this. Big numbers flying across the scoreboard. Here's what we're looking at for Caniella Stewart, waiting for 2 more. It's in the excellent range, no doubt. There's a 9 up there. Now it's left up to the next 2 judges to lock in their numbers, and I mean, it's looking pretty similar for Kai Salas as well. That was the exact type of exchange we wanted to see here. In title match, heat number 3, both surfers with 1 win, and each surfer 1 win away from being crowned our world champion in 21 minutes, 17 seconds ago, and we've locked in our scores. Caniella Stewart, an 8.67. Kai Salas, an 8.60.
Wow, so close. And despite my feeling about the pocket, the shape, I think Caniella's 10, that particular long 10, that seemed to be the minor point of difference.
Yeah, that full soul arch moment where it did cup out and he was completely levitated and that board was hanging in there. So the way he did the soul arch was functional because he's trying to aim the board up as it's going down, and the tail is weighted with all the pressure of the white water in the pocket of the wave. His board was completely barreled. You do that on a 10-foot wave, you're getting a stand-up tube with your hands above the air. In longboarding, in waves below head high, that's what we call a levitated nose ride. It's about as extreme as you can get, all tweaked out, so to speak, where the nose is up, tail's down. Feels incredible, but it's even better when you walk back, you drop down, and you step into a down carve, which is exactly what Carniella Stewart did.
Masterful approach from both of these surfers on that last set. And now we've got a very tight match on our hands. 5-4-1, that's the score that Kai Salas would need if he wants to get into the top spot. We've got 20 minutes now to crown our king. Carniella Stewart, a 5.33 and an 8.67. And you've got Kai Salas with that 8.60, his real only meaningful score for now. So as we are inside of 20 minutes, we are dead even here in the title match, heat number 3. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more from the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships. The 2023 WSL Championship Tour of Longboarding was awesome, and it's going to continue to be awesome for 17 minutes and 23 seconds. This is a matchup that I think quietly was talked about right when the season started. Kai Salas and Carniella Stewart both coming onto the 2023 Championship Tour with a lot to prove, a lot of pride, a lot of want to bring the title back to Oahu. So that's a guarantee for now. It's just which generation is going to bring it back with them.
The best part about Waikiki and the North Shore is that it's such a staple for surf culture. It's where surfing started. It's where we have a lot of our big wave tour events. You know, it's just a proving ground. It always has been for surfing, but it was also the testing ground in the early days of surfing from the 1900s up to the 1940s, pre-World War II. A lot of the Californians who made it over there would talk about the tough times they had against challenging opponents in paddle races and swimming races, and the surfers and the watermen that they built over there, and the culture that was developed around the ocean was unmatched to any other surfing location in the world, and it's so nice to see a title going back to Hawaii on the men's side.
Yeah, and the Hawaiians have done well winning World Longboard titles over here in California. Russ Kealana won at Malibu in 1994, and Bonga Perkins winning in 2008 in small San Onofre with an incredible display of nose riding. That was fantastic. Bonga having won one world title in Big Guitry in France, and his second world title on, with Santa Ana off offshore winds and a small south swell at Sano in 2008. And then it was 2010, Dwayne DeSoto, the last Hawaiian male to win a World Longboard title.
Well, right-hand point breaks and Hawaiians aren't as unfamiliar as you would think. Bonga Perkins made his way over to Noosa Festival Surfing for many years in the 1990s and put in a phenomenal display, and he gained not only a lot of respect for his humility, but his silky smooth footwork. He displayed that at Malibu in 1994. You can see that footage in Longboarding's Not a Crime, that film that came out by Chris Bystrom. Controversial at the time, it was here at Malibu, and the events leading up to that were, you know, longboarding was at a time where it was not overly respected in the mainstream to be a longboarder. It was tough. You know, Hawaiians obviously always riding all types of boards, but there was a shortboard versus longboarder battle. The kids growing up watching this right now, they don't care. They ride all boards in all waves, and longboarding stigma has moved into a place where it's the right boards for the right conditions, Chris.
100% agree with you. You know, there was definite separation for a long time, and it's great to see now that, you know, all boards matter. All boards are acceptable, from foam boards to whatever, you know, anything goes. And I think we're in a great place for surfing, and I'm really stoked that the WSL, you know, got it all together, put forward a 3-stop tour at 3 varied locations. I mean, around the world and back. I think each location that they picked shined during those events, and I think it's only fitting that we came back to Malibu, you know, one of the sources of stoke for all time, to crown our champion in, what, 14 minutes. That's going to happen.
Yeah, and it's been such an incredible tour. I mean, the surfers love Huntington. They love the limelight, the opportunity there, and it was good quality Huntington. And then to go to Bells Beach, an iconic wave, and reconnect with the heritage of longboarding back at Bells, and also be welcomed by the local longboard community there, and the conditions delivered all kinds of experiences, from big, gnarly to perfect, small, clean Rincon. And then the hot waters of El Salvador. Everyone had a great time there, but it was crunch time, because that was the moment where we saw those top 8 spots being decided for here in Malibu.
Well, and you know, there is always going to be constructive criticism, so I'm going to ask you guys, seen a lot of really great rights on the longboard tour. Where is an ideal left-hander that we can see these longboarders shine?
South of the border.
There you go.
There's a couple in Mexico.
Going to Mexico? Philippines?
I don't know. I actually don't know. I would love to know, but we will find out, I'm sure, very soon. So how about you, Sam?
Oh, there's so many good left-handers, and that, you know, it would be great to see the likes of Khalees and Chloe and JR as goofy footers, Steven Sawyer, Kevin Scavana. You know, of course, we got our former world champion, Justin Quintel. If there's a left-hander on the tour, he might be inspired to make a comeback.
Well, we had the privilege of being on hand in El Salvador during the Longboard Championship Tour event when they dropped the 2024 CT season for shortboarding. That was super exciting. So it's just fun to kind of think about and wonder what's going to be in store for our longboarders in 2024. We're not there yet. We've got some business to take care of. Here we go. Kai Salas looking for a 5-4-1. Is this the wave that is going to win him a world title? He's stuck behind it a little bit, has to kick out. That's not a championship title. Wave's going to have to get back to the drawing board.
Yeah, that was heartbreaking for everybody watching that. Kai's head's down, so I'm hoping that's not a distinction of his emotions right now. Hopefully just conserving some energy.
Yeah, I think he's a cool package, is Kai Salas. He knows how to do this. He surfed his last 8.6 incredibly well. People tuning in around the world watching that, longboard fans from all the regions, from Australia, from Europe, from Africa, from here in North America, South America, they all have different opinions about. Some will have preferred Connie Eller's wave, others would have preferred Kai Salas's wave, but we know 11 minutes is enough time, and we just want to see him get that opportunity. So one good last set exchange where they both get an opportunity to do excellent range surfing. That will be what we want to see here.
Style, flow, and grace, the 3 elements on the longboard criteria. The difference between longboarding and shortboarding is obviously the length of the board, but how we utilize that. It's the footwork in between. It's utilizing the trim. It's the art of the glide and the trim. Longboarders have speed. When we have the board, there's a lot of flat rocker in these boards. So the idea is to utilize it and place the board in the wave so it looks as part of it. It's a performing art from start to finish. We're judging the encompassing, it's a holistic aspect of the wave. in shortboard surfing, you can get an excellent score with one maneuver, and that's what differentiates longboard surfing. And Kai has that flow, and that's something he's really worked on, incorporating the footwork element. If he can get a bigger wave and incorporate that style, flow, and grace, we know he's got the power, and we know that he's got the intellect with his surfboard to be able to connect on a set. But here he goes, Chris.
Well, in second priority, Kai Salas, smaller looking wave. Looks like he's kind of just toying with it, but he gets up. His last score was a 2.07. He needs a 5.41. Could have a good clean line through the inside section, swiveling a little bit, getting up on the nose. There's all 10 over. Cross steps back. Wave just kind of crumbling around him. Pets the cat, get around that section. Back on the open face. 5 more over, hangs heels. Runs back to the tail of the board.
There was the heels I told you about that he might throw.
Wow, that's going to make things very interesting all the way to the sand. Needs a 5.41. It was a tiny wave, but boy, did he maximize the potential of that one.
I want to go out on a limb and just say the tail flip on that board and the way that he approached that wave, he didn't do that fast penetrating paddle as we see here. So he stands up, and he knew what he was going to do here. He knew it was a small wave, but he needed to get a solid 10, and that he does. Rides high, nearly pushes him off the top of the wave. That's why he goes to 10, wiggling the board. Very technical, stands tall in the nose. He's eyeing this next section. The petting the kitty, the judges won't appreciate that. He didn't necessarily need to do that, but he telegraphed something here that none of us expected. 5, he gets a little click of the heels, steps back. For Kai Salas, that's something we haven't seen before. For Carniella Stewart, it's part of his playbook. But we'll see how that one goes in, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, the nose riding he did then was it was beautiful. It was difficult to do, and the nuances, you know, a lot of the stuff will get missed there because he was climbing and dropping on the nose, and he made, if he gets the score, he made that out of nothing, you know, and he didn't over-rush the beginning of the wave, but he used the stretch 5 to slow himself down and lock into the 10. But this could all change with set waves, man.
There's 2 waves.
Out the
Connie's
back.
got the first one.
Carniella Stewart takes a look over the back of this first one. Doesn't like what he's on, so he's going to roll the dice and get back out there. Could be in position to ride the second wave of this set. Takes a look over his shoulder. This one looks like it could be forming up nicely. Puts himself right in the pocket for the takeoff. Carniella Stewart fully engaged into this wave, runs to the nose, 10 over and goes down.
Wow, and Kai nearly got the score. He got a 5.07, needed a 5.41. It wasn't quite enough, but it was extremely close. And now Kai sitting out there with priority. This is seriously extreme now, because we got Kai Salas and Carniella both going for their first world titles. 42-year-old, 22-year-old, master and apprentice.
It's incredible. I mean, it's so fun to watch, and of course, just add to the drama there with Kai Salas just getting this just below the number he needed, a 5.07 in lieu of a 5.41. Carniella Stewart, he's trying to get rid of a 5.33 as his low number for now. He was straight on the nose and kind of just walked the plank, an unforced error there.
You really can't script this.
Cannot.
The way
Don't even try it.
He hasn't fallen off all day. We haven't seen Kai Salas do a heel hang. It wasn't the score, 5.07, so the judges sort of thinking that wave is a little more of a grovel, but a lot of that technicality was lost, I believe.
Yeah, I love that wave. I love the way he rode it and the way he used the 5, importantly, to facilitate the stall and then accelerate at the right moment.
But it was a complementing camera angle. I've been saying that all day. The way that you look into it, it does complement it from front on. Some of those waves do look really flat. Although very fun to surf, you'd free surf it any day of the week. In fact, the surfers out there now thinking if they could pay $1,000 to have a wave like that, they'd love it.
Quick look there from Carniella Stewart. He's now in second priority with 6.5 to go. Kai Salas out the back. Apex Predator in the lineup for now with that priority positioning. That means he can take off on any wave he wants. We're just going to total up our 2 highest scores for each surfer, and that's going to show us who the champion will be. We're getting down to it. We're almost at 5 minutes. This is getting wild.
Yeah, and I love what Auntie Megs was saying about she's going to play the Switzerland card and just walk up the point and be neutral, because the big Hawaiian camp, of course, you know, fans of both surfers, but there's going to be somebody who's going to be heartbroken in 5 minutes, 50 seconds time.
Yeah, we want to see both of these surfers win, but of course, there's only going to be one victor. Both deserving champions. We'd love to see either one of these holding up the trophy at the end of the night. And they're both humble and just, I think the best word to describe is they're a gift to surf culture. You know, both of those surfs, and I think of them, they're a pleasure. I was surfing Queens earlier in the year with Sophia Colhane, and Khalees was out there by completely random. And then who comes sailing by on the catamaran? It was Kaniela. So I had all of Waikiki's greatest out there hanging out, or the modern scene, completely by chance. And these surfers, if they win or lose today, first thing they do when they get home is to go surf. If there's a little South Swell, they're going to be out at Queens. You know that, and that's what is so important about surfing and surf culture. Is it is a lifestyle, and we'll be doing this competition or not, and to see this play out on a world tour stage just feels right, because we all do it, and it's fun entertainment.
Here we go. Kai Salas looking for a 5-4-1. Deep, loving look at this wave. He's going to paddle into it, and here we go. Kai Salas now. A cleaner line than his previous wave. A little bigger, too. Could have some opportunity to get on the nose. He does. 10 over 5, now back to 10. Perfectly poised, right in the pocket there. Gets a nice open face turn, gets straight back up to the nose again. Kai Salas going to the 10. I mean, checking off the boxes here, all the way to the sand yet again.
That was incredible.
Give it to me.
And
He wants it.
The setup turn, you know, that was the key thing there. He fully committed with that setup turn. He took a lot of risk, but he just used the footwork in perfect timing to get onto the 5, and he knew it was all about that 10, but the way he used the setup turn was really risky, but done very well.
So I wanted to see if they did this. Gets off the bottom, soul arches, stalls, waits for the board to suck up the face. It wasn't the time yet, but the next section, rifles away, he holds the nose ride, getting the 10, and here, this is when he feels confident, arching the hips, which is a functional part of the form of the nose ride, because it makes the board rise higher. And again, this one he needs to complete. He knows it, gets the 10, and he knows he's going to finish this completely. You can see him a little more cautious on this wave, but that he needed a small score of 5-4-1. I think he got that and some, but you're up against Kaniela Stewart, so at the same time, you know that you've a 6.83.
There you go.
He's
More
got
than
score.
enough. Kai Salas now in the lead. Kaniela Stewart needs a 6.76. You see the judging numbers right there. A couple 7s on there, a couple 6.5s. And I feel like he surfed that wave as good as it could have been surfed. It was a really just ruler sharp, straight runner. He did everything he could have done on it, and I think the score right there is right in the sweet spot.
Yeah, that setup turn, you know, the way he just stalled it a little bit there, and then he a couple of steps, acceleration, and then he knew the time for the 5 and into the 10. So, oh wow, not much time left. But Kai Salas, a great moment to be in, but what they want now is they want a 2-wave set. They both want an opportunity to really put another big score on the board.
Kaniela with priority. Takes off on this medium one that looks like it's starting to grow down the line. He gets to the nose. There's Kai, front row seat, assessing the situation happening right now as Kaniela clicks the heels over real quick. This wave just dissipating into nothing. It looked like it was going to give him a little bit of a push down the line, and it's still going, but is this a meaningful end to this wave?
He had to go for it, but it didn't have that substance that we've been expecting. The tide's coming in. And I was going to say on Kai Salas's wave before, he did that fade and expected the board with that heavy wide tail to suck back up into the pocket, and it didn't. And that's an indication that tide's rushing in. The end of that wave for Kaniela died a little bit, but he did put in a lot of work on the outside section. Sam, what do you think?
Well, I think the wave didn't really have that kind of run of the pocket that he needed, but the great skills nose riding here into the 5, into the 10, a long 5, and then a second 10, good lift there, and then goes into the heels and the walk back. But at this moment, the wave had lost all of its capacity for scoring potential. So I feel as if he surfed it brilliantly, but chasing that score pretty much a near 7, I'm wondering if the wave really allowed that score to come through.
Whatever the score is, he maxed out his surfing potential on that wave, and the skillful surfer that he is, he could probably get an 8 on a wave like that, but it didn't really allow that. You're right, the pocket, there was no critical moment, but we'll have to wait and see because he clicked into her heels too. Very, very technical, and the judges are taking their time, and so they should, because they have 45 seconds remaining.
And look at this now, the dialogue between Kai and Connie, master and apprentice. This is a really special moment for longboarding. I mean, if he doesn't
he's
get
shaking his head.
If he doesn't get the score and no more waves come through, I mean, Kai Salas has had an incredible career, and this will crown an incredible career.
30 seconds left to crown our champion. Connie Stewart's wave comes through just under the required need, a 5.57. That means we have 20 seconds left. The title is going back to Waikiki, that we know. 10 seconds. Kai Salas, 2023 longboard champion of the world.
Wow.
Let's hear it for this Hawaiian heavyweight, a titan of our sport, a master craftsman, and now a world champion.
Finally, Kai Salas, a long overdue, long deserved world title.
Wow, and you can feel it, that stoic interview with him just before. Oh, look at the family celebrating. There's Coral, his daughter, with the Hawaiian flag, and you can just feel this sense of emotion, and he wanted that. He's deserved it for so many years, and he put in the hard work on a self-shaped surfboard. The master and the apprentice, Connie Stewart, coming in second this year.
Yeah, well, he came second last year as well. Of course, this is going to be bittersweet for Conniella. Yes, a great performance, but he's got so much time left in his career. We have to really respect that Kai Salas 3 times has finished second on the World Longboard Tour in 2009, 2011, in 2018. He's regularly won World Longboard Tour events and elite events around the world. At 42, this is a very special moment for longboarding. He so deserves to have his name on that list.
You know, the words of advice he's giving Conniella, he's been there. He knows what it feels like as well. And you just have to feel for this. This is where surf culture is right now, and longboarding is just in a healthy spot right now. Kai Salas, the shaper, the mentor, the stoic Hawaiian, winning his first WSL World Longboard title.
You know, he surfs with a lot of integrity. Obviously, his technique, his style, his form, his power, his consistency, all of those elements carried him through. I mean, he took out, I would say, the #1 contender who was leading on the Longboard Championship Tour. Best 2 out of 3. I mean, that's exactly why this format is so fun to watch.
And how inspiring for his kids, a father to have his daughters, Coral and Sissy, on the beach, watching their dad win the 2023 WSL World Longboard Championship.
Yeah, he's soaking it in right now. Come on in, get your trophy. Oh, this is going to be so fun. Kai Salas, I mean, he's a very, you can tell he's a very serious man, right? When you see him on the beach, when you see him in the water. But I think we're going to get a really good glimpse at, you know, what he's made of emotionally, because you know this means the world to him. And this is what it's all about right here.
Yeah, and so interesting that the only real consequential set that came through that had those big excellent range scores, Conniella just got the edge on that exchange, but it was that backup wave of Kai Salas getting that high 6 that really made the difference. And, you know, Conniella, this is going to be painful, but he's going to take so much positivity out of this experience. He got second last year to Harrison Roach. He gets second to his shaper, Kai Salas, and he's the first one there to chair Kai Salas up the beach, as is Ben Skinner with Tommy Perucci watching. Moses is, of course, a cousin to Conniella there. This is a really wonderful moment.
And I tell you what, you need someone like Conniella and Ben Skinner to chair Kai Salas up the beach, one of the strongest and heaviest surfers in the World Tour, but winning the original Sprout Malibu World Longboard Championships presented by Tractor Beverages, and he's just, you can just see the stoke and the emotion come out of him right now, and everyone is so proud. He's the people's champ, and he's finally got his maiden world title.
Yeah, I mean, he started surfing as a young kid with his dad, and, you know, to every young longboarder's dream to be a world longboard champion, and to come so close so often, and to finally make that dream come true in front of his family, you know, with his fellow team riders, sharing a final with his, you know, one of his elite team riders, Conniella Stewart.
And how many world champions did it on their own shape? I mean, it's got to be, you can count that on one hand. That right there is something completely unique to surfing. These boards right here are functional works of art. You know he put his heart and soul into making that board, and now that's the board he's probably going to hang on to for the rest of his life, knowing that that is the dream maker right there.
Order up. There's going to be a moontail nose rider with a scoop tail coming out to a shop near you, and the nose on that board a little narrower. I'm excited to feel it because he kept that one on ice. We haven't seen that all year on the World Longboard Tour, and I do vaguely remember seeing a board on his Instagram, but it was never posted or surfed on.
Wow, let's go down to the award stage with AJ McCord.
Kai, you just got chaired up. You are the 2023 Men's World Longboard Champion. What is sinking in when I tell you that?
Man, I've been doing this for so long, and all I can say is finally. Yes.
The best things are the ones that you have to work the hardest for. What did it take for you to earn this world title?
Oh man, you know, I'm standing next to my sparring partner back home, you know, like this guy inspires me more than anyone, and to win the final against him, I believe he's going to be the greatest longboarder of all time, and I'm going to be in his corner, you know. So to win this against him is better than I ever dreamed, so stoked.
You may be in his corner in the future, but right now he is in yours. What does this full circle moment mean for Hawaii longboarding? You're taking this trophy home for the first time on the men's side since 2010.
Oh, yeah, so special. I don't know what to say. I'm just super happy.
As you should be, Kai. A whole group of people out here supporting you, not just Connie, but Khalees. I see so many people out here rooting for you. What do you want to say to the friends and family that have been in your corner?
Yeah, I want to, you know, thank, you know, my wife and kids. They always put up with me, you know, like my moods, you know, contest time, and they're always here supporting me. So, you know, and they came with me on a lot of the contests this year. So, thank you guys. And yeah, that's it. I'm happy, man.
Let's talk about your heat strategy, because it was one that you were so intentional with all season long. How did you hone in on the competitive strategy of your craft, and how did that help you today?
Well, I don't know. It started early. You know, I designed a board specific for this place after watching last year, and you know, and then heats today. I was just trying to be smart. You know, it's easy to get caught up and get anxious and go for the wrong waves. So, you know, try to pick the right waves and stay calm and be smart.
You did all three of those things. Congratulations to Kai Salas, the 2023 Men's Longboard Champion here in Malibu.
Congratulations once again to Kai Salas, Longboarding World Champion. The Cali Squeeze post show is coming up. You're not going to want to miss it. We've got a lot to unpack. This is going to be a fun one. We'll be right back.
There's Kai driving through the section, gets 10. The board is way back in the whitewash, carving that one around.
Running, running, running until you win your race. Looking on the bright side. I just wanna feel good vibes, good times. Looking on the bright side. I just wanna live.
Men's winner at the BioGlan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, presented by Rip Curl, Kai Salas.
Coming off of a big win over there at Bells Beach, straight to the 10. An incredible nose ride with a lot of lift. How's the control coming out of it too from the surfer from Honolulu, Hawaii?
Men's title match time.
Kai Salas looking to increase his lead.
Kai Salas is your 2023 Longboard Champion.
surf fans, log enthusiasts, welcome to the Cali Squeeze post show. This is where we wrap up an epic day of competition. We've been live from Malibu all day long at the original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships, presented by Tractor Beverage Company. And I'll tell you, that was so fun to watch. It's almost, I wish we could almost just start it all over and do it again. It was entertaining from the very beginning of this event. Proof of concept, of course, right there. I mean, for all to see. No conspiracies, no complaints. That was good, clean surfing from the beginning of the day all the way through to the final fitting end. A veteran, a master craftsman, Kai Salas wins, and a local, Soleil Erica, goes back-to-back.
Yeah, just proving that experience and time and just a connection to your equipment comes out on top every time. Soleil connected with her board, connected with her body and her mind. Kai on the men's side, exactly the same.
You mentioned rap. We can remix what we've seen today for another 10 years and it'll still look totally relevant. The longboarding we've enjoyed has been a feast and it's been super inspirational. I'm so proud to see Kai Salas take the win as well.
I know, it's almost like the fuse has been lit. I can't wait to see what happens next. I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow in the world of longboarding after what we've seen today. And, you know, now it's time that we get to make things official. This is going to be a special moment. We're going to get our award ceremony fired up, and who better to do that than Kaipo Guerrero.
All of you for coming out. What a tremendous day. And you know what? Give yourselves a hand. Give yourselves a hand, because we worked hard for this one, but it was all worth it in the end. I'm kind of going off script right at the beginning. I want to thank the entire crew at the World Surf League for rolling with the punches, from tours and competitions to marketing to broadcast to make this happen. And what a glorious day that we ended up with today. Today and every day we acknowledge the Indigenous and First Nation communities all over the world. Happy Indigenous Peoples Day. What a incredible day. We had excellent scores throughout the day. We crowned a men's and a women's world champ, original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships, presented by Tractor Beverage Company. It was one for the history books. The grace, the flow of longboarding was on exhibition today with the best longboarders in the world, and they all gave us a show. Let's give all of our longboarders, top 8 men, top 8 women, a big round of applause. They all deserve it. The WSL would formally like to recognize that Malibu is the traditional homelands of the original Chumash people. Malibu is the anglicized version of the Chumash word hu maliwu, which in Chumash language means the place where the surf sounds loudly. The Chumash people have been here for over 14,000 years and are still here, stewarding the land alongside with surfers, environmentalists, and others who care about our shared coastline. We thank them for their ongoing presence and participation in this event, and we'd like to pay our respects to elders past, present, and emerging. Let's give them a hand. Big thanks to Original Sprout as our title partner for this competition. Let's give it up for Original Sprout stepping up for longboarding. And Tractor Beverage Company as our presenting sponsor. By the way, that Tractor Beverage is delicious. Had a lot of it. All right, well, we got some special trophies made by Tractor Beverage Company that we're going to be handing out to our world champs right here on display. Also, we'd like to thank our event partners, 805 Beer, Pacifico, Cup Noodles, and Box Water. Let's give a hand to all of our supporters here. Malibu, all the Malibu locals, I would love for you guys to give yourselves a hand. Thank you so much for sharing this incredible piece of coastline with all of us. It is just one of the jewels of the Southern California coastline. Thank you to the city of Malibu. Thank you to Los Angeles County Beaches and Harbors and Captain Grisby and the Los Angeles County Lifeguards. Thank you to our lifeguards keeping us safe every day. Here to help hand out trophies, we have Emily Hofer and Bob Kane, WSL interim co-CEOs. You can give them a hand. They've been working hard to make this happen. Also, a woman who's had to make a lot of tough decisions, and she came through with flying colors, WSL Chief of Sport, Jessie Miley Dyer. WSL Senior Manager of Global Development Tours, Will Hayden Smith's on the stage with us. Michael Ombacher, the General Manager for Original Sprout. And Justin Herber, our Chief Brand Officer from Tractor Beverage Co. They're going to be helping us hand out all of the trophies today and help with our celebration. Also, thank you. I have Casey Rodriguez here representing the Chumash, and Casey has a closing prayer for us. Casey.
Haku, hello. Happy Indigenous Peoples Day. To the WSL family, I am grateful Chumash Elder Julie Tumamai-Stinsley blessed me to return today to see all of you. Congratulations to the winners and to all who had a part in 2023 WSL Malibu contest. Every single one of you had an instrumental part in bringing joy here, and I thank you once again, WSL, for being a beautiful, respectable, and honorable collaborating team to work with. I truly wish every single one of you could feel the pure gratefulness, pride, and happiness we feel every single time we work along your side on unceded Chumash land, especially today on this Indigenous Peoples Day. It is an honor to know my ancestors have called us to bring unity and healing together on this beach. WSL, please do not stop during your sincere engagement with Indigenous people. For Indigenous people all over the world should feel this incredible moment, as well as holding so much knowledge on how to collaborate together in a respect for metal that needs to be desperately taught to so many. Well, it's sad our time once again has come to an end. Remember, it's not goodbye, but see you later. May Creator bless all of you with safe travels, and I'll be here to greet you again next year. Lastly, let's continue keeping the Hawaiian Indigenous people of Lahaina in our prayers and become a voice and supporter for them. To make sure they get all the resources they need to rebuild successfully on their land, as well as keep praying for the family of pro surfer Michaela Jones. Till next time, be safe and give your families our best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Casey Rodriguez. Casey also has some gifts from the Chumash for our champions. And speaking of champions, it's time to celebrate. Let's bring to stage our 2023 World Longboard Champ. Let's give it up for Kai Salas. Yeah, all right. Kai. Yeah, no. Hey, and by the way, this is your first time. I mean, this has been, take the trophy. This has been, look at, coming after this trophy, Kai, 20 some odd years coming to this point. Now, you are on a list with some of your heroes, some of your contemporaries. You are a world champion. How's this feel right now?
Man, like you said, I've been trying for probably over 20 years, so to add my name to that list of Hawaiian World Champions is a dream come true. Very proud.
As you should be. Kai Salas, our 2023 World Champion. Let's give it up to Kai Salas. This is going back to Hawaii, and it hasn't been there since 2010. Uamauke o kaaina I ka pono. All right. Well, we got more celebrating to do because Malibu, I want you to give it up for your own 3-time world champion, Soleil Erico. Oh, sorry. Oh my. So the journey for another world title here, and how special is it for you to be able to do that again in front of your family and friends?
I mean, it's the best thing in the world just because, you know, you put in the work and you don't know necessarily if it's going to pay off. And when it does, it's just insane. And again, I want to thank my family, Malibu. It's just incredible to, thank you. It's just insane to be able to perform in front of you guys and for you to witness, you know, my heart and soul of longboarding. And just thank you so much. Yeah.
Well, let's get the photos up. Let's get it all together. Your 2023 World Champions, Kai Salas, Soleil Erico, congratulations. And with that, I'm going to send it back to the post show with Chris Cote. Take it away, Chris.
I love Kaipo Guerrero. That was awesome. A celebration, as it should be. A really special moment, of course, for surfing and for Malibu. Just, again, congratulations to our champions. Now let's get a little bit deeper and kind of decipher, decode how it all went down. This is the Cali Squeeze post show, and it was a rocky road to get here, but I'm so happy how it happened, when it happened, and why it happened, crowning our champions in a one-day event. And I want to thank Cali Squeeze for keeping us around to entertain and inform and basically unpack what we just witnessed. These one-day championship events are like freight trains. They're like bullet trains. Once they start rolling, you just got to hang on.
It took a little while to get started. Every single morning, the surfers waiting up since the 3rd of October. Is today going to be the run day? It was called on initially for the Saturday. Couldn't see a thing. First heat of the water, cancelled after 9 minutes. Moving into that next day, it was foggy again, but we had waves at last. Today, sun's out. I mean, I wouldn't really say the gun's out. It started off cold, gloomy, but it just got better and better throughout the day.
Yeah, the longboarding has been phenomenal. And just two great winners there. You know, one trophy going back to Hawaii, one staying here in Malibu. And what more could you ask for?
Yeah, and the field was absolutely stacked from the first match of the day all the way through. Let's take a look back at how we started here, your men's bracket. Match 1 went to Tony Silvani. Great moment for him. I mean, he's been competing for just as long as Kai Salas, so it's great to see him get at least one win on the day. Match 2 started that Cinderella story for Ben Skinner. He got through match 2 and then took out one of the favorites in Taylor Jensen all the way through to match 4, where Kai Salas got the edge. To me, that was probably the heat of the day. Both surfers with 9s, dropping 8s. It was incredible to watch. And then, of course, the title match went all the way to 3. Kaniel getting 1, Kai getting 1, and then it came down to match 3. This one was really anyone's ball game all the way through to the dying minutes.
Yeah, so it was the stoic Kai Salas starting off early with that 8.6 way up the point to start, but he made it count. Just when we thought the nerves were going to settle in, he stayed really high with some technical nose riding, and his adjustment on the nose has been phenomenal through this out event.
Yeah, and longboarders around the world will really appreciate the nuances of the way Kai's been surfing all year, using all of the wave face, both on the nose, in trim in the middle, and on the tail, and that really demonstrates how skilled a longboarder Kai Salas is.
It's a really perfect combination of power and grace and form and technique. And then you watch Kaniela Stewart, and it just looks like this guy was born to ride the nose.
Yeah, this nose right here, he arches back, levitating with the nose all tweaked out. So he was on his way here. This was the 8.67. He was already in the lead when he dropped this score, so he thought he was going to run away with it. And he got the better of this exchange, the combination of the drop knee, the hang 10, and he gets a little click coming up here of another one, and then a little fumble there. So 8.67, the judges still really appreciating the nose work on the outside.
All the pressure on Kai Salas for this wave, but the setup, bottom turn, stool, and then he used that 5 into the 10. And look at the way he climbs and drops subtly on the nose, that really revealing his skills there. And also now passing into this experience to Kaniela of getting that second in the world. We know Kaniela will get that first before long.
Yeah, 22 years old. I mean, he's got decades of wins in front of him. This was that magical moment where Kai Salas, who's been surfing at a very high level for a long time, finally achieves his dream. He is a world champion, and that is something that's going to be with him for the rest of his life. Put that, you know, on his resume, along with being a master craftsman, great father, family man, and just an awesome ambassador to the sport of surfing. And you know, you couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Kai Salas really earned it right there.
And he would have looked up to those other Hawaiian men who are on that list. Russ Kealana, Dino Miranda, Bonga Perkins, Dwayne DeSoto. Now Kai Salas has his name on that highly prestigious list of Hawaiian icons.
Yeah, and the title goes back to Hawaii. Well, the women put on an incredible show of grace, flow, technique, everything we wanted to see. This was a beautiful show of high-performance surfing. It started in match 1, Mason Schremer, and then she went up against Honolulu Bloomfield, who looked like she was on a tear to absolutely rocket her way through the bracket. But then Sophia Colhane flipped the script, got the buzzer beater, nearly got a perfect 10. Then she went up against the local sensation, Soleil Erico, our reigning champion, and it all came down to 2 heats, or 2 matches for our women. 2 matches to decide the title. It started with Soleil just finding the best waves, you know, and really putting herself in perfect positions on those waves. This right here was a masterclass at how to surf Malibu well.
Yeah, and it really came down to the number 2 seeds going into this having a warm-up surf. Both Kai and Soleil getting in that 1 extra heat beforehand and then getting straight back into the final matches. Khalees, beautiful, fluent style. I tell you what, if there was anyone who was going to have an element of difference out here, it was the goofy-footed Khalees Kaliopata.
Yeah, and the use of the switch dance there, you know, just fantastic, and also functional. A little acceleration when she switches that stance to face the wave. But her footwork unrivaled, and she really demonstrated that today.
Yeah, I put Khalees in the same, you know, in the same boat as Caniello with a huge future. She will win at least 1 championship title. We know this, and I would not be surprised at all to see her, you know, kind of start her own dynasty in 2024.
I'm going to call that the Chumash salute. You know, when Soleil just gave that respect to the ancestors, that was a really special moment.
Yeah, and that soul arch on the nose earlier with the glistening sun. We had many different moods with the weather today, but Soleil Erico, a connected performance on her board, really understanding her equipment and just feeling so comfortable at a home break of Malibu.
And you know what I like too is that everything was nice and clean, right? It was very pure. There was no controversy. There was no battling. It was just wave after wave. Both of these surfers putting up big numbers throughout the day. And you got to give a lot of credit to Soleil Erico. It has to feel like you have the weight of the world on your shoulders doing it at your home break, but she did it with so much grace and, you know, just expertise that kind of reached a whole new level.
Yeah, and talking of expertise, I mean, the way she performed out of this nose ride back into another 10, and then it's this opportunity there where she just like accelerates and gets that set up for a nose ride, and she gets the lift and the lock and the full soul arch here in style. There it is. I love that moment. Absolutely incredible. Flair, flamboyance, style, flow, and grace.
Iconic.
And it's just true involvement style surfing where it's, you know, very intricate and it's a connected performance showcasing the footwork, the style and the grace. And Khalees, there's that switch foot for her. And this technical footwork using the switch foot steps back. And this one here, utilizing the length of the board and that big cross step, just technicians on the nose. And what a pleasure to have perfect first point Malibu to decide the 2023 World Champions.
Second in the world is pretty cool, you know, for a 20-year-old. That's pretty amazing.
18-year-old,
excuse me.
I mean, fantastic.
Yeah.
What a great result, and she will develop a lot of confidence from that, and she's going to be here for many years to come going for world titles.
Well, you know, those shirts worked. So whoever brought those things out, good job. Soleil Erico had the hometown behind her throughout the entirety of the day. Solid victory right there in match 1 and match 2. With the start of our day, you know, you're looking out into the lineup, about waist high, chest high on the sets, you know, flawless lines coming through. Perfect timing. The remnants of that south swell, you know, helped us throughout the entire day. Actually gave us the opportunity to not have just 1 Cup Noodles wave of the day, but 2 Cup Noodles waves of the day. There were so many to choose from. I mean, we're talking about a multitude of 8s and 9s, but we broke the rules. Why not? Let's pick 2. We're going to start it off with Ben Skinner. This was one of the Cup Noodles waves of the day, and Ben Skinner, what a run that Ben had.
And full environmental kudos on the Polyola board, recycled epoxy blank with the resin research bioresin on his double scoop 9.4, and the nose riding he was demonstrating today was absolutely sensational, sizzling hot and getting well up there into a near perfect 10 score.
Yeah, just out of this mind. And this board was the 3rd option that he had going into this event. So just really battling with his body. He had an injured foot. He had his fin box pop out as well, but you had no idea when you were watching the quality of his nose riding. And this was Kai Salas right here. This is his excellent range score. They're tying with Ben Skinner there. His judgment of and the positioning of the board here, just whipping that one around. And it was the timing on this nose ride here, stalling with that little touch of the lip. You can see how high he is in the wave. Gets the 10 to push down, soul arching back, using the tail, the middle, and the nose equally. But most importantly for Kai, remaining very graceful, showing style and flow throughout his whole performance.
And the cool thing, at 42, the oldest competitor here today, and still wins a world title.
Doing it for dudes in the 40s. That rules. Thank you, Kai, for making us all look good. And thank you, Cup Noodles, for allowing us to split the difference here and award both of these surfers with the waves of the day. And as we roll through our Cali Squeeze post show, this is my favorite part of the day. This is where we really get deep and we pick our top 5 moments. And, you know, with, 9 hours of surfing, this was not an easy selection. So your top 5 moments of finals day begin like this. Sophia Colhane, the buzzer beater of the event. This is probably going to be one of the most memorable waves of Sophia's life.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to sit here next to 2-time Women's World Longboard Champion Kaylia Moniz, and this put our hair on end. I mean, it was incredible. She needed the big score, and the commitment to that opening 5-10, backed up with all of that great rail work. It was outstanding, and she, again, will be somebody battling for world titles for many years to come.
Yeah, and she had the wave, but there was not a signed, sealed, delivered score. She had to work for that and commit, and just being so cool under pressure, it's shown how much she's grown as a professional athlete.
And here we have number 4, Big Ben goes on a wild run. All right, you would have to consider him an underdog coming through this. No pressure on his shoulders, but he made his competition pay.
Absolutely, and he's been really busy buzzing around doing family duties and his business, shaping surfboards, setting everything up for the factory, but working under pressure. He's got injuries, as I said before, his board's damaged, and this is his 3rd option, a complete eco construction. Ben, we haven't seen this board in competition yet, but it proved to be one of the best nose riding surfboards we've ever seen from Ben Skinner. Standing tall on the nose, soul arching, and that has become a trademark of Ben Skinner's performance. Surfing Malibu with Joel Tudor in that 2021 event. He's showing us that he is no stranger to the tip of the board.
And, you know, Ben's still in his late 30s, so he will be inspired with Kai's result here, because Ben knows that he's got a world title in him as well.
Ben Skinner, officially a UK legend. Khalees Kleopaa, our women's runner-up for 2023, always puts together these just beautiful, immaculate performances. She has probably one of the best cross-step acts that we've ever seen in longboarding, and she does it with so much style and grace. And I'm very excited that she's only 18 years old. That means we get to see decades of Khalees Kleopaa.
Yeah, and it's been great spending time with her family this week as well. Her younger brother Moses, you know, wonderful character, so much positive energy. Got the opportunity to surf with her dad JP, her mum Malia there is a great surfer, and the use of the switch stance here and the way she switched back and walked into this nose ride, holds the 5 and then sets herself up here with a real beautiful strike of the 10. This is a masterclass of footwork. Khalees is an absolute Zen Buddhist when it comes to longboard style.
Style, flow, and grace epitomized with Khalees Kleopaa surfing. Just such a beautiful surfer and a great person and a fantastic ambassador for longboard surfing.
That's right. Let's get to our top 2. Gotta be Soleil Erico, your 2023 WSL Longboard Champion. were there doubts coming into this event, right? This is her backyard. She's our reigning champ. We saw what Khalees and the rest of the crew, Sophia, and all of the final 8 had, you know, in store for us throughout the entire season. Was there any doubts that Soleil was going to go back-to-back?
I don't think so, being Malibu home court, but we don't have perfect conditions to kick off the event. It could have been anyone's, but Malibu turned it on, and it was the local knowledge that proved vital in the end. Wave selection being imperative in the finals, in the last 2 heats of the day, with Khalees putting up a good fight, but just this wave selection and choice of maneuvers, you see the technicalities and just the acute nose riding there from Soleil, soul arching, understanding the criteria, understanding where to place her surfboard in the wave, and just putting it all together in a beautiful piece of visual poetry.
Yeah, and the evolution and involvement from her win last year, continual improvement, refinement, and that was really great to see as well. Yes, she was incredible last year, but the waves were slightly bigger, and the way she brought a fresh act in the smaller conditions was incredible.
In your top moment of the day, I would say shared top moment, because what Soleil did was incredible. But Kai Salas, 42 years old, the veteran, I mean, he's been hammering away at this thing for a long time, does it on his own shaped boards, and it's a great bookend to a career, but I would not doubt at all to see Kai come. He hasn't said any, the retirement word has not come anywhere near this, because he's still surfing at the highest level he's ever surfed at.
Yeah, and climbing and dropping on the nose, using all of the waves, sometimes in the 5s and 10s, even coming down to the middle, but then off the rail, I mean, just absolutely incredible. And his speed drives through sections, the nuances, the subtleties. Longboarders all over the world, all generations will have really appreciated watching Kai compete this season.
And surfboard shapers too, seeing a self-shaped surfboard put to use like that, just showing incredible surf IQ. He's a true waterman and a deserving world champion. That was some of the most soulful and flowing longboard surfing we've ever seen. And to do that at First Point Malibu against an on-fire Carnella Stewart, that is definitely one for the history books.
Yeah, that is definitely a day that's going to go down in history as iconic and legendary. And, you know, Malibu just proved everybody right. This is the perfect place to have an event of this magnitude. All the surfers rose up, put on incredible performances. So on behalf of the entire crew right here, everybody behind the scenes, our cameramen, our editors, our directors, and the whole production crew, I want to say thank you guys so much for watching. It's been a joy for us to present it to you, and we're going to leave you with some highlights that are going to be amazing. There still is high-level surfing to come on the Challenger Series as well. Go to worldsurfleague.com to check that out. But for now, taking these highlights, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you soon.
It is clear the fog's gone, and Malibu is producing some really classic conditions here.
And this will be the place where we'll be crowning world champions.
It's going to be a great day.
Love that style, really relaxed.
That is a very well-served heat for Honolulu Bloomfield.
Ben Skinner finds his trim line, waited for this one, gets a 10th there. A Baja Blast for the finish. Original Sprout Malibu Longboard Championships presented by Tractor Beverage Company. This is match 3.
This is absolutely going to go down to the last exchange for sure.
Look at the numbers. They're big. Oh, wow. Opportunity.
50 seconds.
Needs an 8.24. Lots of time on the nose there. Great trim, Sam. Goes to the 10. Right behind her, Honolulu Bloomfield. And we are all going to be in suspense on who's going to take out this match number 3. Sophia Kohei, she's hearing the news right now. She's moving on.
10 over flying down the line. Come on, Ben Skinner. Still riding in the nose. And he's still going. Soleil Erico will defend her title.
Kai Salas, the veteran #2 seed, and he is showing why he's one of the guys to beat. He's on his way to a title match.
It all comes down to this, the entirety of the season on the line. In the wise words of Inika Mose, here come the hot steppas. That's right, it's title match time. Soleil Erico from around the corner, nose ride, beautiful turn. Right behind her, Elise Opa'a, two of the smoothest, most beautiful surfers to watch. The first match goes to Soleil Erico. Another iconic nose ride for Caniella Stewart, starting strong right in the pocket. Kai Salas now on the nose. Caniella Stewart is one step closer to winning his maiden World Championship.
Soleil taking the first wave of the set, and she is just planted on the nose. And Soleil Erico brought to tears as she's won her 3rd world title. Kai Salas getting some momentum down the line, paddling into this wave. We're gonna go to the 3rd heat. Kai Salas taking out a win.
And it all comes down to this. This is exactly what we wanted to see, wave for wave.
Wow.
These Hawaiian super surfers doing it at an elite level. Let's hear it for this Hawaiian, a master craftsman, and now a world champion.
Finally, Kai Salas, a long overdue, long deserved world title.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.